You have done an amazing job so far in this course, and now we are finally approaching probably the most exciting section in this course, which is building interactive web apps in React. I am so excited because this section really unlocks a huge section of React that allows us to create really dynamic, exciting web applications. What we've been working on so far is first learning the fundamental building blocks of React by building static websites. This was really important for us because we needed to learn the syntax of creating our own components and generally, of course, how to spin up a React app from scratch. How React is even working behind the scenes and what its main philosophy is. Then we moved on to how we could build reusable components. We learned about props and how we can pass data into those components. This allowed us to use static data to generate portions of our web page, which is what set up the foundation for what we are about to learn. And I've done my best to make these sections really exciting, and hopefully you weren't like our grumpy friend Stanley here, bored out of your mind while learning these topics. Now, the crux of what we are about to start learning lies in understanding the difference between static web pages and dynamic web apps. We've been mostly working with static web pages in React so far, and you can tell something is a static web page based on the fact that it is usually read-only. In other words, there's no user-driven changes to the data behind the scenes. Some really common examples that come to mind of this are blogs. When I'm visiting a blog, I'm usually just consuming or reading the content on the blog. Now, there might be tiny interactive elements on most blogs these days, but I think you get the idea. That's not the portion of the site I'm talking about. The same goes for news sites. It's presented to us, we consume the information in a read-only way, but we're not updating the news that's written on the news site. Recipes are another good example of this, and I'm sure we could come up with many more. We are totally capable of building the front ends of these kinds of websites in React. However, what we are about to venture into is understanding how we can build dynamic web apps in React. You could classify something as a dynamic web app when it has read and write capabilities, or the user has ability to change the data. As such, these kinds of dynamic web apps tend to be highly interactive. Typically, these kinds of apps will have portions of the site that will display your data specific to you as the user of this app. Some examples that come to mind are a bank website. You log into your bank website, it displays your information, your account balances, allows you to transfer actual money, or at least the ones and zeros that represent money, and so forth. Also, pretty much any SaaS product or service like Airbnb. There's portions of their site that will display static information to you, like a list of properties, but you have the ability to filter through them and organize them by price or rating. You can click into them, and maybe most interactively, you can book the Airbnb and pay for it. This kind of leads into a whole section of sites that are e-commerce sites. The ability to add items to your cart and purchase it with your money are telltale signs of a dynamic web app. And these days, I'm sure if you were to look around, you would find probably hundreds of different web apps that you have signed up for and at least used in the past. To guide our curriculum through this section, we are going to be making a really exciting web app called Chef Claude. Chef Claude is a recipe app where you will input a list of ingredients that you have on hand, and at the click of a button, send that list of ingredients off to an AI API to generate a recipe for you based on your ingredients. And this project is actually going to have two options for different AIs you can use, one using Claude AI through the Anthropic API, and another using Mistral AI, which we will access through the Hugging Face API. Boy, that was a lot of acronyms. This project is super exciting. It's actually something I find myself using, and it's going to help us really grasp all of the concepts from this section in creating dynamic web apps with React. So without further ado, let's dive in and start learning. Sometimes when I'm starting a new project that might feel a little bit overwhelming, I try to find parts of the project that I already do know how to build. Up until now, we've only been building static pages in React, and the truth is that there are parts of this app that are completely static. So I'm going to give you a challenge now to create this header section. It's mostly just meant as, I guess, both a continuation of the previous section to make sure we're still practicing, and as a way just to warm us up for learning all about how we can make this app a really nice interactive app by the end of this section. So your challenge is to start by building the header component. You're going to do it in a separate file and then render it here in the app component. If you click on the screenshot here, it will take you to the Figma design file, and there's a couple things that I'm setting you up with just because it's a little more tricky. First of all, I've already included the chef Claude icon.png file. That's the little robot with the chef's hat here in the logo. So inside of your header component, you can import that, as we've seen with handling static assets. You can import it and then render it as the source for this image element. In the CSS, I've also put a little bit of starter CSS here. Maybe most interestingly, I've set the font family to Inter already, which is being imported in our HTML file, so you don't have to worry too much about going to Google Fonts and grabbing that. Also, Figma has recently changed where it has obscured a little bit some of the CSS rules that you might need, and one that I found a little bit challenging was the box shadow that it has underneath the header. Right here, there's a tiny little box shadow that helps separate it from the rest of the body. And although it's a small detail, it actually makes a pretty big visual difference. And so the code for it is right here. Just feel free to copy and paste this into the box shadow of your header. Also, keep in mind the design on Figma, it is a little bit more optimized for a bit of a wider screen. If you want, you can follow exactly the sizing and just pull your mini browser a bit wider. Or there's the feature where you can maximize it to show up bigger inside of the Scrimba window. Either way is totally fine. If you do decide to keep this a little bit on the smaller side, which is what I'm going to do, I'm probably going to change a couple of the values that are in Figma just to make it fit better on the mini browser. The changes are minor, it's not that important to our learning, so feel free to do it however makes the most sense for you. Okay, it's your time to shine. Go ahead and get started on building the header component. Okay, I'm going to work a little bit backwards and pretend that we have already built a header component that I can import and render here. So let's go ahead and, let's see, we'll just call it header.jsx. It'll be its own file in the same folder as the app component. Because we have a relatively small scoped project, I'm not going to worry at this point about creating a separate components folder or making a really deeply nested structure in our project. So we'll just keep it like this. If we need to, we can always refactor later. And then right here, I'll go ahead and render my capital H header component. And I'm not going to hit save because we'll crash because this doesn't exist yet. So let's create that file, header, capital H header.jsx. And there it is. We'll create our function. We'll export default function header. And we'll do a little sanity check here. We'll say we have an H1 that will return that just says header component here. Hit save, and sure enough, it's showing up. Awesome. Let's get the content on the page, and then we'll worry about styling it. So I am going to use a semantic HTML header element, and we have a very simple header. Often with real businesses, just to make sure everything stays exactly as their brand needs it to be, the logo or the icon and the text will all actually just be a single image. In my case, what we have exported is just this little chef logo. So we will need to put some text there. So we'll render an image and we'll render, I guess we can call it an H1. It's kind of like the site header. Again, usually this is part of an image, so that's not what we would dedicate our H1 to, but I think we'll be okay. So we'll say this is Chef Claude, and the source is going to be equal to the icon. I could, in Scrimba, give a path to the icon and say /images/chef Claude icon.png, and I think that should work. Yep, there's our icon. Better practice, though, as we've discussed, is to import any static assets. So I'm going to grab, let's see, this text here. We'll import it and call it the Chef Claude logo, and we'll import it from that icon, or that path to the PNG, and put Chef Claude logo here. It should be exactly the same. Yes, perfect. We have the content. Let's do some styling. I'm going to access my header. We'll give it a display of flex. We'll justify everything to the center, I guess in both directions, so we'll align items to the center as well. The design shows that there's about an 11 pixel gap between the icon and the text. We're going to make this icon smaller in just a second. Let's see, I'm having trouble seeing exactly what the header and the body is. Let me just temporarily give this a crazy background color. We'll say the background color is red. Okay, that's pretty good. The height seems a little bit large to me. It looks like in the design it's set to 108 pixels. Oh, that's even larger. Let's go ahead and use our discretion to change this to something different. 80 pixels seems a little more reasonable, and then we can go ahead and fix our image. And oh, let's grab this box shadow code while we're here and stick it there. Change the background color away from red. We'll get rid of that line. I think I'll look ahead a little bit and change the background color of my body to the background color that is in the design. And wow, that is very subtle. Oh, it looks like it also is coloring the header, so we'll need to specify that this needs to stay white. So this will be a background color of white. And yeah, that's working. Perfect. Okay, let's get access to our image. Because I'm only going to have one header and it's only going to have one image, I'll just select those directly as a descendant, or I'll select the image as a descendant of the header. I think that won't be a problem, but we can always add classes if we need a little more specificity. The width on this, I think it says it's 40 something. Let's see what it looks like as a 50 pixel width. That looks pretty manageable. Yeah, let's go ahead and stick with 50 for now. And then I will do the same, selecting my H1 inside my header. Okay, in the design, it has the font size set to 32 pixels, which is 2 rem. And I think that might be the default size for an H1, so I don't think I actually need that. Let's try the font weight. It shows as 400. And yes, that does make a difference, and it looks a little more sleek, being not quite as bold. So let's keep it like that. Sometimes we get issues with default margins, but it looks like that's not causing a problem here, so I don't even need to say margin 0. We've already got the font family set to enter. Let's comment this out and make sure that's working. It's subtle, but it's working. So I guess that's it. We've got our header all set up. I know it's a lot to spend this much time doing CSS in the middle of a course on React. I really do try my best to integrate some of the past lessons that you've had, especially here on Scrimba if you're taking the front-end developer career path, just so things don't get stale. You know what I mean? It's better to practice it now, even though it's not technically what we're learning. And as I've mentioned before, you do have my permission to skip some of the CSS that we do if it's something you already feel completely familiar and comfortable with. Okay, so we finished this top section, and although we are going to add some interactivity to our tiny little form here, the structure of the form, just being an input and a button, as well as the looks of it, can be started as static. So we're going to do that next before we move on to more of the meat of this section. When our users first come to the Chef Claude app, they're just going to see the header and this little form here. We might decide to add a little blurb that explains what this app is supposed to do, but for now, the only other static thing that we need to really worry about is creating this form. It will, of course, have some interactivity with it, and we're going to learn all about how we can deal with forms in React a bit later in this section. But for now, let's go ahead and get this form added. Now, I have made you do a lot of this manual work. I know that it's just repetitive CSS work mostly, and so I'm going to give you a little treat. I'm going to work through this. I will keep it here in the recording, and it will be the remainder of this lesson. So if you're interested to see how I create and design this little form, then by all means stick around. If you're ready to move on from the static stuff, we're about to jump into some really exciting things, so that can be what you do next. So you're welcome to skip ahead to that if you want. I'm going to get started first. Let's see, let's head to our app, and underneath our header, I'm going to include another component called main. Now I need to wrap this in something because we can't render two sibling elements like that in React. I need to import main from /main. And then, of course, I need to create that. So we'll create a new file called main.jsx and spin up our component. As I usually like to do, I'll just return something simple to make sure things are hooked up. Okay, great. We're showing main component there. The content that we're concerned about at this point is very simple. We are going to probably be doing most of our markup here inside of the main component, but for now we can just create our form. And so first, because this is the main section of our app, we're going to surround it in the semantic main element, and then we'll add a form. I know this is just a simple single input and a button, but even stuff like this, I much prefer to put in a form. First of all, it's more semantically correct. We are creating a form here. It makes it better for assistive technologies to understand what's going on, We also get some built-in functionality when we put it inside of a form. For example, when a user fills the input out and then hits the enter button, it will automatically submit the form. It will have access to the form data if we need it, and it's just a whole host of benefits by using an actual HTML form. Okay, so in the design, we just have an input and a button. Typically, for accessibility reasons, we would want to make sure we also include a label. Or another option that we can do is to add an ARIA attribute to our input that's called ARIA label. And so I'll set that equal to add ingredient so that anybody using a screen reader can very easily understand what they're supposed to do with this input. Okay, let's put this on its own line because we're going to add some extra properties here. We want this to be a type of text. We'll give it a placeholder. Just like we saw in the design, we can say something like, for example, oregano. As a reminder, a placeholder is a great place to put an example of what should be entered as text into that field, and it isn't a great place to put the actual label, so I wouldn't want to say something like add ingredient as my placeholder. Okay, by default forms are pretty ugly, so let's hit refresh, and yeah, oh, our button has no text. We might want to say add ingredient there. Okay, let's see what we're working with. Perfect. Well, not quite perfect yet. Let's go ahead and style it up. Chances are I'm not going to be adding any more forms to this page, so I could just select the form element, but I'm not sure why. I'm feeling like I probably want to give this a class name, so I'm going to give it a class name of add ingredient form. Okay, I'll hit save so that applies. We'll go over to the CSS and start styling this. Let's access our add ingredient form. And I'm going to add a display of flex, even though we do already have inline elements, just so that it makes it a bit easier for me to center things. So I can justify content center. We'll add a gap of about 12 pixels, I think the design shows. And it's sitting right against the header. So let me also add some padding to the main element. We'll give it maybe 10 on the top and bottom and 30 on the left and right. And I guess I need to specify padding. And oh, when I did that, I see that my elements are stretching now. That's a default with display flex. So if I were to instead say align item center, that should fix that issue. Of course, our button is a little large. You know what? I'm going to cheat and just make this a little bit wider. I should probably add some kind of no wrap rule to the button, but for now, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, let's access our input. I'm going to grab the style for my form and then specify the input on it. And let's give it some border radius of about 6 pixels. The default border is a little bit crazy, so we will add our own border styles of 1 pixel, solid, and then I'm just going to grab this color from the design. Okay, that looks much better. The padding is a bit tight there, so we'll add a padding of about 9 pixels on the top and bottom and 13 on the left and right. Awesome, looking good. I'm going to make this a little bit wider so add ingredient doesn't wrap again. The design does have a little bit of a box shadow around it, so I'm just going to paste that in from my dev mode in Figma, which you likely don't have access to for this design. And then one thing I noticed from the design is the input does get pretty wide as the screen gets wider. So I do want it to grow. I can use the flex grow property. We'll just set it to 1 so that as the screen expands, it does get wider. Although I do think I want to add a minimum and a maximum because it can get a little bit squishy right down there and a little bit too wide way out here. So let's give this a min width of, let's say, 150 pixels and a max width of maybe about 400 pixels. So as we get wider, it should stop growing. Yeah, perfect. Okay, the input is looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and style our button and then we can move on. So we'll access the button. And for whatever reason, I'm sure there's a good reason for it, but buttons do not take on the font family that's specified elsewhere, even if you specify it in the body here. So I'm going to make sure I specify the enter font family for our button. We'll also give it a border radius of 6 pixels, just like our input. The border is looking a bit intense, so I think for now I'm just going to say border none on the button. Let's give it a background color, and this is a color specified in the design. Of course, the text is now impossible to read, so we will specify the font color with the color rule. All right, that's looking a little better. And the button is pretty squatty. I could try to add padding to it, although I don't really want to add padding and try to guess to make it the exact same height as my input. Maybe what we can do is take away the align item center, and well, actually that just kind of makes it work. That just makes it look better. It's using the default of stretch as its align items, and that actually looks pretty good. I'm not sure that this will make much of a difference, but I'm going to specify a height on my whole form. The design looks like the input is 38 pixels tall, so we'll just add that. It doesn't look like it's making a change, but maybe any other structural changes that we make, that height might be good, or maybe it'll be bad and we get rid of it. For now, let's leave it in. Now the design does show a plus before the add ingredient, and it looks like our button is quite a bit wider. Now the design does show this little plus icon on the button before the add ingredient. And I could just go in and type that into the markup, but it feels almost decorative to me. So I think what I'm going to do instead is use a before pseudo selector and just say that the content is a plus, and then maybe give it a little bit of margin right just to separate it a little bit. And I need my semicolon here. Okay, that's looking good. All right, with this behind us, let's keep moving forward and start jumping into the meat of this section. And actually our button is still looking a little bit squished, so let's see if maybe we give it a width of 150 pixels. I think the design shows quite a bit more. Oh, and I think the font size is a little bit smaller. The font size looks like it's set to 14 pixels, which comes out to 0.875 rem. And oh yeah, that makes a big difference. It also looks from the design that the font weight might be adjusted. Looks like it's set to 500. Let's see if that's making a difference. Oh, it's a very slight difference, but we'll go ahead and leave it in. Oh, and one last thing. I'm noticing that our form is shoved up pretty close to our header. It looks like in the design there's about a 70 pixel space between those. I think that's going to be a little bit large for such a small site here. So I'm going to call an audible, and let's see. Our padding on our main element is 10 on the top and bottom, 30 on the left and right. I'm going to go ahead and specify, let's see, 10 pixels for the bottom, and then change this to, yeah, let's say 30 pixels on the top. This is a little bit less common. If you have just 3 values, then it's top, left and right, and bottom. Kind of a weird way. I'm honestly not sure how I remember that, but it's working great. Okay, we're done with the static portions of our page. We have a lot to dive into still. I think a really good idea is for us to take a step back and get a high-level overview of the project and make sure that we understand how we're going to go about building it. That'll be something we do really quickly in the next scrim. Other than just building the static parts of your page, it's a really good idea when you're starting a new project like this to try and take a step back and think about how you would approach solving the problem. Assuming you're fairly new to React, that might not be entirely possible at this point because you still have quite a bit left to learn, but I thought it would be helpful for us to get a high-level overview of how we're going to approach building this project. When the user first shows up, as I've mentioned, they will simply see our header and a little form like this where they can start adding ingredients. Once they start adding ingredients, we're going to change the layout of the page a little bit. We'll include this header that says ingredients on hand. We're going to map over the array of ingredients that they've entered into the form. And we're going to have a call to action down here where they can click this Get a Recipe button. This is where things get pretty fun. Clicking the Get a Recipe button will send the list of ingredients embedded in a prompt that we send to the Claude API from Anthropic. Claude is an extremely capable text completion AI that will take the prompt we send to it, which will include the list of ingredients, and it's going to generate a recipe. Now on this next screen I had to split it because we're going to be scrolling up and down the page, but you can see it will have a suggested recipe. It's going to have a basic text at the top that tells you what it recommends that you make, and then it will have a formatted list of ingredients and a formatted list of instructions. The way we're going to handle this formatting is fairly simple, but it's not something we have to be too concerned about right now. Now, there's still a lot left we have yet to learn, so don't let all of this feel like it's too overwhelming. I promise we're going to take it one step at a time, and by the end of this section, you are going to be able to complete this entire project from scratch if you needed to. All right, I'm too excited to wait any longer. Let's jump in. The primary thing that sets apart a static website from a web application is the user's ability to interact with the things that they see on the screen. And one of the primary ways that we do that is by listening for events. So let's talk about how we can add event listeners to our components in React. First of all, based on the prerequisites for this course, I expect that you already are familiar with the concept of adding an event listener in regular DOM JavaScript, where you would select some element and you would use the .addEventListener method. This method takes two parameters. The first one is the type of event that you want to listen for, like a click event. And the second is a function that should run should the click event ever happen on this specific element. Another way that you can add event listeners to elements is directly from the HTML. If, for example, I wanted to, well, let's say we have a button here, and it'll just say trigger event. Inside the HTML, I can add an attribute to my button called onClick, all lowercase like this, and set it equal to the string of a function that exists in my JavaScript file, maybe called handleClick. And I use a set of parentheses here to indicate that I want to run that function when the onClick is triggered, or rather when the click event happens. And although I seem to find this HTML method of adding event listeners a little more rare than using the addEventListener method in JavaScript, the way that we're going to do this in React is actually more similar to the way that we see it here. The syntax is very similar to how we do it in HTML. So let's go to our JavaScript. I'll get rid of this line here. And the way that we can add an event listener is one of the properties that we pass to this button. So I can add an onClick, but this time I'm going to use a capital C. As a reminder, sometimes it's easy to forget that we're actually inside of a JavaScript file, even though what we're writing looks a lot like HTML. And this JSX code that we have will be converted into a regular JavaScript object. That JavaScript object will then, by React, be turned into an actual DOM node that displays on the page. But because we're here in JSX, any of the attributes that we add to our React elements are going to be accessing the actual DOM node's attributes or properties. And in JavaScript that accesses the document object model, it does use camel casing like this. That's the same reason that we're using class name, because class name is the actual DOM node property. Now, because we are here in JavaScript, I don't need to set this equal to a string of a function that I'm trying to run. Instead, I can set it to the actual JavaScript expression that I want to run, which means if I want to, I can just stick a function right here in line, and whatever I'm going to run here, let's say console log clicked, the body of this function will run anytime a click event happens on this button. Let me hit save, and oh, we have our trigger event button. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. Okay, so if I hit click me, then we get the JavaScript that we put inside of our function actually running on the click event. Now, I don't personally love to put my functions right here in line. Sometimes I'll find myself doing it. More often than not, I will create a function outside at the top level of my component above the return. And so I might have something like function handleClick, and we'll go ahead and just put our console log back. And this leads us to our first challenge. Your challenge is to add the new function that we just created, handleClick, to the button. Go ahead and give this one a shot. Now, some of you might have been a little bit tricked by adding handleClick followed by a set of parentheses. I had mentioned that this is the way that we do it inside of our HTML. However, because we're here in JavaScript, if I include this set of parentheses, it's going to run this function as soon as the component loads or is rendered. Let me go ahead and hit save and watch the bottom of your screen for the console, and you'll see it immediately ran I was clicked, even though I didn't actually click the button. We don't want to include this set of parentheses here because that does indicate that we want to run the function immediately, as opposed to passing the contents of the function or the functionality of the function to the button element so that it will only run when the click event is triggered. So I'll go ahead and hit save, and now it will run I was clicked when I click the click me button. Awesome. Before I get too much further, I do want to point you towards the documentation on responding to events. Click this screenshot if you want to head to the React documentation for this. And I also included a slide that leads you to the mouse event handler functions, which give you an example of different mouse events that you can respond to in React. And this documentation is going to be helpful for you for the next challenge. All right, your next challenge is to log something to the console whenever the mouse hovers over the image. Now, because we're hovering, it's not going to be the click event, which is why I gave you the documentation here. Feel free to go check that out. And with that, I'll pass it over to you to finish this challenge. In that documentation, we can see that there is an event called onMouseOver, and there's also onMouseEnter. Either of these would have worked just fine for this challenge. Let's clean up this challenge text so we declutter a little bit. And I'll go ahead first and create my function here. We'll say handle mouse over. And then on my image, I can add an on mouse, capital M, over, capital O, equals, and then my function of handle mouse over. Let's have this console log I was hovered. Let's hit save and cross our fingers. And sure enough, when we hover over the image, we get I was hovered. We can do that really fast and get lots of console logs. Awesome. It can be kind of fun to check out all the different events that you're able to respond to. I think a lot of them you likely haven't even heard of, and could probably find some really cool ways to use them. So feel free to poke around the documentation for the different handler functions. This site will take you to the section on mouse event handlers, but if you were to scroll up or down, you would see other ones like touch event handlers and pointer event handlers, keyboard event handlers, and so forth. So lots of really cool stuff there. Hopefully this is fairly straightforward enough. We're going to be doing a lot of event handling. It's one of the cruxes of having a web application over just something that's purely static. So lots of really fun things coming up. As we just discussed, when our users first come to our app, they're going to be presented with a pretty simplistic UI. And their task is to type in an ingredient and click Add Ingredient. When they start adding ingredients, they're going to be presented with a new section of the site, which will list the ingredients that they've entered out for them. If you think critically back on what we learned in the last section, you might recognize that what essentially we're going to be doing is adding the ingredients that the user is submitting through this form to an array, and then we'll be mapping over that array to display a list item for every item in the array. So with that in mind, I've set up a bit of a review challenge. I created an array of ingredients, and I want you to, as part of your challenge, map over this list of ingredients and then render them as list items. I've added a little unordered list. It's going to be completely unstyled, but you can render your array of list items right here. As a quick note, if you are already a little bit familiar with React, you will recognize that we're doing this in a weird way. I wanted to point that out now so nobody got confused as to why I was teaching it this way. By the end of this lesson, we're going to see the limitation we have. But for now, don't worry about that, and I'll hand it over to you to work on this review challenge. I will go ahead and create a new variable. Let's call it maybe ingredients list, maybe ingredients list items, just to be really explicit, and we'll set that equal to the array that comes back by calling ingredients.map. For each ingredient, which is just going to be a bare string, I will return, and I'm going to use a set of parentheses here so I can take advantage of the implicit return with arrow functions. I'm going to return a list item, and I can just put the ingredient directly inside there because it's just a string. For now, I am going to add my key because I know I'm going to get a warning, so I'll make sure to add the ingredient. Later, when we actually do this, we will figure out a way to make sure that ingredients are unique in our array. Okay, so I'll take my ingredients list items and render them right here like it told me to do. Let's hit save, and awesome. Our ingredients are showing up. Let's clean this up. Well, we just learned about event listeners, so I have another challenge for you. I'm throwing a little bit of a curveball here because in the last lesson, we only really practiced with mouse events, the on mouse over and the on click events. But between me giving you the exact event handler name and exactly where to put it on the form, I think you'll be able to figure this one out. So your task is to add an onSubmit to the form element and have the function, which you can define right here, simply console log form submitted for now. All right, let's get cracking. I'll go ahead and create the function first. We'll call it the handle submit function. It's going to console log form submitted, and I can add the onSubmit handler to my form, and we'll set it equal to handle submit. This is tangential, but you might be asking, why are we doing a handle submit on the form instead of a handle click on the button? I'd say there's at least a couple reasons. Primarily, it feels more semantic. We're submitting a form. We've created an actual form element, and clicking the button will submit the form. So what we should be doing is handling the submission of the form. Maybe more importantly, if a user hits enter in the input, well, that's not going to trigger a button click event. However, it will trigger a form on submit event. And so for free, we essentially get the capability to type into the input and hit return or enter without having to handle a separate event on the input. We haven't really done anything to handle the text that's in here, so it doesn't matter what's there. I'll go ahead and click, well, I have to save first. I'll type in here, I'll click add ingredient, And awesome, we get form submitted. We also can type in here and hit enter. And sure enough, we get form submitted. Now, later on in the section, we are going to do a much deeper dive on forms. So there's going to be a couple things that I add to my handle submit. I'll explain them briefly, but especially if you're not familiar with how forms natively work on the web, I'm really not expecting you to memorize this stuff right now. For now, let's start by cleaning up this challenge text to buy ourselves some room. And the first thing that I actually forgot to put on my input is a name property. Whenever we're submitting a form, our inputs all need to have a name. We'll see why in just a second, but I'm going to call this ingredient. Secondly, when I submitted my form, you might have noticed that the form actually refreshed the page. And now that we have a name on our input, we can actually see a URL change. If I were to say, I don't know, cumin, I'll hit enter, and sure enough, the page refreshed. And if you look up in the little mini browser URL, you'll see that it says $ingredient equals cumin. This has to do with the way that forms natively submit on the web. However, in our modern framework of React, we actually don't currently want this page to do a full refresh. And so I can prevent that from happening by grabbing the event that is passed to my handle submit function and calling event.prevent default. Let me hit save and put this back to just a slash. We'll go ahead and I can just say testing and hit enter. And awesome, our form didn't refresh. Our URL didn't change, and we did get our form submitted running. Awesome. Okay, in order for us to do the next challenge, which is hopefully going to drive home the point that I'm trying to make in this lesson, I'm going to do a little bit of hand-waving coding. Again, if you're not familiar with this and it doesn't make sense, it's completely okay. Please don't be too concerned about it. My goal is to have you do a challenge where you take the ingredient that was typed into the input and try to add it to the ingredients list. In order to grab the ingredient that was entered into the input, I need to grab the form data that was submitted with the form that was submitted. In order to grab the text of the ingredient that the user put into the input box and submitted with the form, I need to grab that through form data. I can grab that form data on the form itself, and I can access the form DOM element itself through the event that was run when the handle submit function runs. So I can get the form data by creating a new instance of form data and passing the event.currentTarget. Then I can get the ingredient, so let's call it the new ingredient, by calling formData.get and then passing in the name, which is ingredient. This is the name of the input from my form. Let's go ahead and just console log new ingredient. We'll hit save. I'll type testing, hit enter, and check it out. We got our form submitted, of course. We can actually probably get rid of that console log. And we got our new ingredient, which is testing. That's pretty boring. Let's add, I don't know, what's a more exciting ingredient? Let's say jalapenos. Oh, come on, we can get an NA in there. Let's do that. Perfect. Okay, jalapenos. Again, this wasn't intended to be something that we actually learned in this lesson, so I went through it really quickly. Please don't be too concerned about it, but do be concerned with your upcoming challenge. Okay, this is the challenge that is really going to drive home the message that I'm trying to get to in this lesson. We have access to our new ingredient. Instead of console logging it, I want you to add it to our array of ingredients. After you've done that, I want you to add a console log of your ingredients, because, spoiler alert, what we might be hoping would happen, which is to have the page update with the new item that they added, it's not going to work. Now, this hint says that it's a one-liner solution, so don't overthink it. I guess technically it's 2 lines because I'm also asking you to console log the ingredients. Okay, let's get your hands on the keyboard again and work on this challenge. Okay, so inside of our handle submit, we might be thinking, well, I can just push to the ingredients array the new ingredient. We'll go ahead and, as asked, console log the ingredients array, and let's hit save. We'll put in our jalapenos, add ingredient. Let's look at what we got. And sure enough, it got added to the list. However, and maybe this was a really, really roundabout way to make this point, we clearly have not updated our page. In a more imperative system, like if we were not using React and just building this site with regular JavaScript accessing the DOM properties, we commonly would find ourselves pushing a new ingredient to the list of ingredients, and then either manually adding a new DOM element to our unordered list, or running some kind of function that does this operation, maps over the new updated ingredients list, and pushes all of those elements to the DOM. However, with the declarative nature of React, we don't want to have to do that. We want to be able to just update our data, or the list of ingredients, and have React recognize that change and reflect it on the page for us. So that's the ultimate goal. I know this was kind of long, but trust me, what we're about to learn is maybe the most important feature that you will learn as a beginner in React. So again, this was a very roundabout way to get to this point, but what we're about to learn, which is the concept of React state, is the key to making all of this work for us. State is one of the most important things that you will learn about React. And so I'm using that fact to justify all of the hoops that I had you jump through in this lesson. So get excited. We are finally about to jump into state and learn how we can harness a major part of the power that React brings to web development. Over my years of teaching React, I found that one of the major confusions stems from not understanding fully the difference between props, which we have talked about in the last section, and state, which we are just now learning about. So I want to spend a little bit of extra time understanding the differences between props and state, and we'll start the comparison by talking first about props. In React, when we talk about props, we're referring to the properties that are being passed down into a component in order for that component to work correctly, similar to how a function receives parameters from above. Another way you could word it is by saying that properties not only are being passed down into a component in order for it to work correctly, but almost in a sense in order to configure that component to work in the way that you want it to work or to display what you want it to display. An important point when it comes to props, and something that distinguishes it from state, is that a component that receives props is not allowed to modify those props. Using a more technical term, props are immutable or unchangeable. And when we stop to think about it, this makes a lot of sense. For example, if we have our classic addTwoNumbers function, we came to the conclusion that this function really is only useful to us if we're able to accept some parameters like numbers a and b. This is exactly what we're doing when we pass props down from above. Including parameters here, of course, makes it a much more flexible function that can do a lot more than just adding two hard-coded numbers, like if we were to say return 1 plus 2. Instead, as we've talked about a number of times, of course, I would use my parameters instead to make this function a lot more flexible to use with any number that I might want. This is the function definition, but the real values are being passed down when I call addTwoNumbers. This is where I might put my 1 and 2 in. And let's just go ahead and console log the results here. And of course, this is going to return to us 3. However, we need to think of these values as immutable, especially when it comes to props in React. Because as you would expect, it would be pretty strange for me as the first line of my function here to say, actually, the value that you gave me for a doesn't matter at all. I'm going to set that equal to something completely different. And then naturally, that's going to really mess up our function. The person using our function, addTwoNumbers, is going to expect the result to be 3, but instead they're going to receive a 44, which makes absolutely no sense. So just to be clear, don't do this, because the parameters coming in should be immutable. Similarly, in React, I wouldn't want to have a function, let's say it's our navbar, that receives props, and then to have any part of the body of my component say, well, I know you gave me a props dot, let's say, logo icon, but then we say, I don't really care what you gave me, so I'm going to set this equal to some other icon.png. This would be pretty confusing if we're expecting to receive a prop called logo icon, and when we use this navbar, we create an instance of it and we pass down a prop called logo icon, and we set it to, I don't know, I'm kind of stretching here, let's say spatula.png. Doing this, we're trying to configure our navbar so that it will use this specific logo icon, but the contents of our navbar component are saying, I don't care what you had, I'm going to set it equal to what I want it to be equal to. So just like above, don't do this. To be clear, this doesn't mean that whatever component is rendering your navbar couldn't have a value that changes. Like if you had a button on your site where the user could click it and it would change the logo in the navbar. I'm reaching a little bit with this example, but that would be completely okay. Changing the value that we're passing down to our navbar is a very normal thing in React. In the same way that when we're calling addToNumbers, I might be able to click a button and change the numbers that are being passed into this function. But specifically, the props that are coming in, or in this case, the parameters that are coming in, should not be changed in the body of the component. Okay, I think I might be beating a dead horse here, so let's move on, and now we'll talk about how state is different from props in that state is intended to change. So that's what we'll be covering next. If props are referring to the information that's being passed into a component for it to work correctly, or as we mentioned, to configure it, and if props are not meant to be changed from within the component that's receiving it, state, on the other hand, refers to any values that are managed by the component itself, kind of similar to any variables that are declared inside of a function. I say kind of similar because there is a difference, and we're going to talk about that in just a second. But it's important to note that anytime you have a changing value inside of your component that needs to be saved between renders, and more often than not, displayed or used as logic to figure out what needs to be displayed, you'll be using something called state within React. So even if the quick description that I gave here doesn't fully make sense to you, that's okay. I bet at the end of this section, if you were to come back to this lesson, it would suddenly start to make sense for you. There's a phrase that you might come across when it comes to understanding state in React, and that is that the view, or rather the user interface, the actual page that you get to see as a user, is a function of the state of your component. And there are three main points to consider here. First of all is this term called render. I've said it a couple times up until now, but you can think of the term render as simply running the function. Remember, all of our React components are simply functions, and we have to return some sort of JSX or user interface from that component. Well, when React runs into an instance of our component, in other words, if it sees something like this that looks like an HTML element, it's going to run our, in this case, app function. And that app function might create some functions within its body, it might set a couple variables, and usually, in the end, it will return some kind of view. Once React has run this app function, it's only going to run it again if either the props that it's receiving change somehow. Imagine if we were passing in a dark mode prop to our app component, and maybe it starts out as true, and then a user clicks a little toggle that switches it from dark mode to light mode, and then this would change to false. If that prop value changes, then React is going to rerun our app function, or in other words, it's going to re-render this app component. So that's one time that React will re-render or rerun that function, is if the props that it's receiving do change from above, or it will also re-render if internally it has a state value that changes. Now, a state value is different than just a random variable that you declare within the body of your function. You might remember when we had our favorite things list, we had just declared an array of strings, and changing that array did not update the view. And that's because that array was not being saved as a state value. It was simply saved as a variable within the component. And don't be confused, we really haven't talked much about the syntax behind how to create state yet, so we are going to get there, I promise. A second key point is that changing a local non-state variable does not cause React to re-render the component. I guess I kind of hinted at that at the end of point number 1. However, if you use a React-provided setState function in order to change a state value, not just a local non-state value, but an actual state value, calling that setState function will update the view. It will rerun the code in the function of your component. So that logically leads us to point number 3, where the view, or what the user sees, is simply a function of the state from within your application. If state changes, then React needs to rerun or re-render your component so that something new gets returned and replaces whatever used to be on the page. So you can see that this concept of state is really powerful in React. If we update our state, then React will automatically react to that updated state, and it will display a new view. It might not be super apparent on its face, but this is a really awesome thing as a web developer, because it means that we don't need to imperatively update the view ourselves. All we need to do is make sure that the state of our application, or you could kind of think of it as the data of our application, is as up to date as we want it to be. And as long as we do that, then React will handle the rest. It will update the view for us. It will change whatever parts of the DOM need to change as a reaction to the change in state. And we don't have to do any of that manual DOM manipulation, at least for the most part. A really simple, maybe overly simple analogy is of a light switch and a light bulb. A light switch represents the state of the, electricity in your room. If the light switch is turned off, there's no electricity running to its associated light bulb, and therefore the view is, a dark room, a light bulb that's off. If you change the state of the light switch by flipping the switch on, then the view will automatically update. In other words, the light bulb will turn on and the room will be illuminated. I think this is about as far as I can go with just explaining it. And so in the next scrim, we're going to dive right into the actual syntax. And I promise if what we covered here didn't make perfect sense, it's going to clear up as we get to see the syntax of it, see how it affects React, see how it's used within the React ecosystem, how changing state updates the view. All of that's going to make a lot more sense when we get our hands on the code and actually practice it. So let's jump right in. We saw in an earlier lesson that it's not going to work for us to simply create new variables here. Like, let's say we have a variable that we're calling state and we set it equal to the string yes. We can use this variable to display what gets shown here. So I'll just put state in its place and we'll see that we do get the value yes. And to be totally clear, if this were changeable and then right below it, I were to set it equal to something else like heck yes, this actually probably isn't going to look very good in there. This is technically okay. I'm not sure why I would do this, but I can hit save and we get heck yes. I don't want to say no because of course state is important to know. The problem comes when, as a response to a user interaction, I try to change the state. For example, if I were to add an onClick inside of my button, and maybe I have a function called handleClick, and all that did was change the state. Actually, let's have clicking the button change it to heck yes, like this. And we put handleClick down in our onClick. Let's hit save, and watch what happens. I'm going to click yes, and check it out. Nothing happens. This is exactly what we saw with our array of favorite things. Simply changing a local variable is not going to make React rerun our component. Or in other words, it's not going to make React react to the change of state and display the updated value that it has. Instead, we have to use a function that's provided by React to save these variables in an actual state as far as React is concerned. This is just a local variable, no matter what we decide to call it. To set up a variable that React will place in the view and re-render whenever that state changes, we need to pull in that function from React. A very common way that you'll see this is to import a destructured useState hook from the React library. In fact, I would bet that as you're looking at React code out in the wild, this is probably going to be how you'll see it the most often. However, just to be totally clear that this useState function is coming from the React library, I'm going to import the entire React library. This is a little less performant when it comes to tree shaking and not pulling in all the stuff that you don't need, although with modern build tools that doesn't matter, but if that makes no sense, don't worry about what I just said. But I just want to be clear, I'm going to be importing React and then using react.useState in order to access that function. And actually, let me clean up some of this extra stuff. We'll be adding some of it back, but for now, this will just clear up any confusion. Let's change this because we don't have state anymore. We'll change this back to a hard-coded yes. And okay, let's be curious, and we'll save the result that comes back from calling react.useState, and let's just log it to the console. Okay, interesting. What we get back is an array where the first value is undefined and the second value, well, Scrimba displays it as f parentheses, but it simply means that it's a function. Let's see what happens if when I call useState, I provide a value. Let's put a string hello and hit save. Okay, interesting. We get an array back, but this time instead of undefined for the first value, we get the string hello. When we pass in a value, when we're calling react.useState, it provides an initial state. So if we know that our component needs to start with the state with a certain value, then we can pass it in here. Great. Well, before we talk about the second value, the function that's being returned in our result, I'm going to give you a challenge. Okay, this challenge will require you to do some critical thinking. Your task is to replace our hard-coded yes right here with some state that you initiate inside of React.useState. And we don't want it to say hello, we want it to say yes. So go ahead and get started on this challenge. The first thing we need to do is not say hello, we'll go ahead and say yes. And secondly, instead of hard-coding yes here, we want to use curly braces so we can evaluate some JavaScript. And then currently we're saving this array that we get back from useState as this variable result. So we'll go ahead and say result, but we only care about the first item of the result array, so index 0. Quick aside for people who are already familiar with useState, yes, we're going to be changing how we're doing this. We pretty much never index into the array that gets back from useState, so don't worry too much about that. Let's clean up the challenge text because I'm confident this is going to work. And sure enough, we get our value yes, that is now a state value as opposed to a local variable value. We can test really quick that this is working. So if I change this to heck yes and hit save, sure enough, our state is correctly displaying there. And awesome. Okay, well, there's a couple of problems we have because first of all, changing the code like this in order to change the state isn't viable. It's not something the user can do. And also, this way of doing this is kind of clunky, so as I mentioned, we're going to learn a better way to reference our state and give power to the user so that when they interact with the page, they can update the state and therefore change what's in the view. So that's what's coming up next. When we call React.useState, we're receiving an array in return. And as we mentioned, it's a bit clunky to access the index of 0 of that array. So what we do more often is leverage array destructuring in JavaScript in order to get back what we actually need in order to give more meaningful names to what gets returned from our useState call. So let me go ahead and destructure this by putting a set of square brackets around it. And since we know that the resultant array has 2 items, I'm going to put a second item here. Let's just call it func for now because we know that it's a function that we're getting returned. Now that I'm destructuring this array, result is no longer an array, which means that I don't need to index into that array in order to get the value. I can simply call result. If you're feeling a bit lost when it comes to array destructuring, I would highly recommend taking a pause and doing a quick ChatGPT or Google search about array destructuring to see if you can better grasp what's going on. One thing that's nice about this being an array that we're receiving in return is that we can call this value whatever we want. And as long as I update my code to say whatever we want, it's going to work just fine. If what was getting returned by React.useState was an object instead, we wouldn't have the same flexibility. We would have to use our curly braces instead of our square brackets because it's coming back as an object, and then we would be forced to use whatever properties that object had when we're destructuring it. So having an array is really useful in that case because we want to give this a name that is more indicative of the state that we're trying to save. So maybe let's call it something like isImportant. And once again, we'll make sure that we update that in everywhere it exists. Of course, hitting save gives us the same result. Next, let's go ahead and tackle understanding what this function is and how it will play an important role in using state inside of our React components. We've seen a couple times already how we can't just set up a value like important, set it equal to yes, and then have some kind of user interaction like a button click that changes the value manually of important to something else. While it will change the value in memory, it's not telling React in any way to re-render the page. And in fact, this is even true of values that we save in state. Let's change this to a let so that we can manually change it to something different. We'll say isImportant equals heck yes. And if I hit refresh, it will show heck yes here, but it would never react to, for example, a button click if we wanted the user to be able to click a button on the page in order to update that state. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. Just take my word for it. I can hit refresh and see it says heck yes, but adding an on-click to try and change that will not update the screen just like we saw it before when we weren't even using state. However, the function that we get passed from React.useState, if we call this function and provide a new value, it will re-render the page. It will successfully update state and trigger React to re-render the page with the new state displayed. Let me hit save so that we don't have heck yes there anymore. And let's talk about the conventions for this function name, because just like is important, we get to choose what we call this function. And there's a really strong convention where we start the function name with the word set, as in we're setting a new value, and then you continue the name from the state variable itself. So it would be is important and set is important. I'm going to fix my I here so that it is capitalized just to make sure my camel casing is correct. And in order to use this function, I can simply call setIsImportant and provide the new value that I want. And I guess it's already yes, this will be heck yes. However, I'm not going to hit save, and let me tell you why. We talked about how running this function will update the state to the new value, and it will have React re-render our component. Re-rendering our component essentially just means it's going to run the code inside of our function. So I'm going to put a pause here to give you a chance to see if you can think through what would happen if I were to hit save and React were to render this component. Hopefully some of you actually took a chance to hit save and see what would happen. I'm going to hit save and we can see that we get an error that says too many re-renders. React limits the number of renders to prevent an infinite loop. Why do you think an infinite loop happened? Well, remember, when we call this function, React is going to update the state and re-render. Re-rendering means rerunning this code. Rerunning this code means calling this function, which then updates the state and re-renders, which updates the state and re-renders, and on and on and on. So let me comment this out, and we'll get our state app back into a working state. And now I'm going to provide a challenge for you. Okay, this challenge comes in two parts. First, I want you to create a function called handleClick that runs setIsImportant, and let's just give it the value of definitely for now. And then you'll add an event listener to the button so that it runs handleClick whenever the button is clicked. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. Okay, let's go ahead and create our function called handleClick. It's going to call the function that we were returned from useState, this state setting function, sometimes referred to as a setState function. We'll go ahead and call setIsImportant. And because I definitely don't want to put no here because state is very important to know, so we'll say definitely. Then down on my button, we'll give it an onClick event handler that calls handleClick, clear up our challenge text, and we'll hit save, and let's see what happens. I'll click this, and the styling is not really working out for us, but we can see that the state changed. Maybe let's go back to heck yes. Click, heck yes. And at this point, we've hit a bit of a dead end. We were successfully able to call the state setter function that we got back, which we chose to call setIsImportant. And in its simplest form, we were able to just provide a new value for state so that when the user clicks the button, it changes to that new value of state, re-renders, and displays the new value of state on the page. However, we're stuck because we can't get out of heck yes. If the user keeps clicking the button, obviously we have nothing else to change to. We've manually set it equal to the string heck yes. However, just because we're temporarily at a dead end doesn't mean we can't learning. So in the next lesson, we're going to get our hands on the keyboard a lot and do a series of challenges to try and help us reinforce the idea of state and setting state. You know, this whole section is all about state, and I think it might be useful for us to have a little app where you count how many times I'm going to say the word state in this entire section. But we do have an app that's a little bit more dynamic than what we were just seeing, and so this will be a good way for us to, step by step, practice setting up our state and practice including some event listeners where the user can change that state. So the first part of your challenge is to create some new state that will track our count value, where the initial value will be the number 0. And don't forget to replace the hard-coded 0 that we currently have with the state that you create as the first part of this challenge. Okay, go ahead and get started with this. To create some new state, we will simply call react.useState. We'll set an initial value of 0, and what this returns is an array, so we'll go ahead and destructure that array immediately when we receive it. First, we'll receive our count. And I guess you could call this something like state count, but let's just keep it simple and call it count. And the second thing is the setter function that they provide to us so that we can change that state and trigger a re-render in React. By convention, I will use the same name as my state, but I'll start it with the word set. So I'll say set count. And lastly, I can use my new count variable right here. And I'll hit refresh. This won't change much for us because we still don't have any interactivity with our buttons. But if I do change the initial value, like setting it to 10, awesome. Okay, we can see 10 showing up there. Let's go back to 0 for our starter point. Okay, let's jump to the second part of this challenge. I want you to create a function that's called add that will run when the plus button is clicked, and for now it can just console log the string add or something like that. No need to worry about changing state quite yet. As a reminder, it's a pretty strong convention to create any functions that your component will need to run inside of your function, but above the return. So instead of coming outside of your function up here and creating a function called add, you would want to do that inside your function, probably below where you're creating state. So right here. Okay, take it away. Okay, let's add a function called, well, add. And for now, the body of it will just console log the text add. And then on our plus button, which is, let's see, not this one, that's the minus. This is our plus button right here. We'll go ahead and add an on click and set that equal to add. All right, let's hit save and clicking the plus. Good, should console log add. Perfect. Add, add, add. And minus, of course, does nothing quite yet. Okay, this brings us to the next challenge. Up until this point, we've touched a little bit on what you could do in order to update the count, although we haven't explicitly talked about how we could do something like this, where every time they click it, a different value gets displayed. In other words, in the past, we've done a thing where we said something like set count and then hard-coded the number 1 in there, or I think in the last example, we had changed the text to heck yes for it being important to learn state. But of course, that meant that every single time we click the button, it just kept resetting the state to the same value. So that brings us to this challenge where I want you to see if you can figure out a way so that when you click plus multiple times, it will continue to increment the number. So give it your best shot, see if you can figure out how to do this challenge. Okay, hopefully that challenge went okay. All I need to do is call set count, and then for the value that I pass in here, it turns out I do have access to what the current value is with count, and so I'll go ahead and put in count. But I don't want it to set to the current count, I want it to set to one above the current count, so I'll say count plus 1. Let's hit save, we can hit plus, and awesome, this is working. Now, I do want to address a common misconception with beginners in React, and that is those of you that tried to do count plus plus. First of all, if we try to run this, we'll see that when I click plus, we get an error that says you can't assign to a constant variable. So you might have gone up here and said, well, let's change it to let. And I'll hit save. And look at this. I get some pretty funny behavior. I'm clicking it 2 times, and only after clicking it 2 times will it actually increment. Let's see what happens if we were to put the plus plus before the count. In case you're not familiar with that trick, it simply increments 1 to count before returning it, and so the value becomes the new incremented version. So let's hit save, and okay, technically this is working, but I don't want you to get too used to this, because this is a big no-no in React. Remember, doing count plus plus is the same as doing count equals count plus 1. And in React, whenever you want to change state, you will never, ever, ever change it directly in the way that we're doing here, where you say, here's my state variable, set it equal to something different. It's a big no-no in React, so try to remember that if you are ever modifying the value directly, then you're doing it wrong. On the contrary, saying count plus 1, it's not directly modifying count, it's simply providing the new value that we want our count to have to set count, which will then update state, re-render the component, and display everything correctly. Let me go ahead and change this back to a const. In fact, that should have been our first red flag when it was warning us that we were trying to change a constant. Hit save, and we're back to the way we were before, but at least now we're doing it the correct way. Okay, that brings us to the last challenge. Your challenge is to add functionality to the minus button. Of course, the functionality that it should add is to decrease the count by 1. Give this one your best shot. I'm doing essentially what I had in the add function, so I'm just going to duplicate my logic there. We'll change this to maybe subtract. I'll change this to -1, and then we will add an on-click. Actually, let me just copy this whole thing. We'll add that directly to our minus button and change this to the subtract function. Hit save, and awesome, we're going up and down. Perfect. Awesome work. It's great to get our hands on the keyboard and be practicing this. We had a lot of practice in this one. If you need, it's completely okay to go back and redo all of these practices from scratch. If you really want to add a little extra challenge, this would be a great time to come through and just delete all of the code that we've written regarding state and see if you can create it again from scratch. I won't leave you in a broken state like this, so I'll put it back, but just remember that you're here to learn, and learning comes through lots of practice. Once you're ready, we're going to move forward and see another way that we can use our state setter function. The way we have our code structured right now, it's technically working just fine. I can hit plus, it's incrementing, I can hit minus, it's decrementing. And the way we're doing this is by calling our state setter function, which we're calling setCount, and providing a new value for the state that we want it to have. Once we call setCount, it will change the state to the new version that we provide, and it will re-render with count now being that new version that we provided. However, there is another way we can use our state setter function, setCount in this case, where instead of providing the new value, we provide a callback function. In the body of this callback function, we need to return the new value that we want state to be on the next render of this component. If I were to essentially recreate exactly what I had before, I would just return count plus 1, which is basically no different than what I had. And we can hit save and see this is working as we might expect. However, the difference comes in the fact that this callback function is going to be passed the old value of the state before your setCount function ran. And so what I can do is take this old value, and instead of using count, which is my state variable, I can use the temporary version, which is old value, in place of what used to be count. I'll hit save, and we'll see this is also working. Now, instead of old value, I like to use prev and then the name of my state variable, so prev count in this case. This is a fairly common convention that I have seen quite a bit in the code, and it's one that I try to adhere to. I think it's a little bit more clear what state value we're dealing with. And at first glance, it might look like this is just a ton of extra work. But if I take advantage of the more terse syntax of arrow functions, I can simply say prev count, and then an arrow to return prev count plus 1. And in the end, it's not terribly different than what we had before. So why exactly are we doing this? Let me actually type this out as a written note for those of you that are maybe more visual learners. It'll give you something to refer back to and read through as we talk about it together. So a general rule of thumb is that if you ever need the old value of your state in order to help you determine what the new value of state should be after calling your setState function, or in our case we're calling it setCount, then it's a good idea to pass a callback function to your state setter function instead of using the state value directly like we're doing down here still. The callback function that you pass to it will receive the old value of state as its parameter, which allows you to then determine the new value of your state. This is going to seem a little bit crazy. Let me bring this back down to 0. Let's hit save. And I'm going to show you a difference that doing this makes, even though honestly it's not something you're likely going to run into very often. Let's go ahead and duplicate this line 3 times, and I'm going to duplicate the old version that we have down here 3 times as well. I'll hit save, and I want you to think, what do you expect will happen if I call the add function, or rather if I click the plus button, which then calls the add function, and when I hit the minus button, which calls the subtract function? Well, you would think that it would increment it 3 times if we hit the plus button, and check it out. It does. We immediately go up to 3. However, if I hit the subtract button, we only go down 1 time. All 3 of these set counts get batched together. The reason and specifics as to why are a bit outside the scope of this course, but this is a admittedly overly simplistic example of how using a callback function, if you need access to the old value of state to determine the new value of state, helps behave kind of the way that you might expect, whereas using the state value directly doesn't. Now, I don't want this to be anything that hangs anybody up. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. I simply wanted to show that there is a slight difference in the way that React handles the two. But again, for a majority of the time, you won't notice the difference, but this is a good rule of thumb to stick by, and it's the internal rule I'm going to use for myself as we continue through this course. Okay, that was a lot of talking. Let's do a challenge. Simply enough, your challenge is to update the subtract function so that it uses a callback function instead of using the state directly to determine the new state. Go ahead and give this a shot. We took a kind of roundabout way to arrive at what we have currently for our add function, but we can see that if I simply say prev count, arrow, prev count -1, we really only had a few extra characters to type, and now we have adhered to a little bit of a better practice anytime we're setting state that relies on the old value of state. I'm going to clean up this challenge text, but I'll leave this note here for anybody who wants some additional reading. And again, this would be a great time if you really want to challenge yourself to just come through and delete everything and see if you can recreate it from scratch. And I really mean that that's something you should do. It's not just me saying that would be nice if you did it. I mean, you should do this. Again, you're here to learn this stuff deeply, not just to passively watch me teach you about it and kind of think to yourself, yeah, I think I get it. Prove to yourself that you get it by doing it. It's not just going to give you those warm fuzzies when you actually complete it and everything's working. It's also going to strengthen you as a developer in React. And frankly, assuming you plan to look for a job, it's going to make you a more viable job candidate. There's so many benefits to getting your hands on the keyboard and practicing. It would just be a tragedy if you skipped through all of these practices instead of doing them. And finding ways to challenge yourself outside of the challenges that I give you. All right, stepping off my soapbox again. I think we have thoroughly covered the concept of state, so it feels like it's time for a little quiz. Okay, it's time for another quiz. As always, I'm going to insert a pause here. I want you to click in and actually type down your answers to these questions. Taking quizzes like this is scientifically proven to improve your ability to retain this information and recall it at a later time. So don't skip answering these questions. Okay, I'll hand it over to you. All right, number 1, you have 2 options for what you can pass into a state setter function like the setCount function that we had in our counter app. So what are those 2 different options? Well, for one, we can simply pass the new version of state that we want to replace the old version of state. This works great for any kind of state where we don't care what the old version of state used to be. We simply want to set it to some new value that has nothing to do with the old value. Later in the section, we'll be talking a bit about forms, and we're going to see where we make use of that. There's also lots of other applications for this first way of updating state. The second way is to pass a callback function to our setState function. This callback function needs to return what we want the new value of state to be, and this callback function is going to receive the old version of state as a parameter. And the purpose of that parameter is to then help us determine what the new value of state should be. Okay, numbers 2 and 3, I think we kind of touched on these already, but when would you want to pass the first option from the answer above? In other words, simply passing the new version of state that we want it to become. And this would happen anytime we don't care what the previous value was. We simply want to set a new value. And naturally and conversely, number 3, when would we pass the second option? It's the exact opposite. It's whenever we do care about the previous value of state, and we need it in order to help us determine what the new value of state should be. Okay, hopefully that was pretty straightforward. If not, that's okay. Maybe go back through this quiz again and see if the repetition will help out. Once you feel good about this, let's keep moving forward. At this point, it's going to be really helpful for us to review the ternary operator in JavaScript. If you feel like you've already got a good handle on it, then this challenge should come pretty easily to you. If not, then I'd recommend going over to the MDN docs on the conditional operator, also known as the ternary. You can click the screenshot here to go directly to the documentation on that. We'll be using it in this pretty simplified example. This makes a slight tweak to our app from before. Now it asks if we feel like going out tonight. We're not using any kind of state here. We're not handling the click of the button to change that state or anything like that. We're simply practicing the ternary here. So your challenge is to replace the if-else that's right here with using a ternary right here on line 8 instead. We have a variable called isGoingOut, and we have a variable called answer, which will contain the text. If isGoingOut is true, then the answer will be yes. If it's false, then the answer will be no. It's being displayed down here in the center of the button. Again, don't worry about clicking the button to change the answer or anything like that. You'll simply include your ternary here, hit save, and it should show the correct answer there. And then of course you can test it by changing this to false to make sure that your code is working. Okay, it's your turn. If you're not as familiar with the ternary, that's okay. We can see that the syntax actually consists of 2 different parts. One is a question mark and the other is a colon. And it's really just a simplified way to have an if-else statement in a single line. So what I can do is I can say I want answer to equal, and then first we're going to check if isGoingOut is true. So we'll say isGoingOut equals true. And if it is true, then what I want answer to equal is the string yes. So that's essentially my if. If this condition evaluates the true, then this is what should get returned. My else is going to be separated with a colon, and then I'll have my string no. Now you can actually nest ternaries multiple levels down as a way to replace an if, else if block. But I personally find that a little bit more difficult to understand and follow, so I tend to stick to a ternary if I simply have an if-else statement. But otherwise, it's totally fine to use an if-else if or a switch even. So let's go ahead and get rid of our old code here. We can see it's quite a bit simplified. First, let's make sure that everything is working. So I'll hit save, and sure enough, we get yes. If we change this to false, we get no. Okay. Now there is another way that I can simplify this just a little bit more. We know that isGoingOut is already a Boolean, and so I don't necessarily need to equate it to the Boolean true. I can simply say isGoingOut, and that's already going to be the Boolean that I need. So we hit save, we see no, we change false to true, and we get yes. And actually, because I'm not block scoped anymore with the curly braces of my if-else, I could change this to a const if I wanted. Now, in this case, I've set aside a separate variable just to figure out what the string should be, and then I'm rendering that variable down inside the return of my component. But there's another way to do this, and that is to simply move my ternary into my component itself, and it will figure it out on the fly. This should be a pretty straightforward challenge, but we'll go ahead and keep our fingers warm so that you can keep learning. Your challenge is to move the ternary directly inside of the JSX. Remember, once I go into my curly braces inside my JSX, I can run any JavaScript expression that returns a value that makes sense in this context. So go ahead and give this challenge a shot. Simply enough, I no longer need my answer variable. I'm just going to take this expression and put it right in place of answer. We'll go ahead and clean this up and the challenge text too. And awesome, this is quite a bit simpler than what it was before. This might seem a little bit out of place, but we're going to see in the next lesson why this is helpful for us. This challenge will be a collection of the past few things that we've been learning. We're going to make it so that our users can actually click the button and change the answer from yes to no or no to yes. So your challenge is first to initialize some state. For the isGoingOut, we'll initialize it as a Boolean. You can choose true or false, I guess, depending on what your mood is like right now. Then, and the language I'm using is a little bit vague, I want you to make it so that clicking the button will flip that Boolean value from true to false or false to true. And then right now I just have this back as a hard-coded yes. You're going to display yes if isGoingOut is true and no if it's false. Okay, I believe in you. Give this your best shot. First, we need to initialize some state, so we'll need to import, and as a reminder, we could just import the useState function from React. This is a very common way that you'll see this done. As I mentioned before, I'm going to actually import the entire React library just so that I can use React.useState only for the purpose of keeping it clear that this is a function that comes from React. I'll initialize the value to true. Well, who am I kidding? I don't really feel like going out tonight. Let's set this as false. And what gets returned is an array, so we will destructure that array. When we save it in variables, we'll say isGoingOut, and then by convention, I'll start my setter function with the word set isGoingOut. Okay, awesome. And you know what? I think I'm actually going to skip to this last one. It's completely fine if you didn't do that, but I want to display this as either yes or no, depending on my value of isGoingOut. And to do that, I'm just going to do an inline ternary like we just did in the last lesson. So I'll say isGoingOut question mark. In other words, if isGoingOut is true, then I want it to display yes, but otherwise I want it to display no. Let's see if this is working. I had said false, so let's see if it changes to no, and perfect. Okay, let's see. Let's buy ourselves some room here. We got done with those parts of the challenge. Now we need to make it so that clicking the button actually flips that Boolean value. Similar to how we are just doing this inline expression, if we want to, we can add our onClick function handler directly inside of the curly braces that we have here. I'm going to start by doing this, and then I think we'll see in a second why my personal preference is to put these functions up above the return section of our component. So I can just do this as an inline arrow function. And when the button is clicked, I want it to call setIsGoingOut. And if you remember, we just learned how there's two different options I have when I'm calling my state setter function. I can either provide the new value that I want state to have, or I can provide a callback function. Now I want to synthesize the quiz that we recently took and give you a chance to think through this. Which of those two versions do we want to use in this case? Well, we can simply ask ourselves, do we need to know what the old value is in order to determine the new value? And in this case, yes, we need to know if it was false so that we can flip it to true, or if it was true so that we can flip it to false. And I guess it's kind of a mixed answer, because the truth is I have a way to just flip a Boolean to its opposite. So what I can do is say it's not is going out, and that should get the job done. In fact, let's test that out. We'll hit save, we have no, we click it, and it says yes, okay, it's working. So you know what, maybe this is a little bit of a gray area in that question of do we need the old value or not, because we do need the old value, and I can just access the old value, and this will work fine. Maybe for completeness sake, we'll also see what this looks like to use an inline function. And you know what, I can already see this is getting a little bit crazy. We have our inline click handler function, and that is calling setIsGoingOut, which is taking a function. And I don't know about you, but this is maybe one level too much of inception for me. I think it's going to be clearer to move this outside of our return. So let's create a function and call it something like changeMind. And we'll take what we have here. Let's see, how far do we need to go? All these curly braces and parentheses are also really confusing when it's inline like that. And okay, I missed one. We'll clear out everything in here except that outer set of curly braces and simply call changeMind. This puts my mind much more at ease than what we had before. Okay, so if I'm going to use the callback function version of my state setter, then I can get the prev state, and maybe just for brevity, we'll just call it prev, and I can just immediately return the opposite of prev. Hit save, and no, yes, no, yes, no. Awesome. Let's clean up this challenge text. And one last thing I want to do before we move on is address this button. First of all, I admit this is not a very good user experience with our silly little learning app here. It feels weird to click no and have that be the way to change the answer. So if you're designing a real website with a user interface, maybe don't choose a button that clicking it will flip it to its opposite value. But since that's where we are right now, one thing that will be really important for us is to address the accessibility of this button. I'm going to put some of these values on their own lines so that we can add an ARIA label. To anyone using assistive technologies like a screen reader, the purpose of this button is going to be pretty opaque, and so I'm going to include an ARIA label that will both clarify what the state of this button currently is and describe what will happen if you click it. So I can say something like the current answer is, and then I'll just stuff in the yes or no value that we're determining right here. So actually I can just copy my ternary and put it right there. So that's what the current answer is, and I could say something like click to change it. Little additions like this make a huge difference for a number of people, so this is an important thing to keep in mind while we're developing our code. Frankly, I should have included this earlier or probably just changed our button to something like an H2. So this might be a little bit overdue. Glad that we're adding it in now. Okay, great job with these challenges. If you did find yourself struggling to complete that challenge, then this is one of those perfect opportunities to take a break, go back a couple lessons, review what we've learned, try to practice them again from scratch, and eventually you'll get to this point you'll be able to do this challenge with no problems, and that's a great time to pat yourself on the back, go take a walk, get an ice cream, do something celebratory, because we've made some awesome progress here. Once you're ready, we'll keep moving forward. Up until now, the examples of state we've been using have used pretty primitive values like booleans or strings. But a very common thing that you'll find yourself doing is including more complex data like arrays and objects in your state variables. And it warrants a little extra attention to see how we can update more complex state like arrays and objects. So let's start with arrays. And hey, this looks familiar. This is the little app we were using when we first started learning how we can't just save the values we want to display on the screen in local variables, like trying to do this, but instead, if we want those values to display on the screen and to update when we change those values, we need to use React State. So we'll get started with a quick challenge. I want you to convert the code below so that instead of using this my favorite things array in a local variable, You should instead create some state and set that state as an initial value of an empty array. Don't worry right now about the add favorite thing function. We'll get to that soon. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. I'm going to save this variable name, so I'm actually going to destructure what will get returned from our array. We'll go ahead and also include our set my favorite things. And instead of this being an empty array, we're going to use React.useState. And we'll put that empty array as the initial value. And then, of course, I need to import React because I'm not currently doing that. So we'll import React from React. Okay, I think hitting save should be fine. Of course, add item doesn't quite yet work. I can do a quick test of this by taking maybe a couple items from the all favorite things sort of database of favorite things there and just sticking them here inside of my use state. And sure enough, okay, hitting refresh shows raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens. Perfect. I'm going to undo that just so we don't get duplicated items when we do start adding to the array. Okay, none of that was technically new, but the reason that I wanted to record this scrim is so that we can see how we can make updates to our array. Well, at first it can be tempting to simply say, well, I know how to add something to an array. I can say myfavorithings.push. However, there's a couple things wrong with this. First of all, even if we do try to put something in here like a test, we can see it's not actually working. And the reason is because simply modifying the state value directly doesn't also trigger a re-render in React. There's something special about the setter function that we receive when we're calling React.useState that does trigger a re-render in React. So I'm curious, if I were to maybe console log my favorite things and try this out, we'll see that sure enough, it is adding those items to our array, but because we're not using the set my favorite things function, it's not triggering a re-render. There's something else that's wrong with this though, besides the fact that it's just not updating what we see on the screen. And that is that it's a pretty hard and fast rule in React that you never ever want to directly modify state. Using something like .push, it's a destructive action to arrays. It modifies the original array. It doesn't just return a new array with that modification, it actually modifies the original one. And just like when we had a variable called count and we decided we never wanted to do count plus plus, even if it was inside a state setter function like setCount, we talked about how this is a replacement for count equals count plus 1. And saying count equals something different is just a bad idea in React. Similarly, using something like myfavorithings.array.push is always a bad idea in React, assuming myfavorithing is a state variable. Okay, so to modify anything in state, as we know, we have to use the setter function that we receive, so we'll use setMyFavoriteThings. Okay, so I'm sure you remember we have two different options we have to decide between when it comes to using this state setter function. Do we want to provide just a bare new value, or do we want to provide a callback function? I'm actually going to put in a pause here so you have a chance to think through this. Which of those two options do we want to do in this case? We provide a new value if we don't care about the old value at all. We provide a callback function if we do care about what the previous value of state was, or in other words, if we need to use the previous value of state to help us determine the new value of state. And in this case, we want to start adding items from the all favorite things to our favorite things or my favorite things array. And so we need to remember what was already in the list in order to not only determine which of the new items we want to add, but also so we will continue to display the old items as we add new items to our list. So we'll go ahead and include a callback function, and we'll just call the previous state maybe previous fav things or prev fav things. That's kind of a mouthful. We'll include our arrow, and now we need to think, how are we going to update this array without modifying the original one? Because I still wouldn't want to say prev fav things.push, even though it kind of seems like I'm accessing a different array. This is a reference to our original favorite things array, or my favorite things array. So this is also not something we want to do. But in true functional programming fashion, the way that I can update the array in React is by providing a brand new array. And then I can use all of the items from the previous array, and then I can start this array out by taking all of the items using this spread operator from the previous favorite things array. And then I can add my, let's just put this in angle brackets so that you know this isn't the real syntax. I'll put in my new item here. What this does is it accesses the previous version of my favorite things array, and it returns a brand new array. So it's not going to be modifying the existing my favorite things array. It's returning a brand new array that includes all of the items that were previously there, plus the new item that I want to add. Just for test's sake, I'm going to just include the string test here. And we can see that this is working. Awesome. It's of course not interacting with the all favorite things array yet, but we're going to get there in just a second. However, because I did kind of just blow through this and didn't ask you to put any critical thought into this, surprise, I have another quick challenge for you. Okay, I cleaned up the old challenge text, moved it down here, and your challenge is, I shouldn't be doing this, you should be doing it. Every time the Add Item button is clicked, it should add another string test to the list on the page like we just saw it doing. See if you can remember what we did. Before you just scrub back and see how I did it, think critically. Spend at least 3 or 5 minutes trying to figure it out. See if you can remember what we did. Hopefully this is a good wake-up call for anyone who was maybe passively watching. Okay, I'll hand it over to you. Anytime we want to change state, we need to use our state setter function. So the first thing I'll do is call setMyFavoriteThings. I need access to my previous array, and so the safest way to do that is to use a callback function. I'll just stub out this empty inline arrow function now. This callback function is going to receive the previous state. Maybe we'll go ahead and call this prev_fav_things, even though again, that's quite a mouthful. And we'll use an implicit return here so we can get rid of our curly braces, and we are going to return a new array that includes all of the prev_fav_things and adds test to the list. Now don't be too confused, we're not yet using these emojis, so the first time I click add item, I'm starting with an empty array and then adding the string test. The second time I'm clicking add item, I'm starting with an array that has just the single string test in it, and I'm adding a second one, and then a third one, and so forth. Let's see how we're doing. We'll hit save, add item, awesome, it's showing up. Of course, we have key issues because we're not having any repeated items here, but now we are having repeated items there. That's okay for now. Awesome work. This wasn't a super simple challenge, so hopefully it wasn't too frustrating. Kudos if you were able to write this without even looking back, but it's completely okay if you did have to go back and study again. Okay, let's clean up this text so we buy ourselves some room back, and I'm actually going to put this on its own lines just so that it's a little bit easier to read. And oh, looks like formatting bumped everything out. That's great, that's okay. Okay, so I'm actually going to do this part because it deals with indexing into this all favorite things array. Honestly, this is not really something you'll find yourself doing in React, so I don't want this to become a challenge. I'm going to use the prev_fav_things array to figure out what index in the all favorite things array I want to add the new item from. So when the prev_fav_things array has nothing in it, it's going to be the index of 0, which is the same index of the new item in all favorite things that we want to add. So I'm just going to say all favorite things at the index of prev_fav_things.length. Again, this is sort of where this example starts to break down because this is not something you'll find yourself doing super often. Because React is just a lot of JavaScript, this is kind of a fun challenge at the same time. Let's cross our fingers, hit save, and see what we have. We'll go ahead and add items, raindrops on roses, whiskers on kittens, bright copper kettles, and warm woolen mittens. Awesome. Please, Disney, don't sue me. Awesome work on these challenges. Updating an array in state is something you'll find yourself doing quite often in React, so this is a great thing for us to learn and a great thing for you to practice as much as you can. Next, we're going to take a look at how we can update another complex data type in state, which is objects. All right, finally, at long last, we're back here with our Chef Claude app, and now we're armed with the knowledge that we need to make this work. As you might remember where we left off, we just had this local array of ingredients, and we tried to do an ingredients.push to push the new ingredient onto that array, and of course we saw that it didn't update our view. Now we understand that React doesn't update the view when just little local variables like this change. Instead, we have to put these values in state. Then, as long as we use the state setter function that React gives to us, we can change the data and rely on React to update our view to reflect the new updated data to our users. So your challenge is to do exactly that. Update our app so that when the user enters a new ingredient and submits the form, it will add that new ingredient to our list. I added a note down here. Just like before, I don't want you yet to worry about what's going on in these two lines of data. Just take the new ingredient and be grateful that you don't have to know this. No, I'm totally kidding. We're going to cover this later. By the way, when you work on this, you don't have to begin the array with these 3 items. You can put whatever you want. It can be empty. You can add a couple just to make sure it's working, whatever you want. So go ahead and get started on this challenge. All right, let's go ahead and import React so that we can pull in state. And watch this trickery. I'm not even going to delete this line. I'm just going to refactor it to useState. So we'll say ingredients, set ingredients, and that's going to be equal to react.useState. And then we will wrap our array. And let me make this small for a second. I think I'm going to keep this empty, actually. Yeah, we'll just keep it empty for now. Okay, so it's being saved in state. I think I can hit refresh, and everything should still be working. Awesome. Of course, we lost our items because we removed them from the array. You might have noticed also that I did remove the ingredients.push line because, as we've learned, we do not want to directly modify any of our state variables. We always need to do it through calling the stateSetter function. So at the end of my handle submit right here, I'm going to call set ingredients, and I do need to know the previous list of ingredients so that I can use that list in my updated list. So we'll say previous ingredients, and this will be a function, and I can just return a new array that's going to include all of the previous ingredients, and it's going to stick the new ingredient right there at the end. So geez, in the end, we really just added one line of code and refactored this line of code. Let's clean up our challenge text. We'll hit save, and moment of truth. Let's say we have some chicken. Awesome, chicken ends up right there. Now, of course, our form is not emptying. We're going to address this a little bit later when we talk about forms. So for now, I just kind of have to annoyingly delete the old entry myself. Let's say we have some limes and maybe some salsa. Awesome. Great work on this challenge. Chef Claude and myself are really happy with your progress in this section so far. So we had a chance to apply what we just learned about updating arrays in state. Next, we're going to see what it takes to update a different complex object in state, which is objects. Now let's take a look at what it's like to save objects in state. We have an example of a little contact card here, and we're holding an object in state which represents the information for this particular contact. The first 4 properties are all pretty self-explanatory. They display the actual information, first name, last name, phone number, and email. This last one is favorite. We are going to ignore dealing with that for now, at least in this first challenge. But ultimately, it's going to determine whether this star is an empty star or a filled star. But before we get there, I want to give you a challenge where you're going to fill in the values that are currently being hard-coded. So we've got the name, phone number, and email. And instead use the values that are being saved in this object in state from that we're currently calling contact. So go ahead and get started on this challenge. Of these 4 properties, the trickiest one might have been the name because we're saving the first name and the last name under different properties. All I really need to do is do a set of curly braces, and we'll pull in the first name by doing contact.firstname. And then outside of the curly braces, I can do an actual space. Because we're outside the curly braces, this will represent an actual space in the text. And then I'll do another set and add my last name. The tricky thing about this challenge is I'll hit save and it will look like nothing changed, but now it's using the dynamic values from our state. Okay, then we'll go ahead and just do the same thing for our phone number, contact.phone, and our email address, which was contact.email. Hit save, and awesome. Okay, now let's deal with the isFavorite property. And ultimately, our goal is so that we can click the star icon and it will flip the value in state from true to false or false to true. And following the declarative nature of React, it will also update the actual icon here from an empty star to a filled star, and vice versa. We're going to do that actually in 2 parts. So for the last challenge in this lesson, we'll be making it so that the icon of the star will represent whatever the current value of state is. So if this is false, it will be an empty star, and if it's true, it will be a filled star. Let me actually type that out as a challenge. Okay, so your challenge is to use a ternary so that you can determine which of the 2 star images, which we're importing by the way, so either this star filled value variable or this star empty variable should be used based on the value of contact.isFavorite. For now, you can just test how things are working by manually flipping this to true. And of course, when you do that, it should update the star to be the filled in star. So your ternary will be here. I'm going to be a little bit vague on the rest that you should be working on because I think you'll be able to figure it out. So I'm going to pass it over to you to work on this challenge. Okay, let's put in our ternary here, and we are going to be looking at contact.isFavorite. And if it's a truthy value, in this case it will actually be the Boolean value of true or false, then we want it to be star filled. Because I have this set as a variable as I'm importing it, it should just work out as far as becoming my image source. And otherwise, I want it to be star empty. Let's clean up this challenge text. And lastly, I need to take this star icon and come down to my image source where it used to be hard-coded as star empty, and now we'll use whatever the value of star icon is. Let's hit save. And okay, we're empty. We are not yet set up to make this click actually flip the value there. We're going to be getting to that very soon. But for now, let's change this hard-coded value to true, hit save, and awesome, we have a filled star. Okay, well, while you were changing the star icon in our image source, you might have noticed that we have an alt attribute here, which has a hard-coded value saying empty star icon. We also have an accessibility property called aria pressed, which is defaulted to false. And actually, you know what, this button should also have an aria label associated with it because this button doesn't have any text that makes it obvious what clicking it will do. So staying in line with the assumption that everything is not favorited currently, this I guess would say something like add to favorites. However, we want all of these values, the aria pressed, the aria label, and the image alt to change all based on the current value of contact.isFavorite. So before we move on and learn how we can programmatically flip this by clicking the button, let's go ahead and do a challenge that updates those things as well. Okay, in this challenge, I've given you the tasks that you need to complete, but I'm not going to give you any starter code or any hints as to what to do, because I believe at this point you should be able to accomplish these things. Again, the reason that we're doing this extra work is so that we can really take advantage of React's declarative nature, where the state that we're maintaining up above is what determines the display and the functionality of some of these elements on the page. So give this one your best shot, and we'll come back and do it together afterward. Okay, I think the aria pressed is probably the easiest because it should track one for one with whatever the value of contact.isFavorite is. This button is going to be represented as a pressed button to assistive technologies if the contact is favorited, and that just kind of makes sense. With the aria label, I can either say add to favorites or remove from favorites. And we've seen an example where we're doing our ternary up here. I think I'm also going to show an example of just doing an inline ternary here. I'll use a set of curly braces instead of my quotation marks so that I can evaluate some JavaScript, and we'll take a look at contact.isFavorite. We'll put our question mark, and if it's truthy, we want this to say, let's see, if it's favorite, then we want it to say remove from favorites because it's already favorited, and otherwise we'll say add to favorites. And then we can just do the exact same thing with our image alt. We'll surround this in a set of curly braces. We'll check contact.isFavorite. And if so, then we want it to say filled star icon. But otherwise, it should say empty star icon. Most of this functionality is stuff that just sits a little bit behind the scenes and is only really viewable if you're looking at the source code or if you're using assistive technology. So I think we might just have to assume that it's working, and we'll clean up this challenge text, and we're in a pretty good place. However, most of this has just been prepping for what we're actually here to learn, which is how we can update our state when what's being saved in state is an object. We're going to see in the next lesson why that might not be as simple as we think and how we can go about doing it. We've set up our markup so that it will react to the changes in state, and this is exactly what we want. The only thing we're missing is the user interactivity with this star icon. The goal is, of course, to be able to click the star icon and have it flip from true to false or false to true, and by having it flip, I mean the isFavorite property on our contact object. So down here in our toggle favorite, this is where I would probably want to use my set contact. And we have to think to ourselves, do I need to know the previous contact in order to determine what the new contact is? And the answer is yes. I need to know what the isFavorite property was so that I can flip it from its old value to the, well, opposite of its old value. So we'll go ahead and use a callback function in here, and we'll grab the previous contact, and we will return an object. And the contents of this object can be a little bit tricky, so that's why we have a dedicated lesson for this. It can be tempting to think that I'm changing the isFavorite property, so I'm going to return an object that has not the current isFavorite value, but looks at the opposite of prevContact.isFavorite. And there is a bug with the way that we've written it here. Before hitting save, and even before testing it out, I'm going to insert a pause here and give you a chance to see if you can figure out what the problem is with the way that we currently have it written. Remember, in my callback function for my stateSetter function, the goal is to return a replacement state. And in this case, my state is an object that has 5 properties: first name, last name, phone, email, and isFavorite. However, what I'm returning is not an object with 5 properties, but an object with only 1 property, which means, let me go ahead and hit save. When I click my star icon, all of the other information disappears. However, it does look like our star is working as we might expect. I can flip it back and forth. It's correctly pulling in the opposite of what it previously was, but of course our contact is now just an object with 1 property. The best way for me to make sure that I copy all of the old properties is to simply spread in everything from the previous contact. And then I will include a new version of isFavorite. If you're feeling a little bit rusty on the object spread syntax like we have here, it's essentially like taking the old version that we had up here and just copying and pasting it down. We'll indent this correctly. And what we're returning is a new object that has all of the properties from the old one: first name, last name, phone, email, and the old isFavorite. But then we're overriding that isFavorite property with the opposite of what it used to be. And believe it or not, this is not a syntax error in JavaScript. It will simply take the last one that's declared. If you have multiple instances of the same key in an object, it will just take the last one that's declared and use that value as the final value for the object. Now, we don't actually want this hard-coded because we don't at any given time know what these values are going to be. So we'll come back to using our spread syntax here. Let's hit save. We have all our information back because it's a fresh render of this component. And moment of truth, let's click the star, and awesome, it's flipping back and forth as we would expect. Perfect. Okay, well, I would be doing you a disservice if I didn't give you a chance to write this, so I do have a quick challenge for you. Your challenge is simply to rewrite what we just did. If you're not entirely sure how you should do this, then I would recommend, rather than just skipping the exercise altogether and watching me do it for you, scrub back in the lesson and get a refresher on how we did it, and then come back to this challenge and try it again for yourself. All right, it's your turn to shine. Take it away. We need to use our set contact function. We do care about the previous version of state, so we'll access prevContact and use an inline function here. Rather than opening my set of curly braces and saying return an object, I'm going to make use of the implicit return by using a set of parentheses and wrapping inside of that the object that I want to return. I'll pull in all of the prevContact properties and then switch the isFavorite to be the opposite of prevContact.isFavorite. I probably should default this to false. I think that's more logical for a new contact in a contact book, but we'll go ahead and check it out. It's working just great. Awesome work on this. We have learned quite a bit about state, how to set state, some complex data types in state, and how we can make modifications to those. And now we're ready to move on to the next topic, which is dealing with forms. Although our Chef Claude app has just about as simple of a form as you could possibly have, it's got the single input and a button to submit the text from that input, you'll find that creating forms of one type or another will be a really common task that you end up doing in your React applications. Whether it be something that's very clearly a form, like a sign up or a login page, or something that's maybe a little bit more subtle of a form, like when you favorite a tweet or upvote a post on Reddit, any kind of interaction with the data that exists in a database from your application will oftentimes be handled by submitting a form. And if you've been developing for the web for a long time, you'll know that forms have been around for a very long time. Here in our HTML file, we just have a regular form element. It's got a couple of labels that are associated with a couple of inputs, and then an input type submit, which is our button at the bottom. The form property has a method attribute that you can give to it. By default, this method is get, and submitting a form with a get request. Actually, let me get rid of my action and my method. The default method is get, and I'm going to comment out my script here. So I'll refresh this and type in my first name and last name, hit submit, and you'll see that, first of all, there was a full page refresh that happened. It cleared out our form, but it also tried to navigate us to a different location. If you look in the URL, it says / which is my home page, but then it stuffed the information that I put into the form into a query string in the URL. So commonly in the early days of the web, we would include an action property that would specify some kind of server code, maybe a PHP file, for example. And let me just say this is a GET request so that it stays the same as it was. I'll comment this back out, and let's go back to our homepage here. I can fill out my information, and we're going to get an error because we don't have a PHP file, but we'll see we hit submit, and it attempts to go to /API/myservercode.php, and then it puts the information from the form into the query string after that point. This is where a PHP file would then take that information, do some sanitizing checks on it, submit it to the database or whatever it might be, process it somehow, and likely return another HTML page that the browser can then display on the page for the user. Fast forward a little bit, and JavaScript became a little bit more of a popular way to gather information from a form and send it to some kind of backend. So let me get rid of this action because we don't have a PHP file, and I'll leave my method there for now. I'm going to have to manually go back to my index page here. And now we can look at our JavaScript and see that we have set up an event listener for the submit event on my form. When that submit event happens, we're going to capture the event, which has a bunch of information about the event that we're listening for. And the first thing we do is prevent the default, which includes refreshing the page. So now that we have that, we can see I can put in my name and hit submit. And instead of the page refreshing and everything clearing out or attempting to go to a different URL, we intercepted that in JavaScript. We maybe did some processing of the data from the form somehow, submitted it to this fake API, which of course is just console logging the data and the text submitted. We can see in the console we did get an object that contains both the first name and last name. Well, what comes next in the history of web development is a little bit rocky. In fact, when I was recording a course about React Router, I included a whole lesson that I called Hot Take: Forms in React Are Bad. I'm not going to dive into how React used to deal with forms because, as you can tell, I really didn't like the way that it did it. It was cumbersome, it was a little difficult to teach, but after the last about 8 years of teaching React, I can confidently and happily say that now forms were bad. They are so much better now in React 19 than they ever have been. By the way, I do need to point out that we are currently in a scrim with a Google slide of a screenshot from a scrim that had a Google slide which included a screenshot from a scrim. I think this is about as deep of an inception we've ever had on Scrimba. So you are learning React in a golden age because you will not have to learn forms the way that I had to learn them and the way that I've had to teach them for nearly a decade now, because React has shifted to using the native capabilities of form. Over the next few lessons, we'll be talking a little bit more about what I mean by that. But in the meantime, if you'd like, you can click the screenshot here, which will take you to the React documentation on the built-in browser form component. And you can kind of dip your toes into what we're going to be learning with form. Again, the form that we're building with Chef Claude is very simplistic, but we are going to dive a bit deeper into forms than we need for this project, mostly to cover our bases. But trust me when I say it's going to be a much more pleasant experience than it ever has been in the past. React 19 has changed the game. It's truly amazing the improvements that they've made. Okay, without further ado, let's jump in and start learning about forms in React. The next few lessons are actually going to be kind of a hybrid review of forms that you should already be familiar with at this point, and how we deal with them in React. Honestly, because of how React 19 can now deal with forms, this is going to be a little bit closer tied to just a review of forms in HTML. So to get us started, let's just start building out this form. And actually, I was going to get rid of this H1. Let's go ahead and call this a sign up form. And I'm going to have more elements. Maybe I'll put everything here inside of a section. Okay, so to start out a form, we will always start with a form element, an HTML form element. We're going to discuss some of the attributes that we can add to our form, but for now, let's also get an input in here. Input is kind of a crazy component or element in HTML because it's very overloaded. In other words, there's a lot of different types of input, and depending on what type of input you use, what gets displayed in the form is drastically different from another type. For example, if we have a type of text, it's going to show up as a regular input box. If we were to instead do a type of radio, we get a little circle that you can click. And these are intended to have multiple different options. I'm a little bit torn how I feel about this. It feels like maybe they tried to get input to do too many things, but I'm certainly not an HTML expert, so there's probably a good reason for it. Okay, so type is one of the most important things that we're going to add to our inputs. I would say maybe the second most important thing is to give it a name attribute. The name attribute is how we're going to access the data that is input into this input box by the user. So after the form is submitted, we'll need to make sure we have a reasonable name so that we can access that data. Since this is going to be a sign-up form, let's go ahead and put email. That will be the name. And actually, if I'm going to make this email, there's a dedicated type of email that I can use for this input. I think what that does mostly on mobile devices, it will pop up a slightly different keyboard that has that little @ symbol that's really accessible and maybe a couple other little things with the keyboard change. Either way, it's a good idea to put it there. Oh, I also think it might be helpful for password managers, although I'm not 100% sure on that. Either way, you should always strive to put the correct type for your inputs. So we'll go ahead and use email. Okay, we can hit refresh and see this input is very unclear what it should be doing. And it can be tempting to then say, well, I'm going to use the placeholder attribute to say this is going to be where the email goes. In fact, I think this is something you will very commonly see, but it's a habit that I'm going to try and weed out of you right now. A placeholder is not the correct tool to use as a label for your input. A placeholder instead can be a great place to put an example of what should be filled in, like let's say joe@schmo.com. But for accessibility reasons, it's much more difficult for screen readers, for example, to make any sense of an input. It won't read the placeholder text, and so it's going to be difficult for anyone using a screen reader to know what they're supposed to do with this input. I can get around that with an ARIA label, but whenever possible, we should just use a label element. This is where we can simply say email. And if we actually take our closing tag for the label element and put it on the other side of our input, in other words, wrapping our input as a child of the label, then this label will automatically get associated with this input. And we can tell that easily by clicking email and see that our cursor is then focused inside of the input box. The design here is awful, so don't judge me for that. We'll fix it up soon. I'll probably fix it up after this lesson, so you don't have to watch me doing more CSS with a form. But for now, this will get the trick done. While we're talking about labels, if you can't put your label around your input the way that we did there, but instead would prefer them to sit side by side as siblings, you can still do this, but we do have to take a couple extra things into consideration. First of all, we need to associate this label with this specific input, and we can do that with an HTML4 attribute. If you're familiar with regular HTML forms and HTML labels, you'll recognize this as the for attribute in regular HTML, but because we're dealing with DOM elements here, it's not the JavaScript label element doesn't have a for property, it has an HTML4 property. And so in React, because we're dealing with JavaScript, we will use that property, HTML4. Its value needs to be the ID of the input that you want to use. So we'll give this an ID of email, and say that this label is associated with the input with the ID of email. So I can hit save, and you'll see I click on email and my cursor gets focused inside the input as well. I personally prefer the look of this, even though it does require me to do a little bit of extra work. I think it also makes doing CSS for this just a little bit easier, but honestly, whichever way you choose is going to be completely fine. Okay, I feel like I've been talking for a really long time. This might be a silly challenge, but I think it's time to get your hands on the keyboard. Okay, this is pretty straightforward. I want you to add another label and another input for our password field. And because we haven't done any styling on here, I'm going to just manually add a break element and then leave some space here for you to do your work. Make sure you use the correct type when you're adding your password input, and don't forget to fill in the other attributes that are necessary too. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. All right, simply enough, and maybe I'm going to be a cheater for doing this. I'm going to copy all of these properties and we'll update the data. So we have HTML4, we'll call this password, and then set the ID to password for our input. This will say password. The type, there actually is a dedicated password type. This is the one that we'll put in the filled in dots instead of the actual characters, just to keep it a little more private. We'll give it a name of password, and the placeholder, I don't think we need a placeholder for password. Hit save, and sure enough, we get the password field working. This lesson is getting a little bit long. I'm going to touch on one more thing. We'll dive just a little bit deeper into some of the other input types that are available to us, but the last thing I want to talk about is the button element. The button element is a little bit unique, and it has a quirk that is important to remember. If you've been doing any kind of HTML for a long time, you might recognize that there is a different type of input called a type of submit. And as I mentioned, different types of inputs can dramatically change the way it's displayed on the screen. Well, input type submit is no different, because let me comment out this button, and I think I have to move this out. We'll hit save and check it out. It doesn't really look like an input, it looks like a button. And that's true. If I wanted to change the text on it, I would have to add another attribute called value. Well, the default is submit. Let's, I don't know, say click. Okay, we see that's working. But this is where our button comes in, because buttons, if they're placed inside of a form, they act like an input type submit. Or rather, buttons also have a type property, and by default outside of a form, the type is button. Inside of a form, the type is submit. So a button makes a lot more sense to me, and I'm just going to give it the text of submit. All right, we have a super basic form. I'm going to give this a little bit of love in the CSS, and I'll see you in the next lesson. There's a few interesting things happening to our form when we try to submit it. First of all, let me go ahead and type in an email. Let's just put in b@b.com and, I don't know, password 123. We saw this before, but if I hit enter or I press the submit button, I'll go ahead and hit enter this time, we see that we're actually directed to a different address or a different URL, and it serialized the data from the form and put it up in the query string of that URL. Native forms on the web work this exact same way. If we don't specify a different type of method, the default is going to be a GET request. And a GET request involves getting information from a URL. In this case, even though we're trying to send data up to the server, the kind of tricky way that the web works is it tries to get a request from a URL and then includes a query string with the information that we're trying to pass to it. This actually works in a lot of cases, and actually is a good idea in a lot of cases. For something sensitive like an email and password for a sign-up form, it's probably not a good idea to serialize and put that information in the URL. If we instead change this to a post method, and you'll notice that I'm typing these in all caps, that's actually just a convention in HTML. I can just keep it in lowercase if I want. In fact, I think I will leave it that way. If instead I use a post method, then it doesn't put the information from the form up in the URL, but instead it creates a post request and it puts that information in the body of that request, which is not something that we'll be able to just see right here in our user interface. Let me go back to just regular slash. I'll enter the same information and hit enter. And we can see we are still getting a full page refresh, but we are no longer putting that information up in the URL. Okay, how can we stop this full page refresh so we can process this information in JavaScript instead of, as the web was built, trying to send it directly to a backend file to process it? Well, as we saw in the Chef Claude app, we can add an onSubmit handler to our form, and we can prevent the page from refreshing by using that prevent default that we saw before. Let me go ahead and create a function called handleSubmit. It's going to take the event, and before I do anything else, let's go ahead and set this up as our submission handler for the form. I mentioned this before, but even for the most simple of forms, I prefer to be watching for the submit event on the form rather than something like the click event on a button for a number of reasons that I've already outlined. With that event, we can stop the page from refreshing by telling it to prevent the default, and we call that as a function. This makes it so that the page will not refresh. Again, hit save, put in the same information, and hit submit. And sure enough, nothing happens really at all. Let me just go ahead and console log submitted, just to make sure that that's actually working. Okay, good. Our function is being called successfully. Now, this event that's being passed to the handleSubmit function is actually pretty powerful. It has a lot of information about it. First of all, I can get access to the actual form DOM node. So I can say something like const form, maybe it will say form L for form element, is equal to event.currentTarget. Or in this specific case, you also could just use target. It's a little bit safer to use current target in this case. And with this form element, I can actually create a new set of form data. So let's go ahead and create some form data. And I can create this by setting it equal to a new instance of the capital F form data. This is something built directly into JavaScript. You could go over to MDN and look it up and learn more about form data. But if I pass the entire form element to it, then what I get back is the data from that form. This form data object will give me access to each of the values of my inputs by using a simple get method. So I can say my first name, and no, we're not doing first name, last name. My email is equal to formData.get. And then I can use the name property. This is why name is so important to put in our inputs. I can use that name property of email to get the data from the form. So let's go ahead and console log our email. I'll hit save, and we'll put something in, hit submit, and sure enough, we're able to console log our email address. Okay, so we're able to listen for the submit event on our form. We have a function to deal with it. We're preventing the default refresh of the whole page. We're getting the form element from the current target of the event. We're then creating a set of form data. We're able to get the information from that form data, and we'll notice that the form is still filled in, so I'll have to manually call something like formL.reset, which is a method on form elements that allows me to reset the form. One thing to keep in mind as we go forward about this reset method, when you're doing challenges and you run this line of code, it's going to work just fine. And when you're doing it on your local machine or pretty much anywhere else, it's going to work exactly as you'd expect. For some reason on Scrimba in the recording, it's not actually recording the form reset. So I'll probably mention at some point that the form successfully reset, and it's probably not going to look like that in the recording, but just keep in mind that it really is working behind the scenes. In fact, I just reset this. I'll go ahead and type this information in, type in my super secure password of password, and I can hit submit. And sure enough, for me, the form did successfully reset. And then, of course, instead of console logging our email, we would gather the info from the form and probably submit it to a backend. This backend would be in charge of doing data sanitization and submitting that info to a database, or in the case of a sign-up form, maybe sending a confirmation email or something like that. Awesome, we've got a working form, but you might be thinking, hey Bob, this doesn't really look that great. This seems to be bleeding into that realm of imperative coding as opposed to declarative coding. And you would be right, but keep in mind that prior to React 19, it actually used to be quite a bit more difficult to gather form information. Or maybe I should qualify that. The traditional way of gathering information from a form, which used something called controlled components, which we'll actually be touching on in the next section, was quite a bit more cumbersome than, first of all, what we're doing here, and more importantly, what we're about to learn in the next lesson. React 19 has introduced a much better way to gather form information. So feel free to play around in the code here as always, and when you're ready, we'll jump into the next scrim. If you remember, we were talking about forms. Back in probably the original spec for HTML, there was a property or an attribute that you could add to your form called action. And this is where you would tell where your browser should send the information from the form to. Oftentimes, this would end up being, for example, a PHP file. And the code in that PHP file would then receive that form and process it, save it to a database, return some kind of new HTML, whatever it might be. With our onSubmit that we're handling here, we're able to do a lot of this on the client side. And that's pretty nice, but we do find ourselves handling a lot of things imperatively within our own code base. For example, if I'm handling the submission in my JavaScript, of course, I'm going to want to prevent the default of a full page refresh. And since this is a form that I'm submitting, of course, I'm going to need to get the form element and create some form data from it. If I'm submitting the form, of course, I'm going to want the form to reset at the end. there's a number of sensible defaults that we kind of just wish were being handled for us. And in React 19, we can. React 19 allows us to not only use a regular action for a backend file if we need to, like we have here, but we also can pass a function to it. Maybe instead of sticking with the name of the event that I'm trying to handle, like handle submit and onSubmit, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of my onSubmit entirely. And maybe we just make this a little more declarative, like this is my sign up function. Now, because I can pass functions to my form actions, I'll go ahead and pass this sign up function. And when you're passing a function to your action, it doesn't receive an event because we're not handling an event per se, but instead it's just automatically going to receive the form data. This is awesome. Behind the scenes, the action function is going to prevent the default for us, so we can get rid of that. These next 2 lines of code were us trying to get access to the form data, which it's already giving us, so we can get rid of both of those. And it's going to reset the form for us automatically, so I can get rid of that. Let's go ahead and console log our email and just see if this really is all we need. We'll hit save. And oh, the warning actually brought up a good point. We had our method of post, but if we're specifying a function in the action, then we don't need to do that manually. So let's hit refresh again. I'll fill out this form and hit submit, and check it out. In our console, we have our email address, and we were able to do that in a single line of code. Also, the form reset, and the page didn't refresh on submit. If I sound probably unreasonably excited, it's because I've had to do it in a much, much more difficult way for a really long time. So bear with me and my excitement, which probably seems pretty silly to you, but something feels so good about just going back to the native web with a little bit of benefits mixed into it from React. Because I've been talking so darn much, I'm going to give you a very simple challenge, and then we're going to come back to our Chef Claude app and apply what we've learned over there. Currently, we're just getting the email from our sign-up form, but we're going to need the password as well. So I want you to get the password from the form as well and log it to the console just to be sure that it came in correctly. Short and sweet, I'll hand it over to you. All right, easy enough. I can get the password by calling formData.get, and the name value that we chose for our password input is, logically enough, password. So we'll just say password, and I'll console log the password. We'll hit save. I'll put this in. I've just been kind of mashing the keyboard for my passwords, and so yep, sure enough, we get the password in. Awesome. Of course, there's a lot more that needs to be taken into consideration when it comes to forms, but for now, this is going to be good enough to help us refactor our Chef Claude app. So let's jump into that. All right, we're back with Chef Claude, and your challenge is to use a form action instead of the onSubmit in this handle submit function that we're currently doing in the onSubmit handler we have on our form. I want you to use the form action capabilities that we now have with React 19. So I'll pass it over to you to finish this challenge. You might remember, or as you were testing it out, might have noticed that we are able to add items to our list, but we actually didn't even put our form reset down at the bottom here. Fortunately, when we transition this over to use actions instead, we're going to get that for free. So instead of onSubmit, let's go ahead and set this up as our action. And I'm going to call this add ingredient. We'll change the name of our function. Changing the name of the function, by the way, is not required. It just makes it a little more, I guess, semantically sensible. So don't worry too much about that. Okay, we're going to receive the form data. We don't have to prevent the default. We don't have to create our own form data. We can leave this line of code in and this line of code. And we don't have a form reset from before, but we should just get that for free. Let's go ahead and clean up our challenge text, hit save, add oregano, and I'll hit enter first, and sure enough, that added to the list and our form cleared. Maybe I'll add basil and try clicking the button, and same thing. Awesome. That was such a quick challenge that I'm actually going to take some time to tell you how things used to be in React. We're not going to dive deep into it, but the way that we used to do form handling in React is we used to track the state of every one of our inputs. And on every input element, we would add an onChange event handler. Every single keystroke that happened inside of an input, or the clicking of a radio button or checkbox or whatever it might be, any single change to the information in the form, we would update our local React state instead of using the internal state that already exists in forms. which meant every single one of our inputs had to have an onChange. It also had to have a value property so that we could make sure the input's value, or the actual text of the input, was correctly updated whenever state changed. And this whole setup was called controlled components. This was because React was in charge of controlling the state of the inputs and the form in general. And the truth is, there are still times here and there where you might find that useful. For the most part, you're not going to have to worry about that, and we can delete a lot of code compared to what we were required to have before. Now, although Chef Claude doesn't have any more requirements as far as our form goes, there's still a bit more that we need to learn about forms in React because, as I've mentioned, including forms in React is a very common task. So I want to make sure that I cover those bases. Even though our Chef Claude app isn't going to require these, I wanted to cover some other form input types just so that we have those under our belt in case we ever need them. We won't be covering every single one of the types, but this will be a good way to get our feet wet with other ways of collecting information from our users. The first one that we should talk about is a Textarea element. One thing that's unique about Textarea is, well, first of all, it's not an input type Textarea or anything like that. It's simply its own element. Also, it actually isn't a self-closing, it has a separate closing tag, which is the Textarea closing tag. The difference between a Textarea and an input is that it's intended for longer form text. You'll also notice that in the very lower right, there's a little handlebar for the user to change whatever size gets displayed here. But you also can set a default size in your CSS, is kind of the preferred way, or there's a property called rows and columns where you can change the size directly here in the HTML. Well, I guess we're in JSX, but it has those properties still. I'll go ahead and add a label for this one. And maybe since this is a longer form text, we'll, I don't know, say it's some kind of description that the user is going to be entering in. And we will need our HTML4 because we are not wrapping the label around our text area, although that would be a legitimate way to do it as well. We'll say it's for description, which means we need to give this an ID of description. And assuming we want to actually gather this information from our signup function up above, we will need to also add a name property, which will also be description. Cool, looking good. We'll keep this lesson kind of short and sweet because we are going to be diving into other input types that have a few extra considerations we need to keep in mind. But before we move on, there is something that I remembered now that I added to this code since we last saw it, and that is this default value property. In my case, I'm adding this default value simply so that I don't have to type new things in every time I submit this form. When we come back around to seeing what information we're getting in our form data, it's really helpful when testing this not to have to fill these values in every single time. Default value is a way to initialize this element with a default value. And this default value is still changeable. I could change this to whatever I want, but you might also be able to see some value in the default value property if you were loading up a form that you needed to pre-populate with the user's data. For example, I've seen apps where I go to maybe my profile section, and if I want to change maybe my address, it will show me a form, but it will pre-populate it or set a default value to the data that I had previously entered, but still allow me to change it and resubmit that form. So that's all that's happening here with the default value. I'll probably add more default values to the other elements as I go on, just so that it makes it easier to test submitting my form. Okay, in the next lesson, we're going to jump into radio buttons and see how they can be a little bit different than the other inputs that we've dealt with. The next input I want to talk about is an input of type radio. We'll hit save and see that we get nothing all that special here. I'm certain this isn't the first radio button you've seen. Radio buttons are used when you have multiple options for the user to choose from and you only want them to be able to select one at a time. Let's put a label on this button so that it doesn't look so silly just as a circle sitting there on my page. And maybe just to show that it works totally fine to wrap our labels around our inputs, I'll go ahead and wrap a label around this particular input. Let's indent that input. By doing so, I think we lose a little bit of neatness in terms of the structure of our HTML, but we also gain back some of the fluff that we have to add just to associate the two together. In this case, I'm going to put my label text, and for now, let's just say label text, after my input. That way, once I've made another little change we're about to see, my radio buttons will be able to align neatly on the left side and the label will be on the right side. Even without any label text, I think because of the way my CSS is set up, if I hit save, we'll see that that's going to align to the left. And I think that radio buttons look a lot better if you have all of your radio buttons aligned on the left and then you have the label on the right. Of course, you can change that around and use some CSS grid maybe to get them all aligned on the right side, but let's just keep it like this. And for now, I'm just going to say label text because we're going to see what we're using this radio for. And awesome, we get label text. Now, let me go ahead and duplicate these. So we have a few different options here. And as I mentioned, one of the standout features of a radio button is that we're only able to select one of them. However, if we check, I can actually select all of these. So why exactly is that? Well, in order for them to be exclusive from each other, I need to give a name property to my radios, but that name property has to be the same for all of the radios that I want the user to only be able to select one of. Now, I'm going to make these radio buttons represent an employment status. So I'll go ahead and give the name of employment status to all three of these, the same exact name. Let's hit save. And now I can only select one of these at a time. Selecting a different one will change which one it's selected, of course. One thing that I really like to do when I have radio buttons like this is to surround them in a field set element. So I'll go ahead and take this closing tag and just wrap all of these in a field set and then do a format to indent those. And we'll just go ahead and hit save. Oh, and it looks like maybe we need to make a little change to our field set. Let me go ahead and add a display of flex and a flex direction of column on that. Okay, that looks better. Okay, so the field set gives us this little outline. When we're inside of a field set, we also can give a little label to the entire field set with a legend property, or element, I mean. And in that element, we'll go ahead and say employment status. And awesome. Now you can change the design for this. This is sort of the default. I've updated some colors and such, but I'm not going to worry too much about the rest of the design. Okay, instead of label text, let's go ahead and include our different options. We'll say unemployed, part-time, and full-time. Awesome. And because they have the same name, we can only select one of them at a given time. Now, there's a couple things we need to take into account. First of all, before we move on, in this text area, I'm going to add a default value, and maybe I'll just say this is a description. So we'll hit save. I'll go ahead and check part-time and hit submit. Oh, and in our function, we're only console logging the password. So actually, let me throw in a quick challenge here. Okay, the challenge I want you to try and do is grab the employment status from the form and log it to the console. Just when you're submitting the form, remember to choose one of the options because we haven't yet discovered how to create a default selected option. However, before anybody jumps into this and starts pulling their hair out, I want to give you a caveat or a note here to let you know that it's not quite going to work the way that you might expect, and we're going to fix what this problem is. So I just don't want to set you up for failure. Just know ahead of time it's not going to work quite yet. So give this challenge your best shot, and if you'd like, you can see if you're able to fix the problem that we run into when we try to do it the way it currently is written. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. Okay, well, let's just give it our best shot. We'll go ahead and try to grab the employment status, and that will come from formData.get, and we'll pass in the name of employment status. Is that the one we chose? Yeah, employment status right here. I'll just copy it and paste it just in case. And let's go ahead and try to log employment status and see what happens. So I'll hit refresh, I'll choose part-time, I'll hit submit, and all we get is on. Interesting. So our radio buttons by default, they don't come with their own value per se. Or rather, the default may not be exactly what we need. In fact, let's hit save and to refresh the form, and I'll hit submit, and you'll see that the other option, if we don't select something, is null. But I'll go ahead and choose full-time, hit submit again, and now that value of on comes in. When we're creating radio buttons, we need to provide a value property, and this value is what we want the data to be when this form gets submitted. For example, if we're here on the unemployed, we might want this to say unemployed as the value. Think of this value as the actual value that you might save to a database. So I'll go ahead and fill these in as well. We'll say this one is part-time, this one is full-time. We'll hit save, we'll choose maybe part-time, hit submit, and now we actually get the value that we associated with the input that we ended up selecting, and that's the value that we were able to pull in from our form data. Okay, that's a lot of information that we just talked about, and all we've covered so far is radio buttons. However, they're pretty important, and it's good to know some of their nuances that we run into. The only other thing I want to touch on before we finally move on from radio buttons is how we can automatically select one of these, or I guess if you were pulling in existing information and wanted to pre-populate the correct choice, instead of using something like DefaultValue, which is what we have used above, instead we choose the input that we want to have the selected option already, and we use a different one called DefaultChecked. And we will set this equal to a Boolean value of true. Actually, well, let's hit save. We see that we automatically get full-time selected. I think we might be able to do the string true, and yeah, that works as well. But because we're here in React and we can put in real JavaScript values, let's go ahead and use a real Boolean. Okay, let's move on from radio buttons and talk about the radio button sibling, which is the checkbox. A very close relative to the radio button is a checkbox. Let me go ahead and create something very similar to this. Actually, I'll just copy this whole field set here. Let's change the legend to something where a user might select multiple boxes, maybe something like, I don't know, dietary restrictions. I'll go ahead and change all of these to a type of checkbox and update the names. Let me get rid of the default checked that we had here. Although, actually, I guess this is an important time to note that, let me go ahead and hit save. Default checked does work the same as it does with radio buttons. We can see that full-time here has a check mark, even though we haven't selected that. With checkboxes, though, because we can have multiple checkboxes selected at a given time, I can put default checked on multiple different items, and so we can have multiple different things selected at once. Let me go ahead and get rid of these default checked just for now. Actually, I'll go ahead and leave it on that third one. We're doing essentially the same thing we were doing before, so I will update the labels that I have here. And let's say maybe we have a dietary restriction of kosher, let's say vegan, and maybe gluten-free. And I'll update the values as well. Remember, when I submit my form, whatever I put in the value, if the box is checked, will be what gets sent to my form data. So with this one, we'll say kosher, and in this case, I'm choosing a lowercase k here. I guess it just depends on what data you actually want showing up in your database. That's what you would put here as your value. We'll say vegan, and the other value is down here, so that will be gluten-free. Okay, so far so good. Let's hit save. We have our gluten-free checkbox already checked because of the default checked. And let's see what happens when we submit our form. So up here, I'm going to grab, let's see, I'll just duplicate the employment status one. We'll change this to dietary restrictions. Let's see, did I use an S? Yes, dietary restrictions. And so that's what I'll do my form data.get with. And let's see what happens when I hit save and hit submit. We'll look at the console. Okay. So we did get gluten-free showing up as one of the checked items. What happens if I check another one? Let's say kosher. Submit. Interesting. I am only getting kosher. And actually, let me refresh this form to clear that out. We'll do both kosher and, actually, let's just do all three. Submit. And check it out. We are only getting one of our options showing up in the form data when we get it. This is something that I think is pretty unique to checkboxes, and there's a really easy way around it. The form data object that we're calling this .get method on, it also has a method called getAll with a capital A. By including that, if I hit save, we'll check all three of these and hit submit. Now we get an array with all of the values that we expect to be getting with a checkbox that can have multiple things checked at once. So when it comes to checkboxes, they're almost exactly the same as radio buttons. Each one has the same name property. Each one has a different value. We can use default checked to automatically check it when the form loads. However, if we want to get an array of all of the checked items, then we will need to use formData.getAll instead of just .get. The fact that we have to do this a little differently will play a bit more of a significant role in a lesson that's coming up very shortly on how we can more concisely get all of the information from a form. But for now, hopefully what we've done here makes sense. As always, please feel free to play with the code that you see here, and when you're ready, we'll keep moving forward. There are a ton of different input types, and it's certainly outside the scope of this course to talk about every single one of them. However, I do want to cover the select and option elements just as one final hurrah here with forms. We'll talk quickly about submitting the forms, and then we'll kind of get off this little side trail that we've embarked on and get back to our project and the topics that more closely relate to this specific project. Let's say I want to add a dropdown where the user can choose their favorite color. We'll go ahead and start with a label like we usually do. This time I'll go back to having a label that's separate from my select elements. And here we'll say, what is your favorite color? Because my select is going to be a sibling element, let me just get that started. I'm going to give an HTML4 attribute to my label, and maybe we'll call it favColor, and I'll have to give this an ID of favColor. Okay, so a select will give me the box, but in order to have a drop-down list with different options in it, I need to use an option element. I'll go ahead and fill these out for every color in the Roy-G-Biff color spectrum. Let me go ahead and hit save. You won't be able to see this in the recording, but if you were to come click on this form and click the dropdown, you'll see a browser implemented version of this dropdown box, which I'm sure you've seen a million times by now. A main thing that's different is in order to gather that information up in our function, I need to give a name attribute not to my options, but to my select. If we think about it, this makes sense because we need to gather the one chosen option, and the only place that we could give a name to that would make sense with that is the parent select box. Let's give this a name that is also favColor. However, in order for each one of these to have its own value, each one of the options needs to have a unique value. So I'll give each one of these a value property. And I'm just going to copy the color, and I guess I don't need this to be curly braces like this. We'll do a string, pass in the color, and then I'm going to be particular, I guess, and lowercase each of these values since I've been lowercasing my values before. Okay, awesome. We'll hit save. Let's go ahead and choose blue. We'll hit submit. And oh, you know what? I forgot to update this function. Let's not console log dietary restrictions. Now instead, let's get favColor is equal to formData.get favColor, and then we'll console log favColor. Okay, let's try it again. Hit save, go down to something like blue, hit submit, and sure enough, we're getting the value of blue with the lowercase b, because that's what we set our value to for that option. Now we can see that it's defaulting to the first item in that list. If I want to change that, I can simply add to my select, let's see, that's right here, default value, and set it equal to one of the values down below, like indigo. Now if I hit refresh, we see indigo is the default value that shows up. You also might be familiar with select boxes where what it actually says is something like choose your favorite color or choose a color. We can achieve that same thing by creating a new option at the very top. We'll give it a value of an empty string, and we'll give it the text of something like choose a color. Okay, we're partly there, and oh, we're still showing indigo. Let's get rid of our default value here. Actually, I'm going to leave this as a default value of empty string, since technically our choose a color is the value of empty string. And so, awesome, that now shows up. We actually wouldn't need this here, I don't believe, in order for it to show that, since it's the item in the top spot, but it doesn't hurt to leave it there. And lastly, assuming we don't want a user to be able to submit choose a color as their final answer here, we can add a property to the option that says that this is disabled. If I hit submit, now I'll hit save, and in my drop-down box, and you will probably have to click into this form to see this, but it says choose a color at the top, but it's grayed out. It's not an option that the user can select. We can still submit the form, though. We get a value of null, and so if I need this to be a required field, then I can simply, on my select, add a required property, We'll hit save, try to hit submit, and we get a browser implemented warning that you might not be able to see here in the recording, but it says please select an item in the list. So I'm forced to come down and select an item, and awesome. As I mentioned, we're straying a little bit from our main topic of learning React, but forms in React can be a little complex. Fortunately, as of React 19, now that we're able to use this form action, we can finally rely on forms to maintain their own state and to simply collect the data using the form data object that we get inside of the function that we pass to our form action. As you can imagine, if our form had, say, 40 or 50 fields, it could become a bit annoying to have to select the data for every single one of them. There is a quick shortcut that we can use to more concisely grab all of the data from the form. It's not a silver bullet. Sometimes you will need to select all of the individual items by themselves. Maybe, for example, if you had to do some kind of manual sanitization of your inputs. Although in the end, you would probably want to use something that was a little more robust, like using the Zod library. But that's definitely a different discussion. So let's see one way that we can more concisely grab our data. Currently, we are going through every one of our inputs and grabbing the information from them one line at a time. And as I mentioned, there are times when this may be necessary, but if we had a form that was 40 or 50 or more different inputs, maybe first you would want to address why you have such a long form. But let's pretend the size of the form is outside of your control and you just need to simply grab all of the data. There's a utility that we can use built into JavaScript called Object, capital O, Object.FormEntries. All I have to do here is pass in the entire form data object, and let's see what we get. If I console log the object, or the result from Object.FormEntries, I kind of gave it away. We'll hit save, we'll submit our form. Oh, I have to choose a favorite color and submit. And we see that we get an object back. The object has all of the name values as properties in the object and the values in the form as the values to those properties in the object. If I'm trying to build up an object to then send to a database, it looks like I am most of the way there. However, if we look really closely, we'll notice, and you know what, I'm going to copy this object from the console since you can't see my arrow down there, and we'll just paste it down here. Okay, we can see with dietary restrictions, what we get back is just a string, gluten-free. And remember, sometimes with checkboxes, we want the user to be able to select multiples. However, if I do this and hit submit, and we look closely at the object that comes back, we still have the same structure. It just says gluten-free. Remember, with checkboxes, I had to use that formData.getAll in order to get the property from there, so I am unfortunately still going to have to do that. Let me go ahead and save most of the data. We'll just save it as the returned value from Object.FormEntries. And then individually, I'm going to get the dietary, let's just call it dietary data. And that's going to be by calling formData.getAll. And separately, I'm going to get the dietary, let's call it dietary data. Actually, let me make this into a challenge. It looks like my old challenge text is up here anyway, so we'll just clean that up and give you a new challenge. I'm sorry that it's been so long since I've given you a challenge. Hopefully nobody got too complacent in the meantime. Since we are on a bit of a detour here, this is going to be a fairly straightforward challenge. I want you to see if you can remember how to grab an array of checked items from the dietary restrictions checkboxes. You should be able to then console log dietary data and get back an array instead of a single string. All right, get started on this challenge. I think it's more of a mini challenge at this point. All we have to do is say formData.getAll. GetAll is the key here. We'll give it the name of dietary restrictions. And let's go ahead and console log it just to make sure it's giving us what we want. You know what, I'm coming down here to change my default value to, let's say blue, just so I don't have to keep selecting that. All right, I'll select another one, vegan, hit submit, and awesome, we get our array of selected items from our checkboxes. Now that I have an array, I can combine the object that I got with data with the array that I got with dietary data at the key of dietary data, essentially overwriting what data.dietary restrictions used to be. So I can just say maybe const all data is equal to an object that takes all of the properties from data and then includes a property called dietary restrictions, and the value is going to be dietary data. I also could simplify this a little bit just by choosing to name this dietary restrictions instead, and then I can go like that. And I'll just get rid of this console log because it's referencing the wrong variable name. I guess before we assume it's all working out, we'll console log all data, hit save. Let's select all three of these, hit submit, look at what we got. And awesome, if we look closely, dietary restrictions is an array that has kosher, vegan, and gluten-free in it. Okay, let's finally be done talking about forms. Let's get back to the main project that we're working on and start diving deeper into a topic that we did briefly see before, but now we'll actually take the time to understand it, and that is conditional rendering. Over the next few lessons, we are going to be doing sort of a mini-series on this topic called conditional rendering. And although it's going to span a few different lessons, mostly we'll just be talking about what it is and how we do it, seeing multiple different ways that you can accomplish conditional rendering, depending on your use case and your needs. Fortunately, understanding conditional rendering is not that difficult. In our Chef Claude app, the user is first presented with a simple input and a button. And only after the user adds some ingredients to the list will they first be presented with this ingredients on hand header with the unordered list below it, as it wouldn't be as intuitive to have just an empty unordered list and this ingredients on hand with nothing after it, unless something is added to the list. Also, after some ingredients are added, we can actually set this up to be after a certain number of ingredients if we want. We then will present the user with this section down below that says to get a recipe. Again, it wouldn't really make sense to show this on the screen unless there were some ingredients on hand. And lastly, we have an entire recipe that we need to display, but we will only have that recipe after the user clicks get a recipe and makes that round trip call to the Anthropic API. So everything in the suggested recipe and the recipe itself, that all needs to be, I guess you could say, hidden or not rendered to the page unless we actually have a recipe to display. So this is where conditional rendering comes into play. As you can kind of intuit from the name, it means that we render parts of our page based on a condition. If that condition evaluates to true, then React will render that portion of the page. If it's false, it simply won't be rendered. And as a reminder, when I say it won't be rendered, I mean it won't even be added to the document. You could search for it in the DevTools, but it wouldn't be there at all. I guess you also can set up conditional rendering so that it hides elements that actually are on the page, but for the most part, we're just not going to render it to the page at all if those conditions aren't met. So let's dive into this topic of conditional rendering, and then we're going to come back to the Chef Claude app and apply what we've learned. Here we're back in the Jokes app that we created in the last section, and I wanted to give us a challenge so that we could make it where the user could click a button and clicking the button would display the punchline. To get us started, I have a quick challenge for you. I want you to create a state that's labeled as isShown, and it will be a Boolean type that defaults to false. And then I want you to add a button underneath the punchline for each one of the jokes that, when clicked, will toggle the value of isShown back and forth. We're not going to worry at this point on any conditional rendering, so just so we can more easily tell that this is working, I'm going to console log isShown, but I won't hit save because it'll break your app. Okay, your turn. Get started on this challenge. We're going to use useState from React, so I'll make sure I import React from React. Again, a very common way that you'll see this done is simply to import useState from React. Just while we're learning, I'll keep it as import React from React so we can tell that this is state from the React library. I'll create my new destructured array. We'll say isShown and set isShown is equal to react.useState, and we'll create an initial value of false. While I'm still up here, I can probably clean this out. We'll create a function, and maybe we'll just call it toggle shown. This isn't strictly necessary. I could do an inline function on my button. Actually, you know what? Let's do that first. So I'll create my button. We'll have it say something like show punchline. I'll add an onClick to it. This onClick is going to be a function, and this function's job is going to be to call set isShown. We do care about the previous value of state so that we can flip it from whatever it used to be to the new value. So I'm going to say previous shown, and this is going to be an arrow function. We'll say previous shown and then return the opposite of previous shown. Now we can see this is why I like to do my functions elsewhere. This looks a little too crazy for me. So I'll go ahead, create a function, toggle shown. We'll take the code right here, paste it in, and we no longer need this anonymous inline function. Instead, we'll just call toggle shown. Now notice at this point, nothing relies on isShown in order to be displayed. And so that's why I have this console log here, just so I can see that it's working. We see that it's false, but let's open the console and we'll see something really interesting. We actually see false 5 times. I'm actually going to insert a pause here and give you a chance to think, why is it that we're seeing false 5 times? Well, if we go to our app.jsx, we can see that we're mapping over some data, and for every item in this array, we're displaying a joke component, or rendering a joke component means that we're calling this joke function. If we go to our jokes data, which we're mapping over, we can see that we have an array with 5 items in it. So this joke component, even though from our app.jsx it kind of looks like we just have one of them, the fact that we have an array means that however many jokes we have in this array is how many times this function will get called, which means inside of our joke function, this console log is going to get called 1 time for every instance of our joke component. I'm guessing that was probably clear for most of you, but I just think it's good to reiterate stuff like that. Okay, let me hit show punchline, and we only get 1 new entry in our console, and we can see that it was set to true. Perfect. Okay, for this next challenge, I'm actually going to do this a little bit backwards. Let me start by typing out the challenge. Now, your challenge is to make it so that this paragraph only gets shown if the value for isShown is set to true. The reason I say this is backwards is because we haven't officially learned how to do this. But when we were just finishing up with this app in the last section, I left in this little snippet of code here that shows you exactly how to do it. We're going to talk about why this works in the next lesson, but for now you have a perfect template to help you complete this challenge. Oh, and let me just make sure this is clear. This is the challenge. So go ahead and give this your best shot, and then we'll talk through it. Well, in this previous example, we had been talking about jokes that may not have a setup, but were just kind of a one-liner joke that was more of just a punchline. And inside of our jokes data, we included a joke that didn't have a setup property. And so what we did is we surrounded our JSX in a set of curly braces, and we included first a condition, this double ampersand, and then the thing that we wanted to render if this condition had a truthy value. So we can do this exact same thing. Let's surround our JSX with a set of curly braces. That will allow us to evaluate some JavaScript. And I can start by saying if isShown is equal to true, then, or and this paragraph. Again, we're going to talk about why this double ampersand works in this case. But first, let's go ahead and hit save. I'll click show punchline. We can see that the punchlines are missing now. I'll click show punchline on this one, and awesome, the punchline shows up. Now, many of you are probably thinking, I can simplify this. IsShown is already a Boolean, so I don't need to compare it to the value of true. If IsShown is true, we get exactly what we need here. And just to show that's working, maybe this time I'll hit the punchline on the second joke. And because this state is being saved inside of the joke component, each one gets to maintain its own state. We're actually going to be diving deep into that idea a little bit later. But for now, it simply means that I can click show punchline on just this one joke, and it's the only one that will show the punchline. Not only that, but I can actually click the button again, and it will hide the punchline. We're going to address that user experience in just a minute. So this lesson has gotten a little bit long already, but before throwing you into a challenge, I want to talk more about why this works. We're more familiar with the double ampersand being a way for us to compare one value with another when we're doing something like an if-else-if statement, as opposed to, in this case, where we're using it for conditional rendering. So why exactly does this work? That's what we'll be touching on next. We're pretty familiar with using the double ampersand when we have something like an if statement. I don't know, let's just say true. And, if we do a console log here, everything was true. We often think of this ampersand as a way to check the truthiness of the thing on its left and the truthiness of the thing on its right. If both of them evaluate to true or a truthy value, then this if statement will run. However, that's not entirely true, even though this condition would suggest otherwise. What's really happening here is a left-to-right evaluation. Inside of our if statement, the computer will first evaluate the truthiness of the left-hand argument. Of course, the Boolean value true is truthy, so then it sees there's a double ampersand. And because the item on the left was true, it's going to continue evaluating through the next expression. If this one also is truthy, then we know the whole thing will evaluate to a single true value, and the if condition will run. This jives with our understanding. If we were to change the second one to false like this, we can think of it as a left-to-right operation. Okay, that's truthy, and, well, that tells the computer that means that the item on the right-hand side also needs to be truthy. Then it reads false, and it says, oh, nope, this whole thing will evaluate to false, and the console log will not run. So I guess this would have to say everything was not true. So does it jive with our understanding if instead we were to change this first one to false? If we go from left to right, we might think, well, this is false. We then get the double ampersand. It notices that this is true, but because both items on the left and right were not truthy values, it evaluates the whole thing as false. However, we can see that this isn't precisely what's happening. Let me go ahead and change this true. This is not something that you'll see very often, but we'll change it to an operation that we can know if it ran or not. Let's say this code is running. I'm actually just going to comment out this console log so it doesn't become confusing. Let me change this to true. We'll hit save. We can see that in the console, we do get this code is running. Okay, well, what happens if I change this to false? I'll hit save, and the console log did not run at all. What's really happening is that left to right operation. It notices that this is false. It sees that this is a double ampersand, but because the first condition already evaluated to false, it kind of short circuits the rest of this line, and it doesn't need to even evaluate this because it knows that it's going to evaluate to false, or some kind of falsy value. So in JavaScript, this console log won't run at all. Of course, if we were to reverse this, we put the console log first, and then say and false, we will get the console log running because it's the first thing that it evaluates. It runs the console log function. It sees it's a double ampersand, and it says, well, this was not a falsy value, so I'm going to continue evaluating, and then it gets false. It returns this falsy value to the if statement here, and it becomes false. So this property of the double ampersand short-circuiting the rest of this line is exactly what we're taking advantage of when we're using conditional rendering in the way that we're doing here. The double ampersand can be a quick way to either display something or not display something. If isShown is falsy, then this expression will just return a falsy value. And in our case, because isShown is a Boolean, React will interpret this as meaning nothing should be rendered in this spot. However, if isShown is truthy, then the double ampersand says just return whatever's on the right side here. If this is falsy, then the whole thing will evaluate to false and nothing will get displayed. But as we know, since we wrote this code, we're not returning anything falsy. We're following up our double ampersand with what we want to get displayed. So that was kind of a long-winded way to talk about this, but hopefully that helps make some sense of why the double ampersand works in this case. And as I mentioned, it can be a good way to either conditionally render something or not render it at all. In a little bit, we're going to quickly touch on a shortcoming of using this method for conditionally rendering. But before then, I want to get your hands more on the keyboard and have some practice. So that's what we'll do in the next lesson. This is a pretty straightforward challenge. Your task is to only display this h1 if there are unread messages in state. Right now we have 2 items hard-coded in here. We're not actually displaying the text of these messages anywhere, so it doesn't matter what it is. As long as there are items in that array, it should display this h1. And if there are no items in the array, then for now we're just going to have it be a blank page. This h1 won't be rendered at all. Let me put those back in there, and I think that's everything you need to know. So go ahead and get started on this challenge. Well, in this case, unread messages is not a Boolean value, and even an empty array is a truthy value. So we couldn't simply wrap this h1 in curly braces and say if unread messages and display the h1, because let's go ahead and hit save. We do have the h1 showing up, but even if it's an empty array, we still have the h1 showing up. It's best to be really explicit with what exactly we're looking for. In this case, because it's an array, we need to know if the length is greater than 0. So if the length is greater than 0, it will display this message. Let's actually get rid of this blank space here, and we'll say unreadMessages.length. And this is wrapping a little bit, so let me go ahead and put these on their own lines like this. Hit save, and awesome. We have 2 unread messages, and then of course if we added to this array, it would update that number. So we've seen how using this sort of short-circuited way of using the AND operator gives us a chance to determine whether something should or shouldn't be rendered at all. However, it does turn out there are some limitations to this. And to highlight those limitations, I'm going to give you another challenge. I'm fabricating this scenario a little bit here just to prove a point, but for this challenge, if there are 0 unread messages, I want you to display a paragraph, not an H1, but a paragraph that simply says something like, you have no unread messages. In this case, I do want you to use the AND operator just like we did above, and you'll just do it right here below the previous one that we did. And as it says, the logic is going to be the opposite of what we have for the H1, so that if there are unread messages, it will display this H1, and if there are not unread messages, it will instead display the paragraph that you're about to create. For anyone who's already familiar with conditional rendering in React, I know this is a silly exercise. I'm building up to another way that we can do conditional rendering. Okay, take it away. I can just copy the logic here down below, and in this case I'm going to say if the unread message count is equal to 0, then I want to display a paragraph that, and I'll just copy the text here. Okay, we'll hit save. We have 2 unread messages. If I get rid of those in state, okay, a paragraph, you have no unread messages. Perfect. Okay, well what we've done here is highlighted an issue where we essentially have an if-else statement. If unreadMessages.length is greater than 0, then we display this H1, but the only other option is if the length is equal to 0. Because it's an array, we can't have negative length in it. However, it's a little bit verbose what we're doing here. We are repeating ourselves for this unreadMessages.length check, and in this case we're only ever displaying one item or the other. So as you can probably tell that I'm driving towards a point that in this case, when we're trying to decide between displaying one thing or another thing, the logical AND operator is not going to be our best choice. Not only that, but let me actually clear up this challenge and clear up this that we just did. But it can be really tempting to see something like unreadMessages.length and try to infer a truthiness out of it. In JavaScript, the value 0 is considered a falsy value, and so it's tempting to say that if unreadMessages.length is a truthy value, then I want you to display this H1, and we might pat ourselves on the back and think that we're doing a great job here. You know, we might hit save, see that it looks like it's working, and ship it. However, let's see what happens if I empty my array and hit save again. We simply get the number 0 displayed. When this evaluates to the number 0, React will choose to display that 0 instead of just considering it a falsy value and not displaying anything. So unless we're very sure that we're being explicit in our condition and ensuring that that expression will evaluate to a real Boolean value and not just a truthy or a falsy value, there's potential for bugs to show up in our code, like having a random 0 floating somewhere on our page. Kind of in summary, the AND operator can be a good way to quickly either display something or not display it. If you use it, make sure that your expression will always evaluate to a real Boolean. Otherwise, there's another option that we can use to conditionally render things in React, and that's what we're going to be talking about next. We have kind of a funny UI bug right now, where if we click Show Punchline, it does show the punchline, but the button still says Show Punchline. Furthermore, clicking Show Punchline again actually hides the punchline. So knowing what you know now and what we've learned with the AND operator to do conditional rendering, I'm going to put in a pause here and I want you to think about how you might change the button to, say, Hide Punchline instead of Show Punchline. Of course, only at the appropriate time, when things are already shown. I'm not going to type this down as a challenge because I'm not necessarily expecting you to write the code for it, although you're more than welcome to go above and beyond and do so. So see if you're able to figure out a way that you could change the button to say Hide Punchline if the punchline is already shown. One way we could go about this is duplicating this button, having one that says Show Punchline and one that says Hide Punchline. We then would have to conditionally render one button or the other button based on the isShown property. So I would say if isShown is true and, well, actually, let's see. If isShown, we want this to say if not isShown. So if it's equal to false, then we want to say show punchline. And if isShown is true, then we want to display hide punchline. And we should see that this will work. It says show punchline, we click it, and now it says hide punchline. If you think about it, when the state changes, React is actually removing the old button and putting a new button element in its place. But we can already tell by the duplicated code that we can probably do this in a better way. And the better way that we can do that is by using a ternary. In this case, I wouldn't even have to duplicate my button, so I can just get rid of this, and the only thing that's really changing about this button is that first word. So let me back this off. I'm going to get rid of everything that we just added. And instead of saying show punchline, I'll go ahead and determine what this word should be in JavaScript. So I'll put a set of curly braces to jump into JavaScript, and I can use a ternary to say if isShown is true, then I want this to display the following string. Let's see, if it's true, then I want it to say hide, but otherwise I want it to say show. Let's hit save, and we'll click show punchline, and awesome, it now says hide punchline. Not only that, but because we are only changing the text of our button and not actually swapping out the entire button element itself, after clicking it, we still have tab focus on that button. So I could hit spacebar and it would toggle that button back and forth to hide and show the punchline for that one specific joke. So that's kind of an extra benefit because we're not swapping out the entire button element, but just changing the word on the button. So now that we know about the ternary, there is one last thing that I want to talk about, and that is that there is a little bit of pushback in the React community to using the AND operator at all. Because of that little bug that we saw before, where if your expression evaluates to a 0, it actually would display a 0 on your page. Bugs like that can be completely gotten rid of if we simply choose to use a ternary instead. So instead of an AND operator, I'll use a question mark, and as an alternative in my else, basically the second part of my ternary, or I guess the third part, the first part's the expression, second part is the truthy value that gets returned. In this third part, we'll say null. It's a little bit of extra typing, but it is kind of a prevailing thought in React these days to do this just to avoid any potential of having that 0 show up on the page, or just generally having your expression maybe not evaluate to what you think it's going to evaluate to. So there are some who would say just don't use the double ampersand at all and just always use a ternary with null as your alternative option. And we'll see that this is working exactly as we would expect. We're currently showing or hiding the punchline correctly. The button says hide punchline and show punchline. I think what I'll probably do is just leave this example with the double ampersand, and I'll leave this one with the ternary just so you see the alternative. And between these two options, with the AND operator and the ternary, I would say probably 90–95% of your conditional rendering needs will be met with that. If you do have something a bit more complex, like if based on whatever value you have, you might display more than 3 or 4 things, in that case, it might be better just to put your logic up here inside of your component to determine either what element should get displayed or what the text should be that gets displayed. Do all of that logic work outside of your return, above your return, I should say. Save it in some kind of variable and then just display that variable down below. Because we're just dealing in JavaScript here, you also could do something like create a function that takes a parameter and determines what the output should be, and then inside of your JavaScript expression down here, you could simply call that function, and that function would be in charge of returning the JSX, or in this case, just the string that should get displayed. There's a million ways to do it, and it's kind of hard to go over every single one of them because, well, there's always a lot of ways to solve the same problem. Everything that we've covered here so far is going to be plenty for us to get back to our Chef Claude app. However, before we jump back into Chef Claude, I do want us to get some hands on the keyboard here and practice conditional rendering. We'll also have a quick conditional rendering quiz. So stretch out those finger muscles or do whatever you need to do to be ready to complete the challenge. Okay, let's give this one a shot. Your challenge is to display the correct kind of text inside this H1. If there are no unread messages, so if this is an empty array, it should display "you're all caught up." If there's exactly one unread message in it, then it should display you have one unread message, and message will be singular. You don't have to display the singular word there. Actually, let me put the quote on the other side there. And if there's more than one unread messages, then you want to display you have, and then the number of unread messages, but the word messages should be plural. There's definitely more than one way to solve this problem. So give it your best shot. Don't be too concerned if the way that I do it is going to be different than yours. Just see if you can get it to work. So I'll pass it over to you to work on this challenge. One way I could choose to go about this is to decide which H1 I'm going to display, one of these three, based on the conditions that it has. I also could potentially choose to do a ternary, but because I have three different options here, it would likely have to be a nested ternary, which I personally kind of despise nested ternaries. I think there's always a better way to do things. In the last lesson, I briefly mentioned at the end that one thing you could do is to set a variable for what text gets displayed, and then run your logic here above your return in order to determine what that text should be. If you chose to conditionally render your H1s using an AND operator or some kind of ternary, that is 100% okay. But just for the sake of seeing it a different way, I'm going to go ahead and create a new variable. I'll set it as a let variable so that I can change it. And maybe let's have this say, we'll just say text. And I'll just leave it undefined for now. Then I can just use a regular if block to say if messages.length is equal to 0, then I'll go ahead and set text equal to this message that says you're all caught up. Else if my messages.length is exactly equal to 1, we'll set text equal to this message instead. And that needs to be a string and not have this formatting here. And otherwise, we are certain that it will be greater than 1, so we will just copy this down here. We'll change this to messages, and I'll use messages.length inside of my text, which means I need to use a template string. So I'll go ahead and put that interpolation there and change this to a template string. And the word messages is plural. Okay, so by the end of running through this logic, text is going to be exactly the text that I want. So I'll put a set of curly braces and just say text. Let's clean up the challenge, hit save, and we get an error, and that's because I'm checking message.length, not messages.length. Okay, cool. You have two unread messages. Let's lower this down to one unread message. Perfect. And if we make it an empty array, you're all caught up. If this logic were to get much more complex than this, I might put this inside of a function and say something like determine text. We can simply put all of this inside, and then we'd want to make sure we returned the text. And actually, by doing that, I don't need to save a separate variable, so I could simply say return this string. We could just do that in each of those cases. And then all I would have to do is call determine text with my set of parentheses there to immediately execute it upon this getting rendered. Let's just see if that's working. So, okay, we get you're all caught up. If I add a single item back in here, then I get you have one unread message and a second one, two unread messages. Perfect. Again, I actually didn't expect anybody to do it this way. If you did, bravo, in kind of thinking outside the box. I just wanted to show that there's a lot of different ways to handle this, and now that you understand the concept of conditional rendering, simply using JavaScript to determine what should get displayed to the screen, or if something should get displayed to the screen at all, the whole world of possibilities is going to open to you in how you actually accomplish that task. Just to shift gears a little bit, I do want to give a quick quiz about conditional rendering so that we can start thinking less in terms of the code and more in terms of the high-level concept. And then, as I promised, we'll get back to our Chef Claude app and apply what we've learned. Before moving on, let's do a quick quiz about conditional rendering. Just like before, I'm going to put in a pause here. I want you to actually click in and type down your answers. It's a great way to think outside of the specific syntax that we've been working with. So go ahead and answer these questions, and then we'll go through them together. Okay, number one, what is conditional rendering? In a highly dynamic web application, we often have changing data or changing local state, and we may choose to display something different or not display something at all depending on that state. So one way we might answer this is that conditional rendering is when we want to only sometimes display something on the page based on some kind of condition. Okay, we also talked about two of probably the main ways that you'll see conditional rendering being used. One is by using the AND operator. So when would we want to use that? Well, it's ideal for either displaying something or displaying nothing at all. So it's good for when you want to either, yes, display something or not display something. When it comes to either displaying option A or instead displaying option B, that's when, number 3, a ternary is best used. So we can say it's good for when you need to decide which of two things to display. And yes, you can use nested ternaries to determine any number of things that you might want to display, but personally, that's where number 4 comes in. What if you need to decide between greater than 2 options on what to display, in which case the world kind of opens up to you. You could use an if, else conditional, and of course in that case you can have as many else ifs as you need. Or you might decide to use something like a switch statement. Or kind of implicit in this answer is basically any other way you might want to do it. Okay, great job on this quiz. Let's finally get back to Chef Claude and apply the conditional rendering that we've learned. All right, that was a long sidetrack on learning conditional rendering, but as I mentioned, it's something you're going to be doing quite a bit, and we're going to apply it right now. In our Chef Claude app, we have the input, and when we add ingredients, let's just say testing, it displays the list of ingredients. It seems like it's conditional rendering, but what's really happening is we have this unordered list that is always being rendered to the page, and it simply has no list items inside of it, which is why it looks like nothing's there. But what I'm going to do is paste in a more finished version of this that includes this ingredients on hand, the list of ingredients like we already have, and then this little call to action at the bottom that says ready for a recipe. So let me go ahead and paste in some pre-written code. We'll walk through it so that it's not too jarring, and we'll see that we are in dire need of some conditional rendering. All right, I replaced our simple unordered list with this new section, and let's take a second to walk through it. I know sometimes if someone just throws a bunch of code up here, it can be a little bit jarring, and I don't want to lose anybody here. First of all, I am going to make this a little bit bigger, just so we can maybe separate those words a little bit. So what we've added into the section first is a little H2 that announces the below list is going to be the ingredients we have on hand. Of course, it's a little bit weird because it's just a colon and then there's nothing after it. We do have our unordered list currently being rendered to the page, but because our ingredients list items is an empty array, nothing is displaying. And then we just have this little call to action that says, are you ready for a recipe? Generate a recipe from the list of ingredients, and it's got this get a recipe button. There's no on click on it yet. We're going to get to that in a little bit, but clearly what we have here is not a great user experience. It's really cluttering up the page with irrelevant information at the current starting point with having no ingredients in our list. Oh, and I almost forgot, I do have in the CSS some associated class names and styles, which is why it looks like it's styled already. Okay, let's apply what we've learned with conditional rendering and make it so that ingredients on hand and this ready for a recipe section don't show up unless there are items in our ingredients list. I'll type this out as a challenge. Just to buy some room, I'm actually going to minimize this for now. If we want, we can bring it back up or even make it really large so that we get a little bit better spacing. For now, again, I'm just going to minimize it. Okay, your challenge is using conditional rendering. I want you to only render this entire section if there are ingredients added to the list of ingredients. Assuming you went through the conditional rendering sections that we just finished and were able to do the challenges, this should be a pretty straightforward challenge for you. There's always more than one way to get things done, especially in React. So as long as when you first load the app, this whole section doesn't appear, and when you add an ingredient it does appear, then you should be golden. Of course, when you do that, the ingredients on hand should have one item in the unordered list. All right, your time to shine. We can know if we have ingredients in our lists if the ingredients array that's being held in state has a length that is greater than 0. And so I will surround my entire section here in a set of curly braces, and I can set up a condition that says if ingredients.length is greater than 0, Then I want to display this section. We learned two main ways that we can do this. I think I'm just going to use the double ampersand, and let's see if that's working first. Okay, well, that section is gone, so that's good. Let's hope it comes back. We'll add oregano to our list, and perfect, we get it showing up on the page. As I mentioned, you'll want to be careful when you're dealing with the double ampersand. If you have a habit of not being quite as explicit as using the greater than 0 so that this will actually turn into a Boolean, and you're relying on the fact that ingredients.length of 0 is a falsy value and might short circuit the rest of this, you're probably going to be disappointed. We can see if I hit refresh, I get a 0 actually showing up on the page. So you can either make sure that you're always very explicit and this is evaluating to an actual Boolean, or you can use a ternary if you want to be extra cautious. So you can say if ingredients.length is greater than 0, then display this, but otherwise display null, and we'll see that this is working as well. I can add oregano, that shows up, but if I were to rely a little more heavily on the fact that ingredients.length of 0 is falsy, then I wouldn't actually render a 0. Instead, I would get the expected behavior, and I can add oregano and then get the rest showing up on the page. They're just different schools of thoughts. You can choose whichever one you want. I think I'll go ahead and stick with the double ampersand and simply remember to put my greater than 0 in here. We'll just make sure that's working again. Perfect. Just to really drill this in, we are going to do another challenge, but we will do it in the next scrim. Towards the very end of this project, we are going to be sending this list of ingredients to a real AI API so that it can determine a recipe that we could make given the ingredients that we pass to it. However, if we just have a single ingredient, the chef might not really know what we're supposed to do with that. It also would probably generate a recipe that has a bunch of ingredients we don't have, which might still happen anyway, but try to imagine telling a chef to make something and the only ingredient you have on hand is oregano. However, currently we're prompting our user if they're ready for a recipe by having a single ingredient on there. So maybe for the sake of our user's ultimate culinary experience, let's update our app so that the getRecipeContainer div, which is this one right here, will only get displayed if our ingredients list has at least 4 items in it, because fewer than that and we might just not get very good results. Again, this is super similar to the last one, but I think it does help illustrate a little point that we'll see in just a second. Okay, go ahead and get started on this challenge. We're doing essentially the same thing that we were doing before. We're just going to surround this div in a set of curly braces and put a condition. And that condition is the same as the last one. Well, almost the same. We're looking at ingredients.length, but we want it to be greater than 3 this time. And I'll put my little short circuit and operator there. Let's clean up the challenge text and hit save and give this a try. I'll just add in some oregano, maybe chicken, some jalapenos, and maybe we have some cream of mushroom soup. Awesome. Okay, with the 4th ingredient added, we now have this ready for a recipe thing showing up down at the bottom, and that experience seems a lot more reasonable to me. All right, well, we do still have additional parts of our site that we need to render, including this entire suggested recipe section. So what we'll do is put a bit of a placeholder in its place for now before we start integrating any kind of AI, and later we can replace it with the real thing. So let's jump right in and tackle that next challenge. As you know, once the user has input a few ingredients, they're going to click this Get a Recipe button. That will send an API call out to the Anthropic Claude API, or as we'll see, there's other options as well, and return a recipe that we can display down below. We're not quite ready to reach out to the API, but I do see a chance for us to make some progress in our Chef Claude app that will give us a chance to practice both the creation of state, which honestly it's been a minute since we've done in this course, and some conditional rendering, which you're probably pretty sick of doing by now. So I'm going to give you this multi-part challenge that will kind of be a placeholder for now, and then we'll be refactoring this and building upon it as we make this app a little bit closer to its final form. The first part of your challenge is to simply create some Boolean state. You can call it recipe shown, and it's just going to represent whether or not we've gotten the recipe back from our AI chef. To start it out, you'll default the value to false. Then I want you to go over to recipecode.md, this file here, and you're just going to Command or Control A and Command or Control C to copy the entire contents here. What I've done is taken the response that I've gotten back from an AI when I was testing this out, and I've wrapped it in all of this HTML, or I guess JSX code. So you're going to grab everything here, head back to main.jsx, and down below you're going to paste it in place of this comment right here. If you hit save at that point, it's going to display it on the mini browser, but the next part of your task is to make it so that when the user clicks the Get a Recipe button, it will flip the recipe shown state from false to true, and you'll use conditional rendering to only display that entire recipe code content if recipe shown is true. A couple things. First of all, yes, this is just a placeholder. In the future, we will not be using recipe shown to determine if the content should be displayed or not. Instead, we're going to save the response from the AI in our state, and if that response is not null, then it'll do the same thing. It'll display the recipe content section. Secondly, and this is more administrative, you'll notice that I just hard-coded a few options in here so we didn't have to add 4 different ingredients every time we wanted to click Get a Recipe. Okay, I think you should be all set up to get working on this challenge. It's a little bit longer, it has a few more steps than normal, but I know that everything here should be something that you're capable of doing. So I'll pass it over to you to work on the challenge. All right, first let's create our Boolean state. So I'll do that here. We're going to create recipe shown and use set recipe shown as the state setter function, and that's going to be coming from React.useState. It's just a Boolean and we're defaulting it to false. I'm going to kind of clean these up as I go just to buy a little bit of room. Okay, now we need to go grab the markup in recipecode.md. I'm just going to grab and copy everything. Come back to main.jsx, and it's going to look a little bit bloated, but we'll just stuff it all here inside of this file. And I think I'll do a quick format here. Yeah, there we go. For anybody who is feeling pretty concerned that this file is getting pretty long and trying to attend to a few different needs for our app, you have a very good point, and we are going to be addressing that very soon. But for now, we're just going to have to live with the clutter a little bit. Okay, so that was step 2, copy and paste, pretty straightforward. All right, when the user clicks the Get a Recipe button, I want to flip the recipe shown state to true. I'll go ahead and create a new function. We'll say toggle recipe shown. This will call set recipe shown. It will look at the previous value of shown and flip it to its opposite. We could have also done this as an inline function. It's pretty straightforward, but I kind of prefer this way personally. And now let's come down to our Get a Recipe button and add an onClick handler to toggle recipe shown. Okay, that should be everything from 3, and then we are doing some conditional rendering. So we will surround our entire Chef Claude recommends portion. Let's see, that goes all the way to this section. We'll surround it in a set of curly braces, and we'll say if recipe shown is true, then display this section. All right, let's clean this up, hit save, cross our fingers and hope for the best. We've already got our ingredients there because they're hard-coded in. Let's click Get a Recipe, and look at that, we can scroll down and see the recipe that Chef Claude recommended for us. Or at least the one we're pretending it recommended for us. Well, that's not entirely fair. This actually came from the AI. It just didn't do it right now. Awesome. This user experience is actually turning out pretty great. However, I'd say there are 3 main issues that we have yet to solve. And this is going to set us up for what we're about to learn for the rest of this section. The first one is kind of a developer experience issue that we're experiencing here, and that is what we just talked about. This file has gotten quite long. I mean, in the end, it's only 81 lines of code. That's not actually that bad. I've seen much, much longer React components than this, but it does kind of feel like we're dealing with a few different things. First of all, this whole recipe shown section, it could probably be its own component. And the same goes for the ingredients. Maybe not. I could see an argument for keeping it here, but for the sake of practice, we're going to move this into its own component. I guess we theoretically could do the same thing with our form. I imagine I'm probably just going to keep this the way it is, but we have some cleanup to do so that our code is a little bit easier to reason about. In doing so, we also have some topics to learn that are regarding where state should live in our React component hierarchy, how we can pass state down to the components and still have them be able to change the parent state, and just generally understanding what all that means in the first place. Another maybe more user-centric issue that we're facing is if I'm scrolled to the top here, let's go ahead and hit refresh. I can't scroll down because my recipe section isn't displaying currently. If I click Get a Recipe, Well, I don't have a lot of visual indication that the recipe is ready other than suddenly there's a scroll bar. And so if I start scrolling, then I realize, oh, it actually did respond with the recipe. So that user experience could be improved by having the app simply scroll down for us to let the user know that the recipe is ready for them. We also eventually will want to add some kind of loading state. Currently, clicking Get a Recipe just immediately displays everything here. But when we're dealing with the API, it's going to take some time for that response to come back, and we want to give the user some visual indication that it is trying to work in the background. And lastly, I guess this is both a developer and a user experience. Well, we want to get the recipe from the real AI API, not just from this hard-coded thing that we currently have. So we've made great progress. Awesome job on the challenges that you've had so far. I hope that you're still keeping up with them. Learning to code should not be a lonely task. You should be reaching out to the super active Scrimba Discord server and asking your questions there, getting help from people. It is totally worldwide, so at any time of day or night, there is always someone awake and active on the Scrimba Discord server. Feel free to play around with the code that you've written here, and when you're ready to dive in, we will first start tackling how we can improve the developer experience by offloading some of this code to separate components. Here we are back at our very simple counter app. I even removed the text that was saying how many times would Bob say the word state in this section. And that's because I just want to focus on the core elements that we need. Now, I'll be the first to admit this challenge is pretty contrived. Essentially, the task is to take this h2 and put it inside of its own component, and then pass our count value through props to that component so that by the time you're done, everything should work exactly the way that it is currently working. Read through the specific directions here that should give some hints as to what you need to do. And I guess before we start, I'll just promise you that this isn't just meant to be busy work. It's actually less about getting repetition and practice in this time and more about building to a point. So go ahead and get started on this challenge. I think I tend to like working backwards on stuff like this. So I'm going to cut out the h2 and render this fictional count component. And we will go ahead and pass it a number prop whose value will be the count that is being held in state. Okay, that does not exist, so let's pretend like it does for a second and import it. We'll just import it from a file that we'll call C count, and we'll create that file, count.jsx, and there it is. We'll go ahead and set this up. We know that we want it to take props. Because we need access to that number prop, I'll go ahead and return, if I can spell it right, we'll return the h1 that I cut out earlier, but now instead of count, I don't have that anymore because I'm not in a file where state is being created. Instead, I'm receiving that state through props, and specifically a prop called number. All right, let's see if we made any mistakes. We'll hit save, and okay, it seems to be working as we would expect. Okay, as I mentioned, that was pretty contrived. A component that just renders an h2 is probably overkill for most instances. I suppose there are times when you want your h2 to always be styled a specific way, and I don't know, maybe have some specific functionality attached to it. But the reason that we did this challenge is because I wanted to take a chance to talk about rendering. Let me go ahead and add a console log, and we'll say app rendered. And then I'm going to do a similar console log inside of my count. Of course, this time we'll say count rendered. We have briefly discussed what rendered means in React, and I don't plan on doing a super deep dive into everything that happens when React is rendering components. But the crucial things for us to understand at this point is when we talk about something being rendered, we can think of it as the function of that component being run. Here we're rendering the app component, which essentially tells React, hey, I want you to go to the app functional component, the function, and just run through the code there, run that function. So if we go to app, we see it's going to be setting up some state. It defines a few functions here that we use within the body of this component. In our case, we also put a console log here, and then we return some JSX, which represents the elements that will eventually get turned to DOM elements that get put on the page. And then it renders JSX, which represent React elements, which eventually will get turned to DOM elements that get placed on the page, and that's what the user actually sees. So let's see what happens when I hit save and open my console. Okay, we see we got app rendered, so the app function ran because our console log ran, so we know that it ran, and our count rendered console log, the one that's here, also ran, and that's because inside of the app component, we are rendering or creating an instance of the count component, which means React ran the count function, and therefore our console log ran. Okay, well, let's see what happens when I change the state inside of my app component. So I'll go ahead and let's click plus and check it out. In our console, we got app rendered and count rendered again. Both of them ran again. So changing the state inside of our app component is rerunning this function, although a really interesting thing to note is that the count value is now updated. It's not rerunning it and setting it back to 0. That's one of the main features of state. It maintains its value from one render to the next, which is happening behind the scenes in React. If this were just a plain function and nothing else special about it, then of course our value would keep getting reset back to 0, but that isn't happening. Not only that, but our count rendered again as well. And let me scroll down a little bit so you can see the instance of the count that we have. And I'm going to insert a pause to give you a second to think, why is it that count re-rendered, even though it was only state in the parent component or the app component that changed? Try thinking through that, see if you can make sense of why the count component re-rendered. Well, intuitively, we probably think, well, it's because it relies on this count value that exists within the app component in order to correctly display the number on the page, whatever the current value of state is. And that is true. It's a bit of a partial truth, but it makes sense if we go to the count component. If we didn't rerun this component with a new value for props.number, then what gets displayed would never update. Now, the reason that I say this is a partial truth, and I'm starting to flirt with the line of going outside the scope of what I really wanted to teach in this course, is because the truth is any components that we have inside of our app component, in this case, will get re-rendered. Whether they rely on the state or not, they will, by default, get re-rendered by React. There's a little bit of controversy about this and quite a bit of misunderstanding. The truth is, even if you have a component that doesn't technically need to re-render, doing so by React is super, super fast, and it's not something that often leads to any kind of performance issues. And if it does, there are things that you can do to improve the performance. Again, that's outside the scope of this course. It's most important to know that if we have a state change inside of one component, like we have inside of our app component, React will re-render its own elements that component is in charge of re-rendering, and it will re-render all of the child components that are nested inside of the return of this component. If those components have their own children to display, those also will get re-rendered. I go quite a bit more in-depth on this topic in my Advanced React course here on Scrimba. So once you finish this course, assuming you are planning on continuing to learn React, that will be a great resource for you. But in the meantime, what we've discussed here is good enough for us and opens a door for us to now start talking about state and props and how they relate to each other and how data gets passed around in a React application. Let's look at a slightly more realistic example than the counter that we just saw. Back in our contact card, if you remember, we had our little star icon, and clicking the star would fill it in or empty it out, essentially toggling the isFavorite property on our state object. But let's say we wanted to move this star element to not just be the button with the image inside that we have here, but into its own component so that we could reuse it in other places in this app. So at this point, I'm going to type out a challenge for you to start working on. Okay, your challenge is to move the star image, which is actually this button with the image inside, into its own component, which you'll call star. The star component should receive a prop called isFilled that it uses to determine which of the two icons it will display. As a reminder, you will need to make sure that you take these two import statements and move them into the component that you create, the star component. While you're working on that, I'll want you to get rid of this onClick. This is what I mean here when it says don't worry about the ability to flip this value quite yet. So in doing so, you can actually just get rid of you know what, I'm just going to get rid of onClick right now here. After you've created that star component, here in our app.jsx file, I want you to import and render that component in place of the button element that we have here, and then make sure you pass the correct prop to it so that it will work as we expect. or at least it will reflect the value of contact.isFavorite. So you can switch this value to true just to make sure that that star suddenly fills in. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. I think I've done a lot of working backwards where I cut this out and render a component that doesn't exist. So maybe this time I will start forwards. I'll create a new file called star.jsx. And inside star, actually before I forget, I'm going to import these two lines here. I don't need them in here anymore. So we'll go ahead and import those. And then I'll create my component. I do know that I want this to receive props because I'm going to have an isFilled prop sent to it. And then I'll say return. We'll come back over to app. Let me grab this button and paste it in the return of the star component and format. And we used to be looking directly at the contact object and state, but we are now going to be receiving essentially this value of isFavorite from props. So this will be props dot, and I think we said to call it isFilled. So let me go ahead and change everywhere that we had contact.isFavorite to props.isFilled. And over in app, I can now import that component. So I'll just do it right here. We'll import star from /star and render it in place of the button. And I'll hit save. I still need to pass the prop to it, but let's just see. Oh, it's going to struggle a little bit because I don't have that prop passed to it. So let's go ahead and add isFilled is going to be the value of contact.isFavorite. And oh, nope, I do still have a bug. Let's see. Reference error star empty is not defined. And oh, yes, I have this right here. This line is no longer needed, but I do need to put that logic over in my other component. So let's see, I know what I'm doing here. Let's clean up that challenge and go back to star. And okay, perfect. Right here, we'll paste in that line of logic. And yep, it was expecting star icon, and we're no longer looking at contact.isFavorite. We need props.isFilled. I have star filled and star empty. Let's try again. Okay, cool. Now we get our app back up and running. Or I should say it's partially running because I got rid of my onClick on my button. We can see that clicking the star doesn't actually do anything here. We do need to test it though. Let's make sure we change isFavorite to true and hit save. Cool, our star is filling in. So now we just need to try and think, how are we going to make it so that our nested component, the one that is now inside of the star component, how can we enable the star component to make a change to its parent's state? In fact, I'm going to put in a pause here so you have a chance to think through that. You don't necessarily have to write any code. You're welcome to if you want. But think for a second, how might we be able to add some functionality back to our star component so that clicking it will then change the state that lives here inside of app? I remember when I was first starting out, I thought, well, I just need to add an onClick handler to my star component. And let's just see where that takes us. So I'll go ahead and add onClick, and we'll just pass in the toggle favorite function, hit save, and click the button, and not quite. It's still not working. Why do you think that is? Take a second to think, why is it not yet working for us? Remember how the properties that we're adding to our JSX elements map directly to the DOM elements that exist in JavaScript? In JavaScript, elements that we pull from the DOM, they have a class name property that we can change. And DOM elements like an H2 or a regular button or an image or any of these regular DOM elements, they also have a DOM property called onClick. Well, we're not quite directly working with a DOM element here. We're working with a custom component in React. Any of the properties that we put on our custom component in React, they're chosen by us. And so despite the fact that we named this onClick with a capital C just like we would if it were a regular bare DOM element, or in this case, a React element because it's JSX, which gets turned into a DOM element, this onClick is simply going to be yet another prop that we need to receive inside the star component so that it will work. This onClick is just another custom property or prop that we're passing to our star component, which we would then need to receive as one of the props in order to actually do something with it. Inside of my star component, this is where my regular React element of the button that I want to add an event listener to exists. So in order to get the onClick here, I need to put it on top of my button. So I'll go ahead and use onClick with the capital C, and the value that I'll pass to it is the function that I'm receiving through props called on click. One thing that I sometimes do to clarify exactly what's happening here is I'll go to my custom component, and instead of giving it the exact same name as what would be placed on a regular DOM element, I might change it to something that's obviously more custom, like handle click. Doing so won't magically fix it. I need to come over to my star and realize that I'm not receiving a prop called onClick anymore. I'm receiving a prop called handleClick. So I'll change this to handleClick, and let's just see what happens. I have my star, I click it, and it empties out. Awesome. We've talked about how we can pass any JavaScript data type down through props, and functions, like we're doing here, are no exception. We're passing this function down to our star prop so that we can put it on the native element, this lowercase b button element, so that it can correctly listen for the click event and run this function. Running this function will still interact with the parent's state in order to change it. So over the next few lessons, we are now going to dive a little bit deeper into state and props, the React hierarchy, and what the component tree looks like, and all kinds of really fun stuff. We'll get lots of chances to see different ways that we can structure our state and our props. And as a reminder, all of this is bringing us back to our Chef Claude app, where we had kind of a long component and a desire to move some of those sections of the component to their own individual components that then get rendered by the main parent component. So without further ado, let's jump in and start seeing how React handles state and props and the component tree. At this point, I think it's helpful for us to look at how we pass data from one component to another in React. Let's look at a sample diagram of a React application. We can imagine that the rectangles closer to the top represent parent or grandparent components, and the lines simply represent that that component is rendering an instance of another component below it. The name of these components isn't important. In this example, the name of these components isn't that important. It's just important that we understand the hierarchy that's here. As you're building your application, you might realize that this bottom component here is in need of some state so that the user can change something and React will re-render that component. As you continue building, you might also realize that there is a sibling component, or in other words, a component that is also being rendered by the same parent that is also in need of the state that you just created in its sibling component. We're going to do a challenge in this code in just a second, but this is a perfect example of this. In our index file, we're rendering an app component. The app component is rendering a header component and a body component. And as we were building this, in the header component, we initialized some state for our current user's username. We set it equal to Joe, and that's what's being displayed up here in the upper right. However, as we started building out our body component, we realized that we need access to the currently logged in user so we can fill in this text where it says welcome back and then blank. We want this to say welcome back Joe. So think for a second, is there any way that we are able to pass the state that we created from this component over to its sibling component? Well, as it turns out in React, no, we can't. This isn't how data flows in React. In React, data can only flow downwards. It only works in one direction, from a more parent component down to children components. So take another second to think, how could you make it so this component that is currently saying data please can get access to the state from its sibling component? Because data only flows downward, the easiest thing that we could do is simply to bump that state up to a parent component and then pass that information down through props. This way, both of these bottom level components can have access to the information that it needs. Well, what will inevitably happen as you continue to build out your app is you'll find that you have yet another component that needs access to that information. And once again, we find ourselves being unable to pass information from the component that we just gave state to its so-called sibling component that now needs access to that state. And it's important to note that we certainly can't go from any child component up to I guess you could call this an aunt or uncle component, because there's not even a reference in the code from this bottom component to any other component in the hierarchy. So this also is not something that we can do, which means once again, we are forced to pull our state up to a higher level and pass down through props to the components that need it, the information from that state. As you can imagine, this can get a bit cumbersome over time, and there are a number of different solutions that can help us avoid having to pass props many levels down. tools like Context, which is built into React, or third-party libraries like Redux or useState, which were created to help this data management problem. All of those topics are outside the scope of this course, and so we are just going to be sticking with state and props. However, I can offer a little plug for my advanced course here on Scrimba, where we do dive into context, and we learn how we can use context to avoid having to drill props through so many layers of our component tree. So let's apply what we just learned about moving state up and passing its information down through props by working on a challenge. Here we are in our header component, which is currently the location of the state that we created for our username. Your challenge is to raise the state up a level and then pass it down to both the header and the body components through props. And then the last part of this challenge will be to make it so that in the body component, we aren't looking at this blank space here, but instead we're able to render the username in its place. Go ahead and give this challenge your best shot. In this hierarchy, we can imagine that this box right here is the app component, and it is rendering the header and the body. But right now, our state is living down here in the header. So as we saw, we need to lift that state up so that it will live in the app component. Let's go ahead and cut this state out. We'll go over to the app component, and we will just put it right there. And I had already imported React from React in these components, just in case you wanted to play around with putting it in different locations. But at this point, we can get rid of those. And I guess while we're here, we'll clean up this challenge text too. Okay, let's come back here where we just put our new state, and we can pass that state down through props. We'll just maybe call it a prop of username, and we'll set it equal to the value of username from state. And now let's see what happens. I'm going to hit save. I'm probably going to get an error that talks about how username is not defined. So we can go through and fix those. In our header, we are referencing username, but we don't have state here anymore. Instead, we are going to be getting this from props. So I can just add props.username in its place, and let's see if that works. Yes, our header has Joe in it. Let's go over to our body. We will also accept props here. And once again, instead of these hard-coded underlines, we are going to get props.username. Moment of truth, hit save, and perfect. Our body also says, welcome back, Joe. We can also double check that this is working by changing Joe to something else like Bob. And perfect, it changes in both locations with only one state change. Understanding that data flows in a single direction, and that direction is always from parent to child components, or downward in the tree, can be extremely helpful for you as you start working on architecting your React applications. I think the last important thing to touch on with this before we move on is to know that it's best practice to keep your state as locally defined as it needs to be. In other words, if this component down here on the bottom were the only one that needed state, then that's a great place to put state. If its sibling needs access to that state, then moving it up just one level is the best way. It might be tempting to think, well, I'm going to stop refactoring this. I'm just going to shove my state at the top of my application and then pass it down as many levels as I need to. But as a rule of thumb, that's generally not a good idea. And if you do have state that is truly global across your entire application, that's usually the time to start looking at one of those alternative solutions that I mentioned, like Context, Redux, or useState, or something like that. Okay, with this under our belts, I think it is time for us to do a round of challenges to help us really cement in what we have been learning about when it comes to props and state in React. This is the beginning of a series of challenges that we are going to work on so that we can reinforce what we've learned in the past up until now, and so we can prime ourselves to learn some new information. And we're just going to be building a silly little series of buttons that actually was inspired by my Rodecaster Pro, which is what I use for mixing the sound from my microphone. And it has these 8 buttons over on the right side that are kind of fun pastel-y colors. And they are just for doing sound effects. I literally never use those buttons, although I think they're programmed with sounds. Let me see what they do. The funny thing is, while this is recording, I actually can't hear what it's doing. So I'm going to turn that off. We've got some funny sounds over here. The point is, when I press these buttons, they light up. And when you press them again, they turn back off. And so that's the inspiration for the project that we're working on. The first part of this challenge is first to initialize some state with a default value that is the array of pads that were pulled in. I called them pads because they're technically called sound pads, so don't let that be confusing. If we go to pads.js where we're pulling this in, it's an array of objects. They have an ID, a color, which we're going to use eventually, and an on value, which we're also going to be using eventually. For the purposes of this challenge, you should find yourself only needing access to the ID, although I'm not going to tell you why yet. That's going to be part of your challenge. So you'll be creating some state inside of this app. You'll initialize the value of that state with this array that we're importing. This is honestly kind of a strange thing to do. We're going to see exactly why we're putting it in state later. But then what I want you to do is to map over that state array and to display each one of them as a button element. I've already written some CSS for you, so it should show up in a 2x4 grid. And as it mentions here, don't worry about the on property or the color property quite yet. Once you've mapped over that array, you'll put the elements right here, or I guess if you want, you could just map over it right here inside of the markup. So go ahead and give this one your best shot. All right, first things first, let's go ahead and create some state. We'll call these, I guess, pads, and we'll use setPads as our state setter function. That'll be equal to react.useState. Of course, I need to import React in order for this to work, so let's do that. Not improt, let's import React from React and initialize this with the array of pads. Okay, that is part one. Part two, let's go ahead and create some, I don't know, maybe we'll just say button elements. And that will come from pads.map. For each pad, I'm going to return a button element. I'm going to use a set of parentheses so I can do an implicit return on the next line. And we'll bring in our button. And one thing I always find myself forgetting to do is to actually render my elements after I have created them. So let's go ahead and do that now. We're going to have a little error, or a warning, I guess. Oh, you know what? Pads 2. That's funny. I chose a bad name here because that's exactly what I'm calling my objects coming in. You know what? You probably chose a different name for this. I'm actually going to change the name of this one to pads data, just so that I can still call this pads inside of my component. Okay, let's see if we hit save and get the warning I was expecting. Yeah, each child in the list should have a unique key prop, and that's because we're mapping over it. We need to make sure that we provide a key. And fortunately, I gave you the IDs for each one of these. So that's what we'll use in this case. Because we manually did it, we know that they're unique. So let's give that an ID, or a key of pad.id. We'll hit save. That warning goes away, and awesome. Okay, this is really just to partially reinforce what we have been working on up until now, and also to set us up a little bit more to learn about state and some ways in which we will oftentimes find ourselves dealing with state inside of a React application. Great job on this challenge. Let's jump into part two. Okay, sorry if I led you astray. Before we move on to part two of this challenge, we actually need to spend a little bit of time to finally learn about inline styles in React. This isn't something that we use terribly often in HTML, but in HTML, you can provide an inline style directly on your HTML attribute by using the style attribute. Whatever I put inside of the quotes, inside of this text, will get rendered by the CSS engine. And so I could say something like background dash color colon, and I don't know, let's do something crazy like red. Okay, I'll hit save, and we see that it's applying. And actually, this inline style is taking precedence over the CSS rule that I already have, changing the background color of the body. Let's go ahead and undo that. It's a little bit of an eyesore. We'll hit save. Okay, that's a little better. We can do a very similar thing in our React code. Anytime we have a JSX element that is going to be turned into a native DOM element, basically anything that is a real HTML element, we can pass a style prop to it. However, because we're in JSX, we're not going to set this equal to a string where we say something like background-color, but instead we're going to set this equal to an object. Now, I have found this to be a tricky thing for beginners in React. If you remember, when we do a set of curly braces inside of our JSX, it first puts us into JavaScript. So this is not setting it equal to an object. It's simply saying, I want you to evaluate some JavaScript inside here. the JavaScript that we want to evaluate in here is an object, and so I need my second set of curly braces. In fact, sometimes what I end up doing, just to avoid that confusion, is I'll create a separate variable, let's call it styles, and set it equal to an object, and then replace that kind of silly double object looking thing with my object that I defined elsewhere. You definitely don't have to do it this way. It might not be that confusing to you to just have your object nested inside, but let's just see what it looks like this. Now, I'm creating this object in JavaScript, so if I want to access the background color, an important thing to remember is that I need to use my CSS properties as the camel-cased version of those properties. First of all, because, well, it won't make sense for us to have a key that tries to do background-color, but perhaps more importantly, we need to remember that we are working inside of a JavaScript file, even though it looks like we're typing HTML. If you remember, in regular DOM JavaScript, if we wanted to get an element, we'd say something like document.getElementById something. And if we wanted to alter the style of that, we would say .style, and then we could access the background color property of it and set it equal to something. The reason this is camel-cased is because that's how they have it set up in DOM JavaScript. And so I need to camel-case my CSS properties. I think you understand that. Let me go ahead and get rid of that. And let's just see that this is working. Well, remember, we're styling the button elements right now. So if I change this to the string red, awesome, we get our red buttons. All right, well, in this case, we're just hard coding a color to change the background color of these buttons. However, usually in React, you'll find yourself doing something like this, adding an inline style, when you need it to be something that's more dynamic. Let me show you an example. I'm actually going to clear out the button styles there, and we can just get rid of this object. And I'm going to set up a little challenge for you. And I want us to imagine that we want to enable a feature for our app that allows it to receive maybe a prop called dark mode. Let me actually put these on their own lines just to buy myself some room. Okay, so here in our index.jsx file, this is where we're instantiating our app component. And let's go ahead and imagine that we are adding a dark mode feature to our app. And we want this to either say true or false. Let's go ahead and say true for now. And we will come over to our app component, and we'll make use of that incoming dark mode prop to change the background color. And, well, really, I mean, that's something I want you to do. So I'll type this out as a challenge. Okay, these are still red from the previous time we refreshed. Let's go ahead and change it or save it so that it updates. And your challenge is to use a ternary to determine what the background color of the buttons should be based on the incoming dark mode prop. If it's set to true, then set the background color to this color. And if it's false, then set it to this color. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. Well, we're passing a dark mode prop to our app component, but we are not receiving it at all. So let's go ahead and grab props. And you know what, as a reminder, I think what I'll do this time is I'm going to destructure this immediately and just grab dark mode directly from the incoming props object. Either way is totally fine. I just wanted to remind us that this is an option. Let's go ahead and create our styles object. We also could have done this inline directly here in our button. And we'll change the background color, camel cased, to, and then we'll take a look at dark mode. We'll use our ternary here. We'll say if dark mode is true, then I want it to be this color. And otherwise, we'll have it be this color. Lastly, I need to include my style attribute here, and we'll set it equal to the styles. Let's clean up this challenge text, hit save. Okay, so they are dark because dark mode is set as true. And if we come over here and change it to false, they are light. Awesome. Hopefully you can start to see that this can be applied in a lot of different ways. The way that we've done it here is pretty simplistic. We're going to apply this idea to our sound pad over the next couple lessons, and we're also going to see how we can do dynamic class names. Feel free to play around with this and just experiment with the different kinds of things you can do dynamically with your styles. For example, maybe you make it so that if there's an even number of pads that are coming in from pads data, then they display in one color, and if it's an odd number, then you display it in a different way. I don't know. The world is your oyster. Doing stuff like that, though, is one of the best ways to just explore what's possible. Really, exercising your curiosity is going to be one of the best ways that you can learn. So play around as much as you want. When you're ready, we will move into part 2 of our SoundPads challenge. These buttons are looking a little bit boring, especially if we compare them to the buttons on the Rodecaster Pro that are nice and colorful and bright. So let's address that now. Your challenge is to first create a separate component that we'll just call pad and replace this button element with that new pad component. I want you to pass this pad component a prop called color, whose value will be the color property from our pad objects that we have. And inside the pad component that we're about to create, I want you to apply an inline style to the button. And maybe that wasn't entirely clear. When you create the new pad component, you're going to take this button and that's what will be returned from the pad component. I want you to apply an inline style to that button so that it can set the background color of the button to the color that we're passing to our component. We're not yet dealing with the on property. We're going to be doing that soon. You might have to read through this challenge a couple times. There were some things that I skipped out on to give you a chance to figure them out on your own. And so I'm going to pass it over to you now to work on this challenge. All right, I'm going to copy this button. We have a bit of change to make. We'll create a new file called pad.jsx. In that file, let's go ahead and set up our component. Since I copied that button, I'll go ahead and return that directly. And I'm going to remove the key because I'm not going to be doing any repetition here inside of the pad component, but instead we'll be doing that in app.jsx. Let's go ahead and import our pad from the file called pad. And we'll replace our button with an instance of this pad component. We don't need a closing tag here because it's going to be self-closing. And yes, the key can stay on here. That should fix the issue with needing a key. Actually, I'm trying to think if this would be broken. Let's hit save and okay, yeah, we've got our buttons on the screen. Okay, so that is number 1. Number 2, let's pass the pad component a prop called color. Okay, let's do that right here. Color is equal to pad.color, and we are passing the pad component a color prop, but we are not receiving it at all. So let me go ahead and receive props. And we could either do our inline style. Actually, yeah, let's just do our inline style right here on the button. We'll set style equal to an object, and that object needs to be inside of the first set of curly braces. Also, it's important to remember that we don't want to call this styles or something else weird. Currently, we're dealing with the actual button element, so we need this property to be correctly spelled. Okay, inside this object, I'm going to set the background color equal to props.color. And before I hit save, let's go back over to app. We'll see how we're doing. We passed the color prop and we applied it inside the component. We'll deal with on soon. Okay, let's clear some of this text out and cross our fingers. We should see a little bit more of a colorful display here. All right, let's hit save. And that looks so much better. Sorry for any of my OCD friends who are wishing that the order was exactly the same. I'm kind of feeling that pain too. Well, the order is the same, it's just in a different orientation, and the way that I marked down the buttons was left to right and top to bottom. I don't know. I did it in a weird way. I'm sorry. Still, our buttons are looking great. In the next part of the challenge, we're going to finally make use of that on prop and apply something similar to our dynamic styles that we have, but instead, this time it will be a dynamic class name. So once you have made sense of what we've done here and you've had a chance to play around in the code, let's jump into that next part of the challenge. Oh no, our buttons are not lit up anymore. And that's because I added some CSS that turns them off by default. Or in other words, it just adds this opacity of 0.1 by default to the button. However, I did give us a way to include an opacity of 1, and that is if our button is to have an on class name. Let me bump this up here and we'll see if the button is supposed to be on, then it will have this full opacity and the colors will be nice and bright. But I need you to work to make that the case. So part 3 of this challenge is to update the code so that if the button is on, or in other words, if the data says that on is true, then the button should get a class name of the string on. This is even a little more vague than last time, so I'm hoping that you've been paying attention and doing the challenges. If not, that's okay. Go back, try them again. It should be a good primer for this challenge. So I'm going to insert a pause here and you can start working on challenge part 3. In order for this component to know whether it's on or off, we have to pass that data in to our pad component, just like we did with the color. So I'm going to add a new prop called on and set it equal to the value of pad.on. Remember, this on property is coming directly from the pad's data. Well, maybe I should say indirectly from the pad's data. We're saving pad's data in state as this value of pads. That's going to be the same thing. We're going to talk about why we're doing that really soon in an upcoming lesson. And so this pads is the array of objects, and we're mapping over it, so each one of them has an on property. We're passing that down to our pad component, so let's go ahead and receive it in props. And we can always do something like console log props.on just to make sure that's coming through. And we see that we did get 8 instances of this console running because we have 8 instances of our pad component. And if we were to map this closely to pads.js, we'd see that it is in order as we would expect. Okay, let's close the console, get rid of this console log. And in order to add a dynamic class name, I can access the class name prop that I would pass to my button, or attribute, I guess, that I would pass to my button. But this time, instead of hard coding a class name here, I can evaluate some JavaScript. There's a few ways that I could do this. I could say, first, I need to check props.on, and if that's truthy, or true in this case, then I want to add the string on as my class name. Otherwise, I guess I could do an empty string. This should work, so I'll hit save, and awesome, some of our buttons are turned on. And let's see, it's buttons number 1, 3, 4, and 8. If I were to come here, we'd see that 1, 3, 4, and 8 are the ones that matches perfectly. Okay, now instead of an empty string, just for information's sake, I could put null here, and that would work as well. Now, some of you may have tried to use the double ampersand, as we learned in conditional rendering, to only include the string on if props.on is truthy. And let's see what happens. I'll hit save. Our buttons are working, but let's check out our console. It says that it received false for a non-Boolean attribute class name. Remember, when we're using this double ampersand, if this is a falsy value, it will return whatever that value is. And in this case, it returned false, and so it's like we were setting the class name to false, and React wasn't super happy with that. In fact, it even has a super helpful message that says, if you used to conditionally omit it with the class name condition double ampersand value, pass class name condition question mark value, otherwise undefined instead. And oh, that's an interesting way to do it, using undefined. I guess since the documentation or the warning says to do that, maybe instead of using null, we'll go ahead and just follow what they said. I think null would also work just fine here. All right, let's hit save. Our warning's gone. Awesome. Great job by the React team for including such a helpful warning. Great work, my friend. Again, play around with this code as much as you want, and when you're ready, believe it or not, we still have more to learn with these sound pads. Over the next 2 lessons, we are going to be seeing 2 different ways that we can architect this silly little app that we're making. With regards to having multiple of these pad components and having some state that controls whether or not they are turned on or off. We're receiving their initial values through this array here, but we do want the user to be able to click them and have that on value flip from true to false or false to true. So in this lesson and in this challenge, we're going to see one possible way that we could do this. And in the next lesson, we'll see another way we could do it, and we'll talk about which one is likely the better option for us. So what we have right now, and I've created this diagram to make this a little easier to comprehend, we have our app component, which is where we are importing our pads.js data. We're mapping over that array of data, which in this case I've simplified to only show an on property. We're mapping over that array and we're creating our pad components. Of course, we have 8 of them. This diagram has 4 for space's sake. And as we're mapping over the array of pads, we are passing down to it a prop called on, which passes the correct Boolean value down to each of these components. Those components are then using that on value to determine whether or not the class name of on should be displayed. And we can see we're doing the same with color, but let's just focus on for now. The first option for how we can have these pad components control their own on state is by initializing new state in each one of these components. We would then take the value of props.on that's coming in from above from our app component, and set that as the initial value in our state for each one of these components. Then we would have a function defined inside of the pad component code that would allow it to flip its own value from true to false or vice versa. Of course, because we are rendering multiple instances of this pad component, each one would have its own state, which React would be keeping track of, and clicking each one individually would change just that one component's value in state. So let's implement this by working on this challenge. Your challenge is to create some state inside of the pad component, which will control whether it's considered on or off. To initialize the state for the initial value of that state, you'll use the incoming props.onValue. Then you'll need to create an event listener so that when this pad is clicked, it will toggle from on to off, or of course the other way around. And by the end, everything else should already be set up so that clicking the pad itself will make it flip, and you'll be able to turn them on and off, each individually. So go ahead and get started on this challenge. We need the useState hook from React, so we're going to import React from React. And let's just initialize it right here. We'll just say this is going to be on, and set on is equal to react.useState. And the initial value is not just going to be me deciding to hardcode something, but instead we're going to set it as the value of props.on. Let's clean this challenge text up. I already know what I need to do. So I'm going to have a function that I'll choose to call toggle, and it's simply going to call the setOn function. It will need to know the previous version of it and just flip it to the opposite. So we'll just say the opposite of prev_on. And then I will add an onClick handler to my button, which calls toggle. Fairly straightforward how we have this set up. At least let's hope it works. I'll go ahead and click these. And oh, of course, I missed one last thing. I don't want to be looking at props.on. I just want to be looking at the local state of on. Let's try that again. And awesome, look, everything's working, perfect. Okay, well, this seems pretty darn straightforward. So why would I care to try a different way of doing this? As I mentioned, there's more than one way we could approach this problem. There's probably more than just two ways even, as there very often is in web development and programming in general. So in the next lesson, I want to see another way that we can structure this. And my goal here isn't to first teach you a bad way of doing it and then teaching you a good way. It's simply to help drive a point home when it comes to the interaction between props and state and just architecting React applications in general. As always, play around with the code as much as you need to in order to understand what we just did. If you want, it doesn't hurt to scrub back to before I did this and try it again on your own from scratch. When you're ready, we'll move on. There's actually a name for how we set this up in the last lesson, where we're taking an initial source of truth, this array, mapping over it and creating components, passing information to that component through props, and then the most relevant part to what we're talking about here, setting state based on the initial value of the incoming props. And then, of course, the reason that we would set state internally is so that this component would be able to change that state. The name of that is called derived state, which makes sense. It's deriving its initial state based on incoming props. Well, as it turns out, you probably don't need derived state. This is a screenshot from the legacy React blog, and you can see in a couple places it warns you that this is an old version of their blog, but in reality, the information on this page still holds water pretty well today. You can click on the screenshot if you want to read more about it, but we're going to be talking about the biggest problem with derived state, which is that you can end up with multiple sources of truth. You see, the way that we have this written, we have the state living in the app component, which is supposed to represent the current state of all of the pads. But in reality, once we derive state inside the pad and allow it to update itself, as soon as any of these pads gets clicked, it's going to be out of sync with the parent state that we had. And because of that, we have two different sources of truth. On its face, this is probably the most straightforward way to get something that looks like it's working. So I can click these, they appear to be updating just fine, and maybe that's all the features we want, at least for now. However, because we have two sources of truth, certain potential features in the future suddenly become a little bit more difficult to add. For example, let's imagine that we wanted to include a button down here that simply said, turn all of the pads off. Because this exists outside of the individual pad component, it would be here in the app where we'd add that button, maybe just right here down below the rendered array of pads. However, actually implementing this feature would involve some kind of crazy seeming workarounds. And that's because if we were to simply set pads and turn every one of those pads off, well, our pad components wouldn't care. They're not making use of this pads array state. In fact, let me take a second to implement that feature, at least how it should be working if everything were working the way we'd expect, just to, I guess, prove a point that it's not going to work. Okay, so here I've included a button that says turn all off. Clicking the button right here will run this turn all pads off function. That function is running this console log just so that we can see that it's running. And then it's calling set pads, which if we look is the first time we're calling set pads and updating this pads array in state. It looks at the previous array of pads and then it maps over them and basically says, just give me all the data from the previous pad, just so we don't lose the color and such. But then it changes on to false for all of them. Let me hit save. We'll click turn all off and we can see our console log is running, but of course our pads are not turning off. Don't worry too much about the implementation details of this function. We're going to be writing something very similar to this. But the point I'm trying to make is if we need any kind of control over all of the data in these pads, then we are going to be better off structuring our code in a different way. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove the state from the individual pad components. And as such, they won't need to update their state. So we'll be able to get rid of those toggle functions. And instead, we're going to make use of the state that already exists inside of our app. Then we will still create a toggle function inside of our app, which gives us the ability to toggle one of the objects in this array, and will update the local state of this array inside the app component by using setPads. Because we're updating this local state, it's going to re-render all of the pads, and almost all of them will receive the same on prop that they received before, except for the one that got clicked. The way we'll know which one got clicked is by passing this toggle function down to each of the pads. When the pad gets clicked, it will send a signal up to the parent component. It will tell it which pad got clicked based on some ID number that we'll pass to it. The toggle function will update that one item in the array, everything will get re-rendered, and that one item in the array will then be different from its previous value, and so it will flip. Now, believe me, I know this sounds more complex, and that's because it is. However, this is the best practice in React when you're dealing with state in this way. It's better to have a unified source of truth, because now we don't have a separate source of truth on each pad. They are simply reflecting this single source of truth that exists in state on the app component. Now, I'm going to give you a challenge that will get us part of the way here, and then we'll be working through the actual implementation details of this toggle function together. So let me go ahead and first I'm going to get rid of this turn all off code, and then I'll include a challenge text here. Okay, your challenge is to first create a toggle function, and for now, all it needs to do is log clicked to the console. Then I want you to pass that function down to each of the pad components and set it up so that when that individual button gets clicked, it will run the function that we passed to it. All right, I'll hand it over to you to work on this challenge. All right, let's do this. We'll create a function that we call toggle, and it's just going to console log clicked. Then when we're mapping over our array of pads data, we will add, let's just call the prop toggle and we'll set it equal to the function toggle. Okay, we'll head over to our pad component, and now we're receiving a prop called toggle. And well, look at that. That's the same function name we gave it here. Let's go ahead and delete this, and then instead of toggle, this will be props.toggle. We're going to lose the ability to flip that state, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and click it, and okay, we're getting our console log running. So this has been a great way for us to get a high-level overview of the approach we're going to take, but it feels a little bit like the scrim has gotten long. So in the next lesson, we're going to talk about how we can implement this toggle function so that instead of just console logging clicked, we can make it toggle the state of the button that was clicked. We're currently passing the toggle function, which we defined in our app component, down to every instance of our pad component. Currently, all it's doing is console logging clicked, and that is definitely working. Of course, that's not the ultimate goal. Now, one thing that's important to note is that each of these pad components has access to props.toggle, the toggle function that we're passing down to it. But because this toggle function is defined in the parent component, there really is only one toggle function. It's not like we've duplicated this toggle function 8 times, which means there isn't any built-in connection for the toggle function to know which button triggered this function. I think technically we could try to grab the event and use something like event.target to figure out which button it was that caused the click event. But as you become more experienced in React, you're going to learn that accessing DOM nodes like this is kind of a code smell. It just doesn't feel right. It's not really the React way to do this. So let's say in our toggle function, we receive the ID of which button was clicked. Then we would be able to look through the array of our pads, find the one with the ID that was clicked, and flip its on value to the opposite of whatever it used to be. In fact, sometimes what I like to do is write this out as sort of pseudocode or comments in this case. So we'll say map over the pads array. If the current item has the same ID as the one passed to this function, flip its on value. Okay, so let's start thinking about this. We're passing the toggle function down, and if we come to our pad component, we have a tiny roadblock. First of all, I can't just say, well, now I want props.toggle to take a parameter, because if you remember when we first learned about event handlers, we don't want this set of parentheses here. It's going to call it as soon as this function runs, so I'll hit save. And oh, of course, I got rid of my console log to demonstrate that. Let's say toggle function. Okay, let me hit save. Okay, we see that immediately, without me even clicking it, it ran this props.toggle function. That's not exactly what we want. And I guess a second problem is even if we could do this, we don't get to choose what gets passed as a parameter to our event handler functions. This is something that's built into the DOM. It will always be the event that gets passed to these functions. So how can we work around this so that we can pass an ID? We don't have this ID defined anywhere. We're going to get there in a second. But how can we write this so that we can pass an ID to this function instead of it automatically receiving an event object? Well, a super easy way to work around this is to say, I'm going to create an anonymous inline function here, and this is the function that the event handler will run. This is the one that will receive the event as its parameter. I don't need this, but the only thing this function will do is run props.toggle. And now, because I'm outside of the event handler function, I can pass whatever parameter I want to this function. Okay, so all we're missing now is this ID, and then of course the code for the toggle function. How can I get access to this ID? Well, you might be thinking, hey, we're passing the ID down through this key prop. Well, there's one little problem. Let me come here and console log props.key, and I'm going to get rid of my console log for the toggle function. We'll hit save, and we get an immediate warning that says, hey, key is not a prop. You can't access it. It's going to be undefined, so don't try to do that. If you need to access the same value, then you should pass it a different prop. Okay, so we can't access props.key, but of course, nothing is stopping us from passing another prop. Let's call it ID, and we'll pass pad.id just like we did with key. Now over in my pad component, I can console log props.id, and I get my 1 through 8. These are the ID numbers of these 8 color pads. Perfect. So now instead of passing the ID, I can say props.id. We'll get rid of this console log. Let's go over to our app and console log the ID that we're passing to this function. Hit save, click it, and look at that. That was number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Should be 1, 2, 3, and so forth. Awesome, everything's working. And now inside of our toggle function, we have access to which of the elements in our pads array was clicked, and we can start executing our plan here. And you know what? I was planning on doing this one for us, but I feel like I've been talking for way too long, so I am going to type this up as a challenge. All right, we're stepping up our game a little bit. I did briefly show you an example of what we're going to be doing here earlier, but I definitely didn't expect you to memorize it, so this is going to be a bit more challenging of a challenge than we've done before. But don't let that discourage you. I know that you'll be able to do this. It's definitely one of those opportunities where you might want to turn to ChatGPT or Claude or some coding assistant, or ask in the Scrimba Discord community if you need a little extra help, as opposed to just skipping ahead and watching me do all the work. You could say it's where the rubber hits the road. This is really where the progress is made. And I did try to give you a little bit more step-by-step instructions instead of being vague like I've done before. So the overview of the challenge is essentially to make everything work again, but the steps to do so is I want you to call setPads and update the state of the one pad that was clicked based on its ID. To do that, you're going to map over the previous pad's array, and if the current item that you're iterating over has the same ID as the one that is passed to this function, then you're going to return a new object with all the previous values staying the same as they were. If you need to refer back earlier in the section to how we update an object in state, this would be a good time to do that. Make sure you return a new object where all of the other values stay as they were, but the on value will be flipped to the opposite of what it was before. If the IDs don't match, then just return the previous item as it was, completely unchanged. Take your time with this one. It's completely okay if this takes extra time, extra brain power. It's completely expected. I know you can do this one. I'll hand it over to you to work on this challenge. All right, let's clean this up to buy ourselves a little bit of room. The first thing I'm going to do is call setPads. I need to know what the previous array looked like, so we'll say prevpads, and this will be an arrow function. And I think the thing that makes this more challenging than some of the other challenges is that we're going to be then calling prevpads.map, and whatever we return from prevpads.map is the array that will replace the original pads that we had, thus setting state and re-rendering all of the pads in this array. But the part that makes this tricky is .map also takes a callback function. And so because I'm getting tired of seeing the word pad, let's maybe call it item a little bit more generic this time. And this is going to be another callback function. Well, actually, I'm going to open this up on its own line here. All right, so now that we are looking at the individual items within the previous pad's array, this is where I can start to look to see if item.id is equal to this ID that's being passed into toggle. And if you remember in the instructions, it said, if the IDs match, then return a new object where the on value is flipped. And if it doesn't match, then just return the item as it was before. Well, if we think about it, this is a perfect time to use a ternary. And it might get a little bit long horizontally here, but what we can do is return, and then we'll check if item.id is equal to the ID passed in. And if it is, then we're going to return a new object that has all of the properties of item, but where the on property is the opposite of item.on. This should look very familiar. I think the structure might be a little bit different, but this is very similar to when we were updating our contact card as we were learning about updating an object in state. We're getting an error because we need to finish off our ternary. If the IDs do not match, then we can just return the item exactly how it was. We don't need to make any modification to it. If you're relatively new to software development and maybe new to JavaScript in general, this might look kind of crazy to you. But trust me, if you take the time now to think through how this is working, and the longer you are writing code, the more easily your brain will simply be able to make sense of what's going on here. This is not a terribly uncommon thing to happen in React, and there certainly are other more verbose but possibly easier to understand ways to write this, but I promise it's going to be best to just take the time to understand what we've written here. Maybe before I go too high up on that soapbox, let's make sure that this is working. Okay, moment of truth. All right, and there's one more thing that probably made this challenge a bit tricky. We can see I'll hit save, I'll click one of these, and geez, it's not quite working yet. Let's go over to pad and see if we can debug it. Well, notice first of all that we still have our state that we're using, and we're using that state as the expression that should be determining whether or not the on class is added. So let's get rid of this state. I'm sorry if that threw anybody for too big of a loop. And we'll change on to props.on, the version of on that's being passed from above now. And let's try again, hit save, cross your fingers, and click these buttons. Perfect. Now, I know that we wrote a lot of extra code, especially compared to the way we were doing it before, where each pad component had its own state and its own way of updating that state. However, now we're set up in a much more React-like way, where we have a single source of truth. That data flows in just one direction. It passes down through props to the components that need it, and those props can trigger changes through these callback functions, or these functions being passed through props, which will trigger a change to the main single source of truth in the state of the parent component. I completely understand if that seems absolutely crazy, but do remember, if we now wanted to add a feature like, for example, a button that said turn all of the buttons off, we could do that really easily. We would just have a button. When we click it, it would do something very similar to this, except instead of checking if the IDs match, it would simply return what we have here, but a hard-coded false. And that's it. It would change every item in the pads array. And by changing this state, React would automatically react to that change, updating our button elements and thus displaying new buttons on the page where they're all dimmed and turned off. All right, we've made some great progress when it comes to our understanding of state in React and props and how the two can work together, where it's best to keep your state. Although there's a lot more to talk about with that topic, we are long overdue to get back to our Chef Claude project and find some ways that we can apply what we've been learning to that project. We're in a pretty good spot with our Chef Claude app. If we scroll down, we can see it has gotten a little bit long. Mostly that's because we're hard coding in a response from the Claude API for now. But for the sake of practice, what I'd like us to do is refactor our app so that a couple of these sections get put into their own components. This will help make things look a little bit cleaner, and for the most part, it's just going to be some good hands-on practice. So your challenge is first to move the entire recipe section into its own Claude recipe component. And that is this section, let's see, right here. Everything from this section tag down to this closing section tag. Again, this is hard-coded for now. We're going to change that up when we get real results from the Claude API. And the second thing is for us to move the list of ingredients, or the section that has all the ingredients in it, into its own ingredients list component. Doing this is going to be more than just cutting out parts of the markup here and putting it in its own component, then rendering that component, because remember, those components are interacting with state in one way or another. So that's going to require you to think a little bit more critically about how you're going to communicate between the parent and child components, whether or not state needs to move down to a child component or live in the parent component. I'm going to leave all of that up to you while you work on this challenge. And then, of course, as always, we're going to be going through this challenge together. So let's go ahead and I'll put in a pause now. You can start working on this challenge. All right, I'm going to buy myself a little bit of room by cleaning up this challenge text, but I will do that right after I create those components. So we need a Claude recipe component and an ingredients list component. And I didn't make this part of the challenge, but I'm actually going to put these under a folder called components, mostly just so that it's a little easier to find in my list here. In fact, I might end up moving main and header into this components directory as well. But for now, let's not worry about that. Okay, so I'm going to create first a Claude recipe.jsx file, and I'll also create an ingredients list.jsx file. I'll stub out a function here, so we'll just export default function ingredients list and return. This is sort of my version of a console log for new components. Ingredients list component. I'm going to just copy this and paste it here and then change this to Claude recipe. And it looks like I spelled ingredients list wrong right here. Okay, we'll fix that. Then in our main, we'll go ahead and import those new components. And we'll make sure that's coming from the components directory. And we'll do the same thing for Claude recipe. Actually, I'm going to put Claude recipe on top here. All right, let's hit save. I don't think anything should change because we haven't rendered those yet. Okay, I'm going to clean up this challenge text. And let's see, for the Claude recipe, oh, actually, you know what? I am going to put Claude recipe below ingredients list because that's how we're rendering them on the page. So we'll do the ingredients list. Actually, let's do the Claude recipe first because I think this is going to take a little less work for us. So I'll take out this entire section. I'm going to render the Claude recipe component. And then let's hit save, and I need to click get a recipe for that to show. And okay, we're getting the Claude recipe component in our H1. Okay, let's get rid of this H1 and paste in that section. We'll hit save, click get a recipe, and okay, we have that section done. Now notice that in this case, I'm doing my conditional rendering on the parent component here in my main. This recipe shown is only being used to determine whether or not this component should get rendered, but I don't have any data to pass down to Claude recipe, at least not yet, because it's all hard-coded. The ingredients list, however, is going to be a little bit different. Let's go ahead and this section right here, I'll cut this out and replace it with an instance of ingredients list. And then in my ingredients list, I will get rid of my H1. Actually, let's hit save. And okay, we get our ingredients list component. That's perfect. Okay, let's replace this now with the section that we cut out. And we will likely find that we're going to break. I'll hit save, and sure enough. In fact, I know what the problem is, but let's look at the console. Ingredients list items is not defined, and that's because it's right here, ingredients list items. Okay, so we have some things that we need to pull down. We can kind of see from this view that we have ingredients list items missing, we have ingredients missing, and we have this toggle recipe shown function missing. Now, if you got stuck on the challenge before getting to this point, I'm actually going to put in another challenge here. Now that we've gone partway through, I want you to give it another shot, just in case it didn't work out for you the first time. If you were able to get this all working, great on you. You don't have to do this challenge. But if not, this is another great opportunity to get some real practice in. So I'll put in a pause now for you to give this another shot. All right, so these values are defined on our main component, and we need to either bring them in from the main component through props, or there might be some things that we can actually compute here inside of the ingredients list. Let's see, let's start with this ingredients array. This seems like a pretty important thing for our ingredients list to have knowledge of. And we'll remember those ingredients are coming from our form, and the state is being set here in the parent. Because the form does not live inside the same component ingredients list, I don't think there's going to be a meaningful way that we can move all of that down into ingredients list. Instead, let's go ahead and pass the ingredients through props. So I'll say ingredients is equal to ingredients. And for the sake of my horizontal space, I'll go ahead and put some of this on its own lines. And then we'll go to our ingredients list. Let's pull in props. And this will now be props.ingredients. All right, so I'm probably not going to get anything yet when I hit save because we still have a couple of other undefined things. This ingredients list items, let's check this one out. If we go back to our main component and find where we were creating ingredients list items, we're doing this based on the ingredients array. Well, we have access to this ingredients array inside of our ingredients list items. So why don't we take this out of here and make it a little bit more locally scoped, I guess, to our ingredients list? It seems appropriate because our ingredients list should probably be the component in charge of creating this ingredients list items. Now I need to change this from ingredients.map to props.ingredients.map. And let me actually comment out this button for now and hit save. Look at that. Okay, that's working. And our ingredients are showing. Now, the reason I commented this button out is because let's see, where was it? Right there? Yeah, we get this toggle recipe shown that we don't have inside of this component yet. So let's think for a second. Do I want to bring this toggle recipe shown function? Let's see, where did we define that? Right here. Do I want to bring this function down inside of ingredients list, or do I want to pass it down through props? Well, my main component, it needs to know whether the recipe is shown or not so that it can conditionally render the Claude recipe. If I were to bring all of this state down into the ingredients list component, there wouldn't be a great way for me to pass that value of recipe shown back up to my main component and then use it for conditional rendering. So it makes sense to live here. And so we will need to pass that value down through props. Let's give this a new prop. We'll just give it the same name of toggle recipe shown. So that'll be toggle recipe shown equals toggle recipe shown. Let me put these on their own lines. Then we will go grab it from props, and this will be props.toggleRecipeShown. We'll hit save, and look at that. I think we should be at a working place. I can click get a recipe that shows my hard-coded recipe, and awesome. This was a long challenge. We had to do a lot of work here. And in the end, it is maybe a little bit questionable whether that was worth it or not. We did get to remove quite a bit of code from our main component and sort of offload that work to a couple of components that are maybe a little more honed in on what they're supposed to be doing. So it's neither right nor wrong per se. Architecting your React application will just take years and years of experience to figure out what you like best and what makes the most sense for your team. But I do think this was a good exercise in thinking through where should state live? How should we get information down to our other components if they even need them in the first place? Where should things like this map that we're doing live? So hopefully you understand what I'm trying to get at here. And at this point, the only major feature we have left to add to Chef Claude is actually getting the recipe from the AI. This is super exciting. This is where we actually get to make this app work the way it's supposed to work instead of having a hard-coded recipe like we currently have. So in the next lesson, we'll be seeing how we can sign up for these different AI engines. There's going to be a couple different options for you to choose from, and then we'll get to see how we can implement actually calling out to those AIs, sending them our ingredients list, and getting a recipe back in return. So get excited. That's what's coming up next. All right, let's finally add AI to our system so that we can be pulling in a real recipe rather than the one that we have hard-coded. In this scrim, I'll walk you through two different options for AIs that you can sign up for. And the only reason that I'm offering two different options is because when I first started creating this project, Anthropic, which is the company that created Claude AI, was offering a $5 credit to anybody who would confirm their phone number. And although $5 may not sound like that much, it goes a really long way, especially with the version of the Claude API that we are going to be using. However, since then, they have taken away that offering. So if you're okay putting $5 into a Claude account, then you can sign up with Claude. I promise you it's going to go a lot further than it seems. The grand total that I have used in all of my creating of this project and testing has been, I think, less than 1 cent. Also, Claude is a very capable AI. It's one of the best that's out there. But as I mentioned, if you're not interested in putting $5 into your Anthropic account, then I'll be showing you another option using Hugging Face, which will be completely free. So I'll help you get set up with an account on both Anthropic and Hugging Face. Let's start with Anthropic. You can click the screenshot here to take you to this very page to create an account with Anthropic. And once you've gone through this initial phase, it will take you to a sign up page where you'll want to make sure you put in your full name and whatever nickname you want to include here. Make sure to check the box and click continue. This will ask you questions about your organization. If you don't have an organization, then I guess you could just put your last name here or something. These other two inputs for industry and website are optional anyway. So once you put in an organization name, you should be able to click Create Account. Once you click Create Account, it should drop you into sort of a dashboard prompt page. And from here, you'll want to go ahead and click Get API Keys. This will take you to your settings, specifically under the API keys for your settings there. As I mentioned, in order to create an API key and make any use of it, you will have to add at least $5 to your account. So the first thing we'll do is go over to Plans and Billing. And there you can see the little warning up there that says to get started, you have to upgrade your plan and purchase some credits. So click Upgrade. This will pop open a modal. You'll want to make sure you choose this build option on the left. I think that's the default, and then click Continue. And then it's just going to ask you a couple questions. You can see I put in my organization name as Scrimba. Once you fill these out and scroll down to the bottom, go ahead and click Continue. Then you'll be prompted to add your billing information. And once you fill all that out, you'll be able to click Continue and you'll have some money in your account. Okay, with that behind us, we can click over on API keys, click create a key. You can give this key a name, something that will be clear as to what you were using this key for. So it really doesn't matter what you name it. I guess I chose to call this my first key. You could choose to call it recipe app or Chef Claude or something that's specific to the project if you'd like. Then we'll click create key. And this modal is very important. You don't want to close this modal before you have a chance to copy the key. Once you close this modal, as it says, you won't be able to view it again. Make sure you copy that key and maybe temporarily paste it into some kind of text editor so you can reference it again. We're going to be talking about this pretty soon, but this is a key you want to make sure doesn't get published on GitHub with any of your repositories, is never really referenced in your front-end code at all. Again, we'll be talking about that in an upcoming lesson. So for now, just make sure you copy this key before you close the modal, or you're going to have to create a new key from scratch. Once you have that key, assuming you are following along with us here in Scrimba, you'll want to go over to your Scrimba account. So in version 2 of Scrimba, this is kind of the homepage that you're dropped into. Go ahead and click your own little avatar in the upper left. And in this submenu here, you'll see the option for settings. Click settings, and you might need to scroll down just a little bit, but under Scrim settings, you'll see this button that says edit your environment. Go ahead and click that. And this is a place in Scrimba that allows you to add environment variables that are accessible from any of your scrims. When we, as the teachers, are recording anything that requires an API key, for example, we're going to use a variable shorthand, which will be referencing your own personal environment. Well, for us, it was referencing our environment when we recorded it. For you, when you run the code, it will reference your environment. So you'll go ahead and click new key, and from here, you'll need to include a name and a value. The name will be what is referenced in our code base, and I'm going to be using Anthropic_API_key, all in capital letters. So assuming you are following here in Scrimba and you're using the Anthropic API, make sure that you get this exactly right, the same way that I have it here. Otherwise, you're going to have to change it every time you do one of your challenges. Then for the value, you will paste in the API key that you copied from the modal before, right here. Once you've pasted that in, you can go ahead and click save. Then in any scrim, when you see me writing with this saved in your environment, inside of any Scrimba with that API key saved to your own Scrimba environment, anytime I reference process.env.anthropic_API_key, just like I did in this line, it will look up that environment variable in your own environment and use it instead of the one that I used when I was recording. Now, as I mentioned, the Claude API is one of the best AIs that's out there, at least at the time of recording this. I've noticed that it's giving me excellent results. And even though I did have to put $5 into my account, it costs me essentially nothing to use it. Like I said, I've used, I think, a total of 1 cent since I first began creating and preparing this project. However, I did want to include an option that was completely free as well, and in the admittedly limited testing that I've done with it, it also is producing great results. And that is by using an AI model that's hosted by Hugging Face. You can, if you haven't heard of Hugging Face, you can kind of think of it like the GitHub for AI models. Some of the AI models that are hosted by Hugging Face are free, and some of them are paid. So creating a Hugging Face account is free, and the model that we've chosen is also a free model. So you can click on the screenshot here to go to the sign up page for Hugging Face. And just like before, you'll go through the account creation process. It's going to ask you for some information about your profile. It looks like the only things that are required here are a username, a full name, and then to agree with the terms of service in this checkbox at the bottom. Once you've done that, you can click create account, which will drop you into sort of an introductory page. But you'll notice that at least at the time of recording this, there was a little alert at the top that required me to confirm my email. So I went to my email, I clicked the link that was there, and that dropped me into this page where it says my email address has been verified successfully. At this point, you don't need to worry too much about creating an organization or joining an organization. Instead, we are going to create an access token similar to the API key that we created with Anthropic. Click on the sort of placeholder avatar in the upper right, and from this menu, you'll go ahead and click on Settings. In the submenu on the left, we'll go ahead and click on Access Tokens, and from there, we will create a new token. On the Create a New Access Token page, the only things that you'll need to worry about is giving your token a name. I've chosen this time to call it Recipe App, and the only checkbox that we need to worry about is this one right here under Inference that says we want to make calls to the Serverless Inference API. So make sure you check that box. We can scroll down a little bit and then see nothing else is checked. We can just click Create Token. Just like with Anthropic, this is going to give us a modal that once we close it, we won't be able to access our API key again. So make sure you copy this, paste it into some kind of text editor just temporarily until you have a chance to put it in an environment variable, either in a .env file on your machine if you're doing everything locally, or inside of Scrimba, just like we did before with the Anthropic API key in our environment variables. Just like I did with Anthropic, I'm going to be using the name hf_access_token. So make sure you type this in exactly the same way, or it's going to be a little bit annoying to have to go back and forth changing the name from the way that I recorded it. And of course, don't forget to hit save. Now, as I mentioned, I'm going to offer a really easy way for you to have one or the other of these. So for the remainder of this project, I'm going to be offering a way to make your API calls to either one of these, and I'll try to make it as simple as possible to switch. I'm going to be using the Claude AI because I have already added money to my account and I've been getting pretty good results with it, but I'll be trying to make it as easy as possible for those who want to follow using Hugging Face to do so in a really easy way. All right, that was a lot of talking and not enough coding. So let's jump in and start making calls to the real Claude API. So in the next lesson, let's finally start sending our prompt to a real AI and getting back a real recipe so we can replace the hard-coded one we have. Let's finally make use of AI to generate our recipes when given a list of ingredients, as opposed to this silly hard-coded thing that we've done so far. Now, because this isn't a course all about AI and how to use AI APIs, I'm just going to have the code written for you, which I'm sorry if that's a little anticlimactic, but the truth is I wanted to stay focused on learning React here and not getting too sidetracked by learning AI. That said, I did include a link here to a course here on Scrimba called Intro to AI Engineering, taught by Tom, and it's an excellent introduction to help you get your feet wet when it comes to AI engineering. You can click the screenshot here. It's just a short 90-minute course, but I would recommend doing so maybe after you finish this section in React. So I've written the code that will use both the Claude API and the Hugging Face API, and we can find that right here in a file that I've called ai.js. Now, in the last lesson, you should have created an environment variable either for the Anthropic API key or for the HF access token. And a quick warning that I wanted to make sure I got out of the way at this point is that if you're following along on your local machine instead of here on Scrimba, I need to remind you that you do not commit these API keys to any repositories. Here on Scrimba, we have a dedicated system set up for creating environment variables that are specific to each user. They don't get exposed to the public, but if you're following along locally and you're using, let's say, a file called .env, and you have your Anthropic API key in there, you need to make sure that you git ignore that file. If you don't know what that means, it's outside the scope of this course, but a quick Google search should help you out. Additionally, because the API calls we're making are coming directly from a browser environment to the respective APIs, you can see I've added this property here called dangerously allow browser. That means that we can make API calls to Anthropic directly from our browser as opposed to having to relay it through a server. This means that if you were to deploy your project anywhere live online, like Netlify, for example, anybody who comes to your site could dig around through the code and find your actual Anthropic API key or Hugging Face access token or whatever private variables you think are private but actually aren't. Really, the only way to secure these API keys is to relay these requests through some kind of server, whether it's a server that you have created or a serverless function on whatever deployment platform you're using. So here inside the Scrimba environment, you have nothing to worry about, but locally, make sure you heed this warning that I've given you. Okay, let's walk through this code so that you at least get a high-level overview of what it's doing. When you're interacting with an AI, you need to give it some kind of system prompt that helps set the stage for the AI to know what it's supposed to be tasked with. As you can see, I've created this system prompt that says you are an assistant that receives a list of ingredients that a user has and suggests a recipe that they could make with some or all of those ingredients. I did end up having to specify that the AI does not need to use every single ingredient that is mentioned, and it's allowed to include some additional ingredients that they didn't mention, but as I said, try not to include too many of those. Another really important instruction that I added to the end here is to format the response in Markdown so that it would be easier to render to a web page. We're going to come back to this and see how this is really helpful for us. Oh, and something I just realized is I'm importing things like this Anthropic constructor or this HF inference constructor from these libraries, but I have not included those as dependencies. So I'm just going to go ahead and make sure I add those as NPM packages to my dependencies here. In Scrimba, I just add the dependency here in the interface. If you're following along locally, you'll need to npm install exactly what you see here and here. Now with Anthropic, I'm creating this Anthropic instance. This is all part of the software developer kit that they give me. I had to pass my API key so that it knows who I am when I'm making requests. And because I am making these requests directly from a browser, I had to include this property dangerously allow browser and set it equal to true. You can see with Hugging Face, I do something very similar down here. I have to pass my access token to this new instance of HF inference. Again, the details of this are not that important for you to know, but do make sure you follow these comments, because if you didn't follow along in the last scrim where we add these to your environment variables on Scrimba, you will need to do that before this will work. Then I just have two custom functions that I wrote. This first one, get recipe from Chef Claude, which takes an ingredients array and makes a call to the Anthropic API to create a new message. Or down here, I'm using get recipe from Mistral. Now, Hugging Face is like a host for different AI models. And in this case, I found that Mistral AI was actually a really good model that came from Hugging Face, and it was giving me pretty good responses. Depending on when you're watching this, chances are this model may have been updated, so you might want to go to the Hugging Face website and just see what Mistral models there are, and you might need to change the model that we're using here. With Anthropic, I did opt to use this Claude 3 Haiku version, and at the time of recording, this is actually the cheapest version that they have with Anthropic, and it was giving me great results. So it was fast, extremely cheap, and giving me great results, so I think it's a great one to stick with. As far as I can tell, there isn't too much of a benefit with one of the more expensive models, which can be 10 times the cost per API call. In each of these cases, in one way or another, I'm passing in that system prompt variable, the one that we defined up here above, sending this off to the respective APIs, and then just kind of drilling down into the responses to get the content that comes back from the AI. It looks like I have a little bit of error handling here on the Mistral side. I probably should include that in the Chef Claude side too. Okay, again, that was just meant to be a high-level overview. You do not need to understand everything that's going on here. If you would like to learn more or practice with it, you can go to the Intro to AI Engineering course and learn a little bit more about it there. So what does this mean for you? Well, it means that inside of our main file, when we want to use an AI to generate the actual recipe, all we need to do is import one of the two functions that I wrote here in our ai.js file. Then in the appropriate spot, I'm not going to show you exactly where because that's going to be an upcoming challenge. All you have to do is call the function and pass to it the array of ingredients that we're saving in state here in our main.js file. So this is awesome. Yes, I've done a bit of this work for you, but you can see that it's not that much code. We're working with less than 60 lines of code here, and that includes two different AIs that you can get these recipes from. We truly are living in a modern age. This is awesome. Okay, now that we're all caught up on what's happening in the background with this ai.js file, we are now going to jump in and, well, make use of these functions. This is where it starts to get really fun. So in the next lesson, I'm going to have a challenge for you. This is a really fun part of this project, actually pulling a real recipe from the AI. Because we're pretty far through this React course, I'm going to make this challenge a bit more vague and give you a chance to really think critically and synthesize all the skills that you've been learning and practicing up until this point to solve this challenge mostly on your own. Now, just so that it's not completely overwhelming, we're going to go through a bit of the problem-solving process, and to do so, I'm going to give you this kind of in-challenge mini-quiz. So I have two questions here, just like our regular quizzes. I want you to click into the editor and type down your answers. Hopefully this will help guide you in the correct direction so that in the next lesson, when you actually start writing your code, you'll at least have a good idea of where you should be starting. So go ahead and answer the questions in this mini quiz. All right, for number one, I want you to think about where the recipe response should live inside of our React app and how you're going to make sure that it doesn't disappear between each state change in the app. Or I guess another way to say it is to make sure it doesn't disappear every single time the app gets rendered. I'm not talking about if you were to hit refresh on the browser, because that would probably require using some kind of browser storage like local storage, and that's a little bit outside the scope of this project. Well, once I get the recipe back from the AI, I'm going to save that in React state. So that can be my answer here. I'll say I'm going to save the response in React state. By doing this, I can make sure that if I were to add another ingredient and then click Get a Recipe again, the old recipe wouldn't just completely disappear, or any other state changes that I might decide to include in this app. React State allows me to save information from one render to the next, and if I ever change that state, it will cause a re-render. So for now, in React State is going to be a great place for us to save that response. Number 2, what action from the user should trigger getting the recipe? We have these functions that I pulled in, get recipe from Chef Claude and get recipe from Mistral. At what point am I going to call these functions? Well, I know it's not going to be as soon as my app loads because I need my list of ingredients. I need the user to be able to add to the list of ingredients, but it's when the user clicks this Get a Recipe button. Hopefully that was pretty straightforward based on the UI that we've chosen here with a button that literally says Get a Recipe. So for number 2, when the user clicks the Get a Recipe button. Although this question seemed a bit straightforward, when you actually go to work on this challenge, I think you'll find that it might be a little bit more involved than you might think. When we refactored things, we passed our function that Get a Recipe button is calling down through props to another component. That's all I'm going to say for now, because now we should be set up in the next lesson to have you actually work on the code for this challenge. All right, here we go. Our challenge is to get a recipe from the AI, and this time you're actually going to write the code. So either using the get recipe from Chef Claude function or the get recipe from Mistral function, make it so that when the user clicks the get a recipe button, the text response from the AI will be displayed below. Currently, we have it hard-coded so that when we click Get a Recipe, it's just toggling the recipe on. And of course, this is just hard-coded, but what it should be doing is displaying the real recipe from the AI. Currently, we're using this recipe shown state. I'll leave it up to you to determine whether or not this is still important to have. And keep in mind that we did ask the AI to return Markdown, so it will just be displaying raw Markdown. It's not going to look very pretty quite yet. We're going to end up using a package that will render the Markdown for us. This is a bit more of an involved exercise, but I know that you'll be able to do it. Don't be afraid to reach out to the Discord community if you need help, or to look back on previous lessons if you're forgetting some of the syntax. That's a completely normal and okay thing to be doing. Also, don't hesitate to use a tool like Claude or ChatGPT to help you out. Pretty much any of those things would be much, much better than just skipping the exercise because you got a little bit stuck. You got this. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. Sometimes when I'm building a new feature like this, I like to start at the point where the user is interacting with the code, which in our case would be this Get a Recipe button. So let's go down and look at that button. And actually, it's over here in our ingredients list. We're passing this toggle recipe shown function down to ingredients list, and it's pulling that in through props. And right here, our onClick says toggle recipe shown. This was always intended to be a temporary measure, and the state that is changing when we click that button, this recipe shown state, we could continue to use it in order to conditionally render the recipe from Chef Claude. But honestly, I think we'll be better off just saving the response from the AI in state, and if that response is truthy or is not an empty string, then that's the value we can use to conditionally render this whole section down here. So the first thing I think I want to do is rename this function, because we're not just toggling whether the recipe is shown, we're actually getting a recipe. So let's say get recipe, and yeah, that's good enough. I was going to say get recipe idea, but get recipe gets the job done. So now that we've changed that function name, we'll go ahead and pass the real function down. We might as well change our prop name while we're at it to the same name, get recipe, and we'll need to go over to ingredients list to fix that. So props.getRecipe. Okay, that was all just for changing the name. Let's go back and change how that function works. Instead of setting the recipe, whether it's shown or not, we are going to call get recipe from, I'm going to use Chef Claude. And if we remember, these functions are expecting a list of ingredients, which we are saving in state. So I can just pass in my ingredients to the AI function. Now, assuming you did this challenge from scratch without too much help or skipping ahead to watching me do it, you may have run into an issue because the functions that we're pulling in, they are async functions, which means by default, they are going to return a promise. Let's go back to our main. This means we can either use a .then to unpack the promise afterwards, or a little bit more of an updated syntax is we can use async await. So I'm going to make this an async function. We'll await the response, and we'll save that as a recipe idea. Or maybe let's call this something that's clear. It's from an AI. We'll say generated recipe, and this should be in Markdown. So I'm going to say Markdown. That might be overkill. Let's just call it recipe Markdown. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, I like to do sanity checks whenever I can before I get too deep into a feature without having tested it and then have no idea where I've broken things. So let's go ahead and console log recipe Markdown. We'll hit save and see if we need to fix any bugs. Okay, let's click Get a Recipe. We're waiting a little while the AI is responding to us. And let's open the console. Awesome, check it out. This is the response text from Anthropic's Claude API. And sure enough, given the exact same list of ingredients, it keeps recommending spaghetti bolognese. If you look closely, you can see the text includes things like hash marks and dashes. This is all part of Markdown, and so we are going to be displaying that correctly later, but we'll notice that if I try to scroll down, nothing is there because we're no longer setting the recipe shown inside of our getRecipe function. So instead of console logging our recipe Markdown, let's go ahead and save this to state, and let's create the state first. Instead of recipe shown, let's just call this recipe because this is where we're going to save the recipe text. Instead of starting this as a Boolean, we'll start it as an empty string, and then I will call setRecipe with the recipe Markdown. So we'll just do that right here. And then we can use the state of the recipe to determine what should get rendered. Right now we're saying recipe shown and Claude recipe. We'll just make this say if the recipe has a truthy value, or in other words, as long as it's not an empty string, then we'll display the Claude recipe. We haven't yet, of course, replaced the hard-coded stuff in Claude recipe, but let's make sure that our conditional rendering is working. I'll click Get a Recipe, and after just a little bit of time, we can see that we can scroll down and it's displaying the Chef Claude recipe. Let me close our console to buy a little bit of room. And now what we can do is pass this recipe down through props to Claude recipe. So we'll just say recipe equals recipe. And over in our Claude recipe, we are now going to be receiving props. And I'm actually just going to get rid of everything that was hard-coded here. And let's just render the text from props.recipe. Hit save, click Get a Recipe, and here we go. Okay, much less beautiful, but it's Markdown. We're going to format it in a really easy way using a third-party package. But for now, this is working awesome, and it's really exciting to have a real recipe coming in. Of course, currently we have the ingredients hard-coded, so just for fun, let's go over to our main file. We'll get rid of the hard-coded recipe ingredients, and actually let me get rid of this challenge text too. We'll say that this is an empty array and probably doesn't need to be on its own line anymore. Let's hit save, and I don't know, let's come up with some good stuff. Let's say we've got some chicken. We'll still say we have all the main spices just so it knows that we've got what we need on hand for spice. Maybe we have some corn, maybe some heavy cream, and we have some pasta. I don't know, let's go ahead and give this a shot. We'll click Get a Recipe. Takes a little bit of time now that it's reaching out to the real API. And let's see, it wants us to make a creamy chicken and pasta bake. Boy, that sounds really good. Great work on this challenge. Hopefully you were able to get through it. And honestly, I don't even feel bad if it was a struggle because that is where the learning happens. Let's go ahead and format this so that it doesn't just look like a giant wall of text, and we'll essentially be at the last phases of this app, at least for now.